Hey everybody, good morning and welcome to our show, Countdown to Christmas. I'm Blaine Austin and I'm going to be your host, and also I've got Jane Klaus coming in. But first off, before we get too started, hey, I got to say a big shout out to Kicking It Kennedy, Big Daddy Kyle, and Rock and Roger over there. They are all in their flannel pajamas this morning. Get another shot of that, Kennedy. Look at that.
Here we go. We're all ready.
They're all ready to go this morning. And hey, I'm all dressed up for you. Got my Christmas ugly sweater vest on, and got my Santa hat. And I know Jane is all dressed up for you this morning as well as too. But hey, before we get Jane on here, I got to say a big shout out there. We have Barb Miller watching out in Western Pennsylvania. We have Jill Mansfield in Chesapeake, Virginia. We have Cindy Conish watching in California. Amy Hertzneck in Tennessee, Melanie Hartsville in Asheville, Alabama, Millie Holt, Colorado Springs, and we got Scotty Stamps, guys. He's watching over there in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So good morning. Guys, we've got a great show this week for you. We're so happy you're tuned in. And it's going to be 7.5 hours a day for 5 days, and we're going to have some Christmas specials going the entire week. Got great bunch of giveaways. We're going to be giving the stuff away every day too as well. And so you want to know how you can win? Well, by watching. But you have to participate in our show. So guys, all you have to do is, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it right now. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like the Facebook page. You have to ask questions, make comments, and also you can just share the video on your own page. And guess what? That's all going to enter you to win, and that increases your chances. And we're going to be giving random drawings all week long. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But hey, guys, we have got Brother in the house. The first half of the day today, and kind of the way this is going to work all week. We're going to have Brother the whole first half of the day today. Going to be showing a lot of new products from Brother, or one new product from Brother. We've got Handi Quilter is going to be this afternoon. And then tomorrow we have Baby Lock and then Grace. So those are going to be the 4 brands that are coming in the first 2 days. And then we're just going to keep adding to that every single day. But we'll go down the lineup for you so you'll know who you get to watch. But we're kind of giving them a lot of demo time. So you'll get to see Brother products. You'll get to see some Baby Lock products. You get to see all the different, Janome, all of them. And so we got a lot of great products. And again, guys, if there's something that you see or don't see on the show, that you're interested about, give us a call, because we have a ton of specials on things that are not even going to be on the show just because we didn't have room. So there's a lot of things on special throughout the day today. I'm going to say, hey, Kyle's going to put a link in the chat for the Google Sheets. You can open that link up, fill that page out, and it goes right to the call center. So if you're trying to call and you can't get through, you can fill out that Google Sheets. And that way you can get your name put in the call center and they can call you back. So make sure if you do that, you answer 800 numbers that are calling you, because they're going to be calling you back to take your orders, because we know it's going to be super, super busy. We're already busy, but when the shows happen, it makes it even a little busier. But hey, before let's get even more in there, y'all, let's bring Jane Klaus, my co-host. And Jane, guys, is a 2-time Emmy award-winning newscaster, or not newscaster, but a show. She's, doing shows, hosting, and she's done it all. She's also a Brother ambassador. But y'all bring Jane to the show.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Blaine.
Love the outfit.
I love your outfit too.
Your set's all decorated. Looks very Christmassy.
Mm-hmm.
Look at my set. Do you see my set behind me?
Your set is beautiful. Is that your real set?
Yes, this is our real set. It's a real tree. I got to give my wife a big shout out. She came up and decorated the set and did the tree and all this weekend. And it just looks really awesome in here. So, this time, instead of us setting up in our studio, we actually went to the San Marcos retail store classroom and kind of took over half the classroom.
It is Blaine, it looks so good. You know those fake backdrops that everybody gets? That's how good it looks. It doesn't even look real. It's so perfect.
Real. The tree is right here. I can touch it.
Can I talk about my ugly Christmas sweater really quick?
Yes.
So this is an ugly Christmas sweater that I made using embroidery and some applique, and then a little pop art right on top. And I used all of my brother's sewing machines to do this. And I think I did it for a project for brother last year. Oh, and down here, this is like words off a t-shirt that I just sewed on top. So I call it like my pop art ugly Christmas sweater, using all of the tricks of the trade. But I did this as a project for them on the Brother Stitching social blog, if you want more information.
Well, that's awesome. So, Jane, I was telling everybody, a while back we had you on Kennedy's Takeover Tuesday, and y'all had that Christmas tree company up in Chicago on and showed Christmas trees and stuff. And so
Tree
here a
time.
while back, I showed everybody, Michelle's tree from last year at our house. And so we've got a picture. I told them I'll share a picture with everybody of her tree she did this year. So Kennedy, if you want to show that picture, she kind of upped her game a little bit this year and put even more stuff on the tree. And so y'all can see the tree there. We got the little Santa Claus, but she's got her whole house like decorated little things, even in the bathroom.
It's like a Christmas wonderland in there. It looks like a retail store. I mean, the decor on that, like the touches of perfection. It's so expertly done. Michelle, great job. That's amazing.
Yeah. So now I got to show you what I did. All right. So I had to decorate my neighborhood. I've kind of tried to force my neighbors into decorating their houses. So let's show that. I decorated the house, and then I did all the landscape lights around my house, the same colors as my lights on the house.
That's awesome. It looks like a resort, Blaine. Do you live at a resort and you haven't told us this yet?
So, hey, and then I had to up it even more. So I went out and bought me a 20-foot Santa Claus, a 20-foot Frosty the Snowman, and I made a mega tree.
Oh, I love it.
20-foot mega tree.
That's 20 feet high?
That's 20 feet tall. Oh, so that's right beside my house. So everybody in my neighborhood.
Did you do that by yourself, Blaine?
I did it all by myself. That's a lot of work. And it doesn't look that big, but it's absolutely huge. And it lights up. It makes the whole subdivision glow green.
I'm sure it does. Blaine, can you a lot of us need some help. If you're available in the next couple of days, maybe you come over and help us decorate the outside.
I'm done. I'm telling you, after that experience, that was a lot more work than I thought it would be.
Isn't it always? And then,
oh my gosh!
But it's so the payoff is so huge. It's kind of like when you make something, you're like, oh, why am I making this? Besides the fact that we love it and we get sucked into it, then the payoff when it's over is like, yes, I made it.
No, I'm already dreading time to take it all down. So
try not to think about that.
It may have to last all the way through to mid January. Now, I may celebrate Christmas till then.
I mean, I'm not opposed. If you want to leave it up till Valentine's Day, I'm fine with that. Just so you can recoup from putting it up. I get it. I totally get it.
I'm telling you, just turn it off and leave it up. So yeah, it was a lot of work. But hey, Jane, speaking of a lot of things going on, we have got a great lineup today, and we have Brother in the house the whole first half of the day, and we got one brand new product by Brother today that we're getting to show everybody, the world premiere, the first time, and I'll give a little sneak peek about it. Brother's introducing their first air threader serger today, and so it is pretty awesome.
You guys,
Heather Banks is going to be on talking all about it.
Oh, Heather's coming on to talk about the airflow serger. It is so amazing. When they introduced it, I was like, do it again. Show me again. Do it again. I love it. Do it again. Do it again. It's so great. If you love your serger, you are going to love this.
Yeah. So we're going to have it, and we're going to be taking pre-orders on it today. I don't think it's going to be ready to sell. They're not going to have them all in ready to go, I think, until probably January, but we'll go ahead and take pre-orders on for it today. So anybody wants to get their order in, because I know the first batch is always limited to how many comes in. And so, but we're going to take pre-orders for that today. And so if anybody wants to get on the action, they can order it today. But we get to launch it today on our shows, the first look of it. So I know everybody here is super excited about it. And I know Heather's excited about it.
I know Heather's excited about it. I'm excited about it. I don't need, am I doing this with Heather? No, you're doing it, right? But anyway, here's the thing. I love my serger. I've been making ruffles with my serger. I've been making like the rolled hem with my serger. I love my serger. And now the fact that I can change the thread so easily is just like a dream come true. It's a Christmas miracle, really.
I know. Yeah, everybody's going to love it. It's really going to be it's Brothers always had great products, but now this on the serger side of things ups their game just a little bit and puts it to the next level. So
Absolutely.
it's going to be pretty awesome. But got a great lineup today. I mean, first up this morning we have Cindy Hogan, and we're talking all about that PRS 100 single needle machine and embroidery machine. And Jane, this machine has probably been the most popular machine that Brothers had in a long, long time, and everybody absolutely loves it. And then, back in November the 1st, we launched the Brother 6 needle to be sold online for the first time. You could only get it in stores prior to that, and we're going to show that today as well. We have Sarah Vetzer coming in and doing that, and
we love the 6 needle, and we love Sarah Vetzer, and we love Cindy Hogan. Awesome. And we love the single needle. I mean, what is there not to love? We have so many great things happening today. Not only today, Blaine, but in the entire week, really.
Yeah, it's going to be a great week. I mean, and we always talk about this. We start the show off on Monday morning, and we talk about, it's going to go by so fast. And then, next thing we know, it's Friday, and we're going, man, it's over. Yeah. So it will go by fast. And, I just, everybody, we welcome you to stay with us the whole week here. Jane and I are going to be here the whole week with you. And we're super excited to show all the different products we have. And what's really cool about this show too this year, Jane, is, we have 2 brand new products that we're showing, which the Air 3000 is one of them. But we have another product we're showing that nobody's ever seen before either. And so I love being able to introduce a brand new product that nobody's seen and launching it here on the show. And that's really cool. And, we work really hard to get all the products that we're showing and all the educators. So it's going to be a really fun time, and we got some great giveaways. I mean, we have some fantastic giveaways that we're going to give away all week. And
Blaine, before you get to giveaways, I just want to make a mention, because you have so many great products, and we're talking about so many great products this week, and you're launching some new things online. I just remember this, everybody. It is Christmas, so buy one for yourself, buy one for a friend. Remember how that goes? One for me, one for you. 2 for me, 1 for you. That's how we have to think this week, right?
You do, and I want to just tell everybody too, we got some special little surprises that we're going to pop up every so often that is going to be some great doorbuster deals. I mean, we have one product that is just, people, when they see it, they're going to freak out at how the price is. And so y'all be ready, because you never know when that's going to pop up, and we're going to have that sell on it. And we're limited on some of them too. So don't delay. If you see something that you really, really like, get on the phone and order it right now, because I'm telling you, the quantities, we have pretty good inventory, Jane, on most of the products we're going to have on the show.
Good.
But when I say pretty good inventory, I'm talking anywhere from quantities of 25 to 50. And that's not really big quantities on this show, because we sell so many of them. Kyle will tell me, hey, we got 50 of these. And before the demo's even over, he'll give me an update, and there'll be 10 left. Yeah. And it's like, they go so fast. So I'm just going to tell everybody, if you have something today, every day that you're looking at that you're interested in, just don't delay. Go ahead. If you're wanting to, don't think about it, get it, because, I know I've had so many emails. People say, I waited till the last day to order, and y'all were already out of them.
It was gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so, and I interrupted you when you were talking about giveaways, because you are known to us this time of year as Santa Blaine.
That's true. Hey, and I got a bunch of stuff in my bag this week to give away. So y'all make sure y'all tune in every single day, because I've got some great stuff we're going to give away.
And that means if we're naughty or nice, right?
Either way. Now, I got to say something real quick before we get going too. We normally have a bunch of spammers that are in the chat. So if y'all see somebody putting links in the chat that's telling you to go here for the show, and it's not from SMP, don't click the link, because we try our best to keep the spammers out and delete them, but they're coming in so fast, and hopefully we won't get visited by the naked guy. We always we call this one spammer naked guy, because I think it's some kind of pornographic stuff, a site or something. I don't know, but
don't click on the naked
guys spamming us. So y'all make sure we do report them. Y'all report them as well if you can, but don't click the links.
Yeah. And hey, Blaine, speaking of naked guy, I'm glad that you are wearing this really cool shirt that you have on. It's so awesome.
Thank you. I like my little vest. Kennedy said it looks like a dad on Christmas morning.
I think it looks great. Is it a vest over a shirt?
Vest over a shirt.
Yeah, because I like to know what you're wearing. I like text you like, what are we wearing? Because
Well,
we want to.
speaking of that, I got your text last night. It just said, "What are you wearing?"
Yeah.
And my wife saw my text, and she goes, "Why is Jane texting you in the middle of the night asking what you're wearing?"
Oh no, it's not like that. I promise.
So I told her, "Rest assured, it's just about the show."
It was like, it's kind of how you read it. So if it was like, "Hey Blaine, what are you wearing?" Or if it was like, "Hey Blaine, what are you wearing?"
Well,
it's like the inference of how it sounds.
Yeah, she was totally joking. She thought it was so funny, but it was awesome. And I said, "Yeah, you could take that out of context. You really could."
You could. It's like a commercial over here, right?
Yeah. So anyway, but hey, we got a great show. Let's get this thing going. And guys, we hope that y'all are ready. We got Cindy Hogan in the house, and Cindy is here, and she's on here twice today, and we're going to talk about the PRS 100 two different times because it takes about an hour to show you some of the features, not even all the features. But today she's going to talk about some of the features this morning, and we're going to come back and she's going to talk about some other features. But let's welcome Cindy Hogan to the show.
Hey Blaine, how are you today?
I am awesome.
This lasts.
How are you doing, Cindy?
I'm hanging in there.
This
is about as much Christmas
love
as
your
you're
life.
There you go.
Well, I'm gonna let you get going because I know we are limited on time, and we're gonna let you get on this PRS 100, and then when you get finished, y'all can come back to me, and I'm gonna tell everybody the exact exciting special we have on it. So take it away, Cindy.
All right, thanks. Hi guys, how are you all today? Thanks for joining us. So Blaine kind of gave me a little introduction here. This is my PRS 100, and I absolutely love this little guy. It's a really sweet little machine. Its maximum hoop size is 8 by 8 inches. So this is the biggest hoop in a single hooping, okay? So we do have one that I'm going to show you today that is 8 by 14, but this one is our 8 by 8. It also comes with, oops, I brought off my hoop hanger with it, a 4 by 4. And what makes this guy unique is that it is a tubular arm. By that I mean it has this little tube here that sticks out, and you can slide things over it. So you don't have to battle getting your items on and off. It also comes with, hold on just a sec, 4 compact frames. So these are, there's one that's 1 5/8 by 2 3/4, one that's 2 by 2, and I'm assuming this is my 2 by 2 in my hand. Then you've got a 1 1/2 by 1 3/4, a 1 5/16 by 2 5/16. So there's quite a different variety of these, and these are perfect for getting inside little bags, gloves, socks, all of those type of small items that are challenging to hoop. As I said, it is a tubular arm, so let's kind of explain what I mean by that. If I take this guy, here's my onesie that I've got ready and hooped up. And what it allows me to do is just simply slide it over and then hook it into place. So I'm not fighting the onesie and I don't fight my bags. It simply slides in and hoops into the bracket piece. This machine has 405 built-in embroidery designs. So let's go ahead and explore this a little bit. It has 405 different embroidery designs, and I have lost my stylus, so you get to see my finger today. Let's see if I can find something to poke with. Here we go. This is not the stylus that comes with it, but it's the one that's closest to my hand, so we're going to use this one. If we touch each of the different categories, you can scroll through them, and you'll notice that they just simply appear on the screen. When you find one that you want, you simply touch set. So there are 405 of these. There are, if we go home, there are 20 different built-in alphabets that you can combine with your designs. You simply touch one, and these are like keyboard lettering. So if I typed in, let's go ahead and give Mr. Blaine one here today. And you can choose large, medium, or small before you begin, but I'll tell you, oops, I spelled his name wrong. Wonder what I need to do. So I'm going to touch delete twice and go back in and correct it. So there we go. We've got it set. Now, as I said, I could have chosen large, medium, or small to begin with, Or I can go ahead and say set and touch size, and then I can size it to fit whatever design I'm planning on using. I tend to do it that way versus choosing large, medium, or small first. That's just the method that I choose. There is no right or wrong, whatever works best for you. You have an array feature on here for your text, so you can simply arc it up. You can also arc it down, arc it up. You can change that arc so it doesn't have to be as severe if you don't want it to be. And you can also have it fit on a diagonal. So that is quite fun. And if you want to reset it to the straight line, you simply touch the first button and touch OK. You can add designs to this. So if I want to come in here and say add, let's say I want to bring in a different design. Let's make him King Blaine today. You simply touch that, and then you move it where you want it to go. This design is resizable as well, but it does not do stitch recalculation, so you need to keep that in mind. It will only let you go to a certain level, and then it will beep at you. So I'm going to let you hear my beep, maybe. When you're ready to go, you simply touch embroidery, and it's ready, and you're off to the races. You can touch center to center it in the design, or you can center it on your project down in the field. So let's go ahead and look again a little bit more at what's in here. Let's go in and say, okay. We also have alphabet designs. So these are designs that you use individually. You don't necessarily pop the entire, it's not a QWERTY keyboard is what I'm trying to say here. I touch set, and then I can add to that as well. So I can come in here and touch and say, I want to say Amanda. Let's see here. Let's go to our lowercase and NDA. There we go. Let's go ahead and touch set. So then I can move this one over here. I can take this guy and move it down here or up here, however works best for you. And once again, you have that capability of resizing to get it in the space that you want it to be. So if I wanted Amanda down closer here, I can move it just like that. We can make it bigger. And once you've got it the way you want it, you're ready to embroider. So that's how you use the little individual alphabet designs. And you'll notice here it tells you what hoop you're allowed to use. So this one's showing me the 8x8 is the only one that one fits on. So I'm going to go ahead and touch home and get out of there. And let's look at a few other designs. So we also have frames and elements that you can use to put around monograms or below monograms. You can also create your own fabrics out of these. We have quilting designs here. So if you want to quilt your quilt box, you can certainly do that here as well. And we have built-in frame shapes. So each of the shapes has different options for a frame. If I touch my circle shape and I touch one of my options, let's go and look at this in the hoop and zoom in on it. This allows you to see what that design is going to actually look like. So you could add a monogram inside that, or you can use it on its own, or you can use it with any other project. Each of the frames, each of the different shapes has different frames that you can select from. And once again, you just simply look at it, see if you like it. When you're ready to go, take off and go to the races. So let's go home here for a little bit longer, and let's look in our question mark. So one of the things that I love about all Brother machines is that there is a built-in help menu for you, so that you do not have to worry about, is my dealer there at 4 o'clock in the morning? I can come in here and I can look. And let's say we want to go into our basic operation and we want to know how to wind a bobbin, because this one does have a built-in bobbin winder so that you can match your bobbin color to your upper thread color if you would like to. For instance, if you're doing freestanding lace, that's a really nice feature that they have on the machine. And this will simply walk you through the steps that it takes you to be able to wind your bobbin. I love that that's built in the machine and I don't have to think about it or go out and hunt for my manual, because it's just right here. And every step, it's going to show you exactly what you need to do with it. So let's go back and get out of this And let's see here, what else do we have on here? It also reads a USB stick. You can bring things in from your memory pocket because you can save things directly on the machine, and you can direct connect to your computer. Okay, so today Blaine wanted me to show you about, for this machine, about the jumbo frame that we have for it. It's not technically called a jumbo frame. It's called an 8x14-inch split durkee frame. So let me see if I can show you what you can do with this before I find it, which is in front of me. So this is a single design that I split in my P Design 11 software. And I believe everything after Next can use the split design, because I think Next is when we got an 8x8 frame. So I have split the design in my software, and what happens is it creates a basting stitch that goes across the center. And you stitch the first half, you rotate the frame, you match up the basting stitch, and you stitch the second half. So that's what we're going to do. I've got my first half stitched. And let's see here if I can show it to you. So here's my first half. It's all ready to go. I have my batting in the back already ready to go. And I'm going to use a little bit of a support for this one. It's a heavier frame, so I'm going to use my tubular frames table. So this is a little tubular frame table, and it has a little lever on the back of it that allows you to just squeeze and place it over the tube. We're going to come and slide this in, and then I'm going to pull it out so that it extends all the way. That's super simple, right? Not hard to do. And let's slide in our frame that I've got going on here. I'm going to tuck it in. And I'm also going to show you my needle threader here in a minute, just so that it has a built-in needle threader, which every machine that I have, I wish it had that. So, and luckily, every machine that I have does have that. So that is one of those things I love. So I have stitched the first side of this. Let's come and look, and I'll show you how that works. We're going to actually stitch that, show you to the basting stitch so you can see. If I look and I went into my USB stick, I'm going to touch the design that I've got selected, and I'm going to touch the first part, which is AA. So we'll touch that, and it brings it up, and we'll go ahead and touch set. And we're going to take that all the way to the top, because that is the key when you split it with P Design 11 or any of the other ones that will work for this. We like to slide it up because it's going to give that basting stitch, and it looks at the entire design area. So pop it all the way up, and then touch embroidery. Now I've stitched everything here, including the basting stitch. So I'm going to show you how you fast forward through a design, because you can fast forward through your designs as you use the machine. When is this helpful? When you're trying to, let's say I left this, which I did last night, and I'm coming back to it today, and I want to get back to the same spot that I was in. This is an easy way to do it. Also, if your thread breaks in the middle of something, which we love to say that that wouldn't happen, but you know, sometimes life happens when we're least expecting it. So we're going to touch our plus/minus key right there. And that allows us to forward through colors or forward through stitches. So I am going to fast forward to my last color. And if we look up here, it tells us how many stitches are in this design as well. And there are 15,414 stitches in my design on this first half. So I am going to fast forward to the very last stitch. So now I'm at 15,379. We're going to go up 10 more. And let's see here. Up 10 more, and now I can go 1, 1. And now I am basically at the last stitch. We'll go ahead and say okay. And if I press the lock and go key, it's going to take my very last stitch. So now what we're going to do is it's going to say, is it you're finished embroidering? Is it okay to embroider the second half? Yes, it is. So I want to embroider my second segment. So I touch OK, and I want the second side. Now here's the big part. You do want to make sure that you rotate the frame. So we're going to come in here. We're going to take this, and we're going to turn it around. Make sure I get my batting back in there. And slide it back into the bracket. There we go. Now let's look at our design. So we've got it. We're going to touch set. And this time we're going to touch embroidery, and we are going to rotate this design 90 degrees twice. So I'm going to touch my rotate key and touch 90 degrees twice. And say, okay, now I need to line my little dot. Let's see if you can see my little dot down here. Let me turn off my machine light so you can see. Hold on just a second. Can you see my little dot that's right there? We're going to line that little dot up with our little spot where we ended the last one. So let's come and look and see how to do that. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK here, and I'm going to change my needle drop position to where it's the bottom left corner, because that's where that dot is. Now I'll use my little, once I touch OK, I'll use my arrow keys to line that dot up. So I want you to see the dot down at the bottom here, and you can see where it is right now. I'm slightly off, so I need to move it, and we're going to move this way a little bit. That looks about right there, and then we're going to move it down towards the center just a little bit. And I think that one's almost perfect. How do I test it? Well, there's an easy way. On your screen here, you're going to touch lock and the needle down position. And if you look down at the bottom of my frame here, you'll notice that it's right in the spot. And what I then do is lock it again and bring that needle back up. And there we go. It lets me see whether it's in the position or not. So as I said, it has an automatic needle threader. So while we're down here, I'm going to unthread mine just a little bit so you can see. We're going to unthread it. And we're going to pop our needle threader key out. Can you all see that right here? It pops it out. You go back underneath it, over it, bring it over the top, and then press your needle threader key again. And your needle is threaded. Easy peasy. Okay? So now, I can basically fast forward to the end of my basting stitch. You can stitch it if you want to, which is what I'll go ahead and do just so you all can see. So we'll touch lock and let this guy stitch my basting stitch across there. It'll tie off, and then it's going to stitch away. So it's going straight across, and wow, I am right in the right position, so that is awesome. It ended perfectly, and now it's telling me it's time to change my thread. So I'm ready to go. Let's come back to the front here, and I'll show you how to change your thread. So you simply, we're going to pop that up around there, and this has a cutter on the machine itself, which is the bomb. I wish I had it on my 10 needle, because when you want to change threads, it makes it super simple. You don't have to go hunting for the scissors. You simply tie off in a little knot, just like you would with a serger, and then pull it from the needle. Take it out of the needle and pull it. And there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and show you once again the needle threader system. We're going to touch the button to pop the needle threader out, go up under and around it. And if I can do this sideways, you can certainly do it head on, straight on. So I'm pretty sure you'll be able to master the needle threader button. Okay. So we're ready to go. We're simply going to touch the lock key on the machine and then touch the start button. And it will start our next section of stitching. And so then it's going to complete the whole kit and caboodle. It will stop in between each color segment to allow you to go and change your thread. So it's going to finish with this part and then come back. So it is pretty easy peasy, as you all are seeing. So it is a nice little machine. Let me turn on I'm going to stop this for just a second and turn on my light so you can now see it while it's stitching. There we go. That'll make it a little bit easier for you to see while it's stitching a little bit. And while it's stitching, Blaine, if you want to come back and see if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer those while it's doing its little thing here. And you can see it's doing jump stitch trimming. It is embroidery compatible, which means you can use Disney designs on this machine. And you can do caps with this machine. And this afternoon, I'll show you caps. We also have an optional pre-motion quilting accessory that you can get with it, which is another thing that I'll be showing you this afternoon. So be sure and come back and stay tuned for that. But it is a sweet little guy. And it's just going to take off and do it. Right now it's doing the background, so if you notice on my original one, I did some background quilting, which is decorative fills, and I did that in P Design 11 as well. So my entire design was created in my P Design 11 program. The actual ornaments that are in here are from Canvas Workspace, the vinyl auto blade collection. I took that FCM file into my P Design 11 and turned it into an embroidery file to create this design. So it's kind of a nice little all-in-one when you have everything. That's a super duper add-on, I'll have to say. And we are spot on. Let's see if I can get you to where a closer view to where you can see. All right. And it doesn't look like it's stitching anything, guys, because I'm stitching in white, but it actually is. It's just going to be a very muted background here. Sometimes I'll give you big bright ones, but this one I didn't. So while it's stitching a little bit, this is another one that I've done with that same frame. And once again, this was the My Garden is right off the ScanNCut machine. Now the rest of it I created in P Design, but the My Garden is right out of the ScanNCut machine, and I simply turned it into embroidery through P Design 11. If you go back and watch some of the shows that we've done with this machine over time, I've done a lot with this little split frame and that I love. This is a super duper little guy. The bottom liner is over here on the right side, the left side as you face it, on your right side as it is to me. So you can certainly wind bobbins to match your projects. And really, guys, Blaine, I'm ready for you to come back.
Well, hey, Cindy, I know when we started, I said, an hour, probably you're going to have an hour today. I said, that's probably just barely going to touch the surface of that, because I know there's so many things, but I love this machine. And, you and I have loved this machine from when it first came out, and it's just so versatile. I think that's the word to say for it. You can do so many things with it. And again, somebody out there, I think, is looking to get in a home-based business. Cindy, I think this is one of those machines that it's a must-have, that you can do hats on. You can do free motion quilting. You can do so many things on it.
You certainly can. And I mean, it has the staging for 4 threads. It is a single needle, so it's not quite as intimidating as jumping full feet into a multi-needle. Its footprint is quite small. It actually takes up less space than most of my single needle embroidery machines, because it's the vertical height that you're doing. You store everything underneath it. It's great.
Well, you're exactly right. And I tell you, we've got a great special on it too, Cindy. I got to tell everybody how to get it. And I know we're going to see you back here just in about an hour. But guys, this thing is we've got a great special on it today. Not only are you getting a fantastic machine with this PRS 100, but you're getting a great deal on it today. And again, we're giving away the free cap driver and the frame with that. You see that on the screen right now, and you're getting that absolutely free with it. Again, it's going to be $49.99, and then you're getting the cap frame and driver all, with it for free. And then again, guys, we have a ton of accessories right now that we have some specials on as well that will go with that. So if you call in, you can actually just ask them, hey, what are some of the accessories that you have that we can add to the persona? Because we have some good prices on that as well. But again, guys, let me tell you just a little bit about this machine. Again, so, the machine only weighs 68 pounds, so it's not really extremely heavy. You can carry it around. 2 people can place this very easy. It has an extremely small footprint on it. Now, again, you're going to get, some really nice frames with this. You're going to get that 8x8 frame, which has a maximum embroidery area of an 8x8. But Cindy is going to talk about how you can do the split design with this as well. And you can take it up to all the way from an 8x8 to an 8x14. By using a split design, and you have to have some software to do it, but she can tell you all about that. You're also going to get a 4x4 hoop and a 2x2, and you're going to get that little small 1.3 inch by 3 inch. And, it's so you're getting a really nice hoop set with it. Again, that 8x8 maximum area, we're going to tell you how you can increase that. It has the LCD screen on it, has a really nice LED light set on it. And again, guys, this thing, the speed on it is all the way up to, it goes from 400 stitches per minute all the way to 1,000 stitches per minute. And it has that, built-in Brother exclusive embroidery designs of 405, built-in embroidery lettering fonts of 20 sizes. Has the built-in alphabet designs, the floral, applique, the Greek, the vine, the classic. So it has, built-in frame designs of 10 shapes and 14 stitches. So it has so many things. It has the USB port that you can, import designs in it. And again, there's so many features on this. If y'all want to look this over, right now you can go to smplive.tv, and Kyle has that persona right on there. You can click it, takes you right to the product page. You can read all the different things about the persona if you want some information. We also have live chat agents that are on our website right now that can answer questions for you. And then we also have live chat. Deb and her team are on the chat for YouTube and Facebook, and they can actually answer questions there for you as well about it. But if you have questions, just give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have any questions or want to place an order. And then again, guys, if you're calling in, those phones are busy today. Kyle is going to be putting that Google Sheets link up in the chat. And all you have to do is hit that link and it opens it up. You just put your name, phone number, and the machine you're inquiring about, and it gets updated real time in the call center, and they'll give you a call back. So again, guys, that is the PRS 100 by Brother, a single needle machine. We have a great special on today. You're getting that cap driver and the frame set with it. If you buy it right now, you're going to get that all thrown in absolutely free. And then we do have some financing, options available. 0% interest. Give us a call if you want to find out about that. All right, so let's keep going. We're going to keep moving on. Our first one is in the bank, and we're going to keep moving on. So let's bring Jane right back to the show.
Hey there, Blaine. That's so exciting. I love Cindy.
Hey, and again, we've got one down and 30 more to go, Jane. So this is going to go down pretty quick. I'm telling you, it's so crazy how fast this goes by. But hey, great product from Brother. I'm super excited. But next up, we got another one of my favorite products as well. And I know you've had your eye on this machine for quite a while.
I mean, since it came out, I love this machine, Blaine. I think this is it. I'm pulling the trigger. I have to, because I know that you're going to have special deals on it.
Yes, I've got a great call-in special on this today. And this is one of those items. The price is so good, Jane, I can't even say it on air because it breaks all the manufacturer's rules. But you have to call in to get the special Countdown to Christmas price on it. And, this is our third annual Countdown to Christmas. So the prices are really good this year. And the call-in specials are just fantastic. So, again, if y'all have been interested in one of these machines, get on the phone and make that call and pull the trigger today.
Yeah, Cynthia, I got you. Jane, get the machine. You know what, Blaine, if everybody could just text in, my husband's watching, and he's like, calls me, he goes, hey, do you see all the comments? Just comment Kurt with a K. Kurt, buy her the machine, Kurt.
Yes.
Maybe that'll help, right?
Kurt, I'm telling you right now, buy Jane this machine. Give me a call. Give me your credit card. I'll take care of it.
You're going to make it happen. No, this is one of my favorite machines. And this presenter is one of my favorite people, everybody. She is a Brother educator. But before that, she studied at FIT in Manhattan. She is a designer living in Brooklyn, and she is the owner of SAV NYC. She practices slow fashion, sustainable fashion. We love her. It is Sarah Vetzer. She's here to talk to us about the Brother PR680W. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Jane. Looking great today.
Thank you.
I'm good.
In your world?
Everything is good. I'm in my holiday pajamas. Let it snow. So we're festive today.
As everybody, I know the crew is in their flannels. You're in the pajamas. It's like the perfect Monday. Hang out, watch Countdown to Christmas in your PJs all cozy. I love it, Sarah. Before we dive into this machine, because I love this machine. I love this machine. I want everyone to love it too. tell me this, when is it too late to make somebody a Christmas gift?
Oh my gosh. Well, if you have one of these babies, you can make the Christmas gift 10 minutes before you hand it to them.
And that is why I asked you the question, because that's our transition. Sarah,
Yeah.
tell us all about the Brother PR680W.
Absolutely. So if you guys have been tuned in for a minute, you just saw Cindy demonstrate the single needle. This would be the next step up. This is the PR680W. It has 6 needles. And what that means is that it has the same free arm setup. So you can do hats, you can do circular items without having to hoop anything flat. But with 6 needles, the machine will rotate between 6 different thread colors automatically for you. So this is kind of a set it and forget it situation here. And I love that about this machine. As Jane mentioned, I'm a small business owner. I do a lot of embroidered apparel for my business, SAVNYC, and I could not be in business without this machine. I promise you, okay? This makes my life so much easier. It makes beautiful embroideries and stitches out in no time. Stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute. Like I said, the 6 colors. It comes with 100 built-in embroidery designs, tons of fonts, tons of frames, and it has the beautiful 10-inch color LCD touchscreen. We'll get up close and personal with that in a minute, and I'll give you guys a tour. But it makes it so easy to just poke around, have a great time creating your own designs with all those fonts, frames, and included embroidery designs without needing any digitizing software. You can do it right out of the box. And this machine also has a very small footprint. At its widest, it is about 23 inches. It's on my stand right now. I'll tip this down a little bit more. So I live in Brooklyn, New York. I'm in an apartment. This machine being 23 inches is a lifesaver because I can just kind of tuck it away. I have it on the PR stand, so it has wheels, it has tons of storage underneath. I can move it around when I need to. It fits beautifully in my small space. So, and it works as if I run a factory. It's like I run a factory here for 23 inches of space. So it's the best. So let me show you some samples, get you guys inspired. This is a shirt that I embroidered. It says, "I miss my plants." And I used a built-in font for this one. And because of the tubular design on this machine, or the free arm rather, I didn't have to fuss around with laying this shirt flat. I was able to just put the top in my frame, have the rest of the shirt hang down on the bottom, and so easy, hoops in 5 minutes or less. And I'm gonna hoop up a sweatshirt in a little bit so you can see how easy that is. You also have the option of embroidering on sleeves with this machine, and she's going to sleep on us. So that's really fun as well. You can add sleeve designs, you can add embroidery to pant legs. Like I mentioned, you can do hats. I love hats, so I have a lot of fun ones here. This is one of the built-in designs on the machine, cute little sandwich. Then for this one, I combined a built-in design with some text, and I did that all on the machine's screen without any software. Plant care is self-care. And this one as well, I used the monogram font and some decorative flowers to create a really beautiful hat. So whether you're creating these for a small business in your town, maybe a local sandwich shop, you can put the business name, you can put their logo, you can create it for friends and family using monograms, using some of their favorite things. You can embroider flowers, maybe sandwiches are their favorite things. Just really beautiful personalized gifts. And with 1,000 stitches per minute, you could get this done in about 10 minutes. So as Jane was saying, last minute holiday gifts, this is the best. Let's see. It's like your secret weapon that you have, right? Because imagine giving this to someone and you made it 10 minutes before seeing them and handing it to them. Like, that's so cool. It's like you have a superpower. Let's see. I also love doing tote bags on this machine. You don't have to rip open the side seams to hoop it. It hoops right on there. So I have my beautiful little ladybug tote bag. This is another design that I digitized right on the screen. It says "Be kind." I kind of made a little applique there and added a frame around it. And this one's super fun too and very unique. I was able to embroider a pair of fuzzy socks. I'm definitely putting these on after the show, just so everyone knows. So I put my initials on there. I have a star on the other side. Talk about a great holiday gift. You could pick up a pair of socks at your local store, add some initials, 5 minutes, you have a great gift. All right, let's go over to the machine screen. And I'll give you guys a little tour of what's going on here. So this is the home screen. This is what is open when you turn the machine on. So up here you have your embroidery area. And I forgot to show you guys the frames that are included, but I will make sure to circle back at the end and show you those. So the max embroidery area is 8 by 12 inches. Now you have all of your embroidery categories here. So you can press any of them. There are subcategories within each category. Here are our 100 included designs. Lots of fun stuff going on here. So as you're browsing, you can select any of the designs and it will preview it for you in your embroidery area. And it will start giving you information right away. So it gives you the dimensions of the design right here and right here. It also is showing you what frame it will fit in. Right now I have my flash magnetic frame driver on my machine, and the machine recognizes what driver you have loaded currently. So it will preview the frames that fit onto that driver. So if I had my cap frame, my cap driver set, it would only preview the cap frame up here. But because I have the flash magnetic frame driver, it's previewing the two flash magnetic frames. You have the 5x7 and the 4x4. Because of the dimensions of this design, the machine is graying out the 4x4 frame because it won't fit, but it's keeping the 5x7 lit because it will fit very nicely in my 5x7 frame. So the Brother machines really help you along every step of the embroidery process and make it as stress-free as possible. I love that about Brother machines. And this is basically the first example of how they do that, is they're already guiding you towards what frame you need to use and helping you just clearly understand what size the design is. Right here, it's telling you how many thread colors are in there. All right, our frame patterns are in here. There are 10 or 14 different shapes. 10 different shapes, 14 different outline styles within each shape category. You have buttonholes and buttonhole decorations. This is your monogram font section, so you can choose between 3 different monogram layouts, plus there's a whole category of frames that you can use. Then you have your fonts. I believe there are 40 of them. Yep, there are 40 fonts in here, including a couple of, 50 fonts. There's a couple of really small ones that I think are very fun to play with. Sometimes most of the time you have one option for super small fonts, but you have about 6 of them here to play with, so that's really great. Lots of fun fonts in here. So when you select one, it opens up your keyboard. You can start typing, and it previews what you're typing in your embroidery area. And then in here, you have your floral alphabets, your Greek letters, and all that fun stuff. There are some really cool fonts in here. Down below those categories, you have the different options for saving your designs and sharing them. So this machine is wirelessly enabled, which means that you can send and receive designs from your computer. So you would be able to receive those right in the wireless pocket here. And these are all my designs that I've sent and received wirelessly. And then you have 2 USB ports if you're not comfortable using wireless transfer, or if you already have a lot of USBs that contain your designs. You have 2 different ports to load those designs in on, and you can save designs that you've created on your machine to those USB ports. Then your machine category is where you can save any designs you've created right onto your machine. And this is to transfer directly to a connected computer. The wireless capability also means that your machine will alert you when there's a software update. And I love that because it's so important to update your machine, but I often forget to check the website to see when an update is available. So right here, the machine is displaying an exclamation point, and that means that there is an update available, and I can go ahead and tap that and download it to my machine. Alrighty. So I'm going to back out. Let me show you the frames that are included, and then let's do a quick embroidery project. So this is your 8x12 frame, nice and big. You can do a lot of big, beautiful embroideries on there. You also get the 5x7 frame, nice standard size. Most machines have the 5x7, so you will probably be familiar with that size already. And then this is our 4x4 frame. And we have the small 1.5x2" frame. And this would be the one that you would use to do socks, or maybe a small embroidery on a baby onesie. This is a nice tight frame for small projects like that. And like I said, I'm using the PR stand. That's an optional accessory, but I definitely recommend it because it comes with some hooks. So I keep all my frames on the side, and then there's tons more storage underneath. I actually store all my frames for all of my embroidery machines right on this stand. So there's a ton of storage, and it's super, super useful. All right, so what I have planned for us today, I grabbed this sweatshirt. It has a couple of stains on it. And so I want to use embroidery to kind of cover up those stains. You see that stain right there. So I'm going to show you guys, one, how easy it is to hoop this shirt using the free arm layout. So I don't have to force this to lay flat in a hoop. So let me show you how easy that is. All right, so this is my flash magnetic frame. This is another optional accessory that I highly recommend. I use this 90% of the time when I do projects on this machine. So the top lifts up like so, and it has 4 magnets that go around the sides. They snap on like that, and then you press to release and take it off. So right now I just have a piece of stabilizer clipped on there. I'm going to load my sweatshirt in. I'm going to make sure that the stained portion is more towards the middle of my frame. And this is what I love to do for my business, is take these garments that are secondhand, that have these stains on them that maybe people don't want to use anymore. Of course, this sweatshirt has so much more life in it. And I like to use embroidery as a mending technique. So we can cover that stain up with something really beautiful that actually adds value to the sweatshirt, which keeps someone wearing it for a lot longer and keeps it out of landfill. So that's it. I hooped my shirt. I'm going to back out again. So you can see that the whole rest of the shirt is just kind of hanging down here. So we have the free arm is inside here. So the shirt just kind of like hangs around. And you saw how quickly I hooped that in there. I'm just gonna snap my magnets on and I'm ready to go. So imagine, I mean, it's the best. I absolutely love it. So let me snap magnets on. Just like that. And we're ready to go. Okay, so back over on the screen here, I'm gonna pick out a design. I think I'm gonna use this bumblebee design that I saw. Here it is. I'm gonna set it. And it's about 2 inches, so I think that's plenty of space to cover up this small little stain here. Now, once you set a design, you're brought to the editing screen, and this is where all of your editing tools are, and there are a lot of them. So you can go into size, and you can resize the design proportionally, or you can resize it by stitch density. Proportionally, you would be able to size it up or down about 20%. But with the stitch density resize, you can size it up or down a lot more than that. So that gives you more flexibility for resizing. I'm going to leave it where it's at. I am going to use the rotate tool because my sweatshirt is hooped upside down. So I'm going to rotate the bee about 90 or 180 degrees rather. We'll leave it there. And I'm going to use my placement tools on the next screen. I'll show you guys how those are used to make sure that my design is perfectly placed on top of the stained area. You have your mirror tool, blanked on that word for a second. You can mirror the design, you can change the stitch density. This is my thread color palette. You can go in, you can see all of your thread colors. This is a 1-color design, so it's pretty simple. And you can poke around and change those colors, and it will change the design preview on screen for you. Another fun little tip I always like to work into my presentation with the PR680W is in the settings screen, you can go to the embroidery background color, and you can actually change the background of your embroidery area to maybe better match the fabric that you're using. This is kind of a blue-green, but I'm just gonna settle on this blue. So now when you're editing, you can see how well the thread color you might want to use is going to contrast with the color of your project. So I use that all the time. I'm going to go back to my deep gold. I think that gives a nice contrast. You can duplicate, you can actually create an applique. So this will add a border around your design. So it's kind of an instant patch, which is so cool. I love using this. You can select a certain shape, and boom, you have a satin stitch outline. You can stitch that out, add a little glue backing, cut it out, and you have an instant patch. Super fun to play with. All right, so I'm going to press End Edit. Now I'm onto my second editing screen, and this is where we could really play around with placement. So I'm going to use a couple of tools here. Number one is the laser positioning guide. Switch back to the close-up of our frame. So I'm going to use the laser positioning guide. So right now, it might be difficult to see, but there is a red laser on in my hoop. I know it's hard to see, but there's some crosshairs right here, and it's showing me where the center of my design is. So if I drag my design, that crosshair will kind of move. Now it's maybe a little easier to see for you guys. So I can see the general area where it's landing, or I can go into the laser positioning, and I can position based on 9 points around my design. So hopefully not making you guys dizzy, but I want you to see this screen. So I'm switching back once again. So in the alignment tool, you can choose from 9 different points, position points around your design. So I'm going to start from the bottom center of the B. And then when you press next, it's going to ask you, do you want to align from the bottom center out to the right, out to the left, or straight down? I'm going to say straight down because that's just the direction that this stain is going in that I want to cover. When I press next, it's going to move around in my frame. I'll switch back to that in a moment. So I can position that crosshair. This first crosshair is showing the bottom center position. So I'm going to position it kind of above where the stained area is. Then I'm going to press next, and it's going to move straight down to show me where the top center position is. And so I saw that laser move straight across the stained area, so I know that that stitch out is going to go right on top of where I want it to. So I can press set. Now another tool on screen is the trace function. When I press the trace function, the machine again is going to move those crosshair lasers to all 9 points of my stitch out. So it's tracing completely around where my stitch out is going to land on my sweatshirt. And I can visually see exactly where it's going to stitch out. So these are really great placement tools. And another great example of how I use this would be the shirt that I'm wearing today. I use those placement tools to place the text straight across the top of my pocket here. So these are really, really helpful. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stitch this out. Let's get it going. So I'm going to take it down to about 500 stitches per minute. And on this page, you have even more information. So it's showing you how many stitches are in your design. Oh, and I am not on the screen. Sorry about that. There we go. So it's showing you how many colors, how many stitches in the design, and how many minutes it's going to take to stitch out. So at half speed, it's only going to take 3 minutes to stitch this out. So I'm going to lock it in, press start. And there it goes. And of course, it's just mesmerizing to watch it stitch out. It's so fun. So I used a cutaway stabilizer on the bottom here. Normally when I stitch on knits like this, I would spray it with cornstarch the night before, let that dry out, and then I would put a topper as well. That just ensures that none of the fabric is going to stretch during your embroidery. Just for the purposes of our show today, so that there wasn't too much in the way, I did not add a topper. But it seems to be handling the fabric really, really nicely without it. looking so good. We have about a minute left, and then I'm going to pull that out and show you guys how it looks. All right, it's trimming my threads for me. It sings to me when it's done. So I'm just going to release those magnets on my frame. Nice and easy. I had some clips underneath that was holding my stabilizer, so I'm just going to pop those out and then pull it free. And there's my bee. How cute is that? I mean, you cannot even tell that there was a stain there. So we got added value and continued use of this garment. And that is what it's all about. And of course, having this machine made it so fun and easy. There it is again. Let's hold that up. Right in the pocket there. So cute. It's hanging a little bit because my stabilizer is pulling on it. Try and hold this up. There it is. What do we think? Do we love it?
We love it. We love it. We love it, Sarah. It's so great. That it makes you make me want the machine more than I already wanted the machine. So again, that's the PR680W. Sarah, a couple of points here. I love the flexibility in resizing those designs.
Definitely. Yeah, it comes in handy a lot.
It really does, because sometimes you want to go bigger and you're like, oh, it doesn't go bigger. And in my world, it's like go big or go home. So I love that idea. That laser feature was key for you when you were trying to place it in a specific spot around the pocket.
Totally. You might think, oh, I probably won't use that, but you use it way more than you realize you would. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people like the trace function too, because then you could see just how big it's going to be and where it's going to cover.
Exactly.
You just repurposed and gave that sweatshirt a new life. A lot of people might want to throw that away, but this is what you do. It's sustainable fashion. I love it too. So I feel like give those things a new life. And then either keep them in your wardrobe, maybe find something that somebody else is giving away, but upcycle it, turn it into something new to you again.
Totally. We're upcycling it. We're reworking it. Most importantly, we're keeping it out of the garbage.
That's right. We're keeping it out of the garbage. So the demo was fantastic. This machine is great. Can you pick a favorite feature on the machine?
Oh, it's tough. I know.
That's a tough question. I'm sorry.
I think the laser positioning would probably be my favorite. I use it a lot and it makes everything perfect. If I don't mess any of my embroidery placements up, then there's no waste happening. So there we go.
And I love your demo too. Normally I put a topper on as well. You didn't put the topper on just so we could see it, and we'll be clear on that because a lot of times we like it so we don't lose the threads.
Right. Totally.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Well, Sarah, you are the best. Thank you so much for the great explanation, the great demo. I'm going to see you in like a half hour or so, right?
Yep. I'll be back with another embroidery machine.
I love it. All right. Let's tell everybody how they can get their hands on the amazing PR680W. Okay, friends, this is it. This is the 6 needle, 100 included stitches. You get those frames, the 8x12, the 5x7, the 4x4, and the little tiny one to make your socks. That's amazing. We love those socks as a last minute gift. Okay, there's the original price. There's the sale price. Oh, but wait, my friends, you need to call right now for better pricing because Blaine really wants you to own this machine. It's the Brother Entrepreneur PR680W. You got 6 needles. Like Sarah said, it's the set it and forget it machine. You can be making Christmas gifts up to Christmas morning. I love that 10-inch color LCD screen. And of course, that small footprint, 23 inches of space. What is not to love about the PR680W? Got to call now. You see the pricing there, but Blaine loves you and you love Blaine. But call now for better pricing, 800-401-8151. That's 800-401-8151. And if you're like me, do not delay. We love this machine and I want you to have it. So again, call for better pricing, 800-401-8151 for the PR680W. And Sarah Betzer will be back with me in about a half hour or so. And we're going to talk about another brother sewing and embroidery machine. Blaine, what do you think about that?
Hey, Jane. And one of the things y'all keyed on was talking about, that last minute Christmas gift. Something we have forgot to tell everybody. We're having educational sessions every single day this week, and it's all about the last minute Christmas gift ideas. And today we have Ring Wilcoxon's going to be on here at noon Pacific time, 2 p.m. Central time. She's going to teach a 30-minute class on that.
I love it.
And then on Tuesday, we have Carly Bell is going to be on here again at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Central time.
Yep.
And then we're going to move it up 30 minutes. On Wednesday, guess who we have? Chris Talk.
Oh, Chris Talk. Okay, good.
Chris Talk is going to be on, and he's going to be on at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, 1:30 p.m. Central. And then after that, our one of our good friends, Angela Wolf, is going to be on Thursday. She's going to have a class at 11:30 Pacific, 1:30 Central.
Yep.
And then on Friday, it's Joanne Banco, and she's going to be at 11:30 Pacific time, 1:30, Central.
All my faves.
And their topic was, I just told them, I said, guys, here's your topic. The last minute Christmas gifts. Just come up with something that you can teach people how they could do really quick, last minute. And so I'm super excited. I don't even know what they're going to be teaching. So I'm super excited to see what they're going to show us. And it's going to be a lot of fun, but we're having that every single day. We're going to have a 30-minute educational session each and every day.
I love it. And as a creator, and I'm sure so many people, you said last minute Christmas items. A lot of times I'm literally, it's Christmas morning, we open presents before we go to the party. I'm sewing something. I go in the room, I start sewing something because I want to bring him something handmade in addition to all the other things we're bringing. But we all thought about something. What is our go-to last minute Christmas item or gift? And of course, I was thinking of the same thing. So I'm so excited to see our friends show us what they're making and get a little inspiration in those classes, Blaine.
Me too. It's going to be fun. And, everybody loves the teachers we have, and especially, Chris Talk, they absolutely loved when he was on it in SewFest. And he was all excited about coming on. So we're excited for Chris to be back. And and everybody loves Joanne and Angela, and then Carly Bell is so talented.
Amazing.
And then today, Ring Wilcoxon. I mean, what can you say about Ring? There's no telling what Ring's going to have today, and
we know it's going to be great. We know it's going to be great.
Yes, it's going to be awesome. So, but anyway, hey, let's continue this party, and Jane, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. But hey, next up, guys, we're going to bring Heather Banks to the show, and we're going to talk all about that ScanNCut, because guess what? That ScanNCut, you can use it for so many things for Christmas. And today, she's going to talk all about that. We got a great special. Matter of fact, we got specials on 2 different ScanNCuts we're going to talk about, but she's only going to show you one. So, hey, let's bring Heather to the show. Welcome to the show, Heather.
Hi, Blaine. I dressed up.
Love your little headdress,
My
whatever you call that.
My headband, my festive headband.
You're fitting right in. I love your Christmas decor. It looks awesome. So, hey, we're going to let you get started, and then I'll come back here at the end, and we'll tell everybody how they can get this.
Sounds great. Hi, everyone. I am Heather, and I'm so glad to be back. We are talking about the ScanNCut SDX 325 today, and this is one of Brother's 2 top-of-the-line ScanNCuts. So right here on Sewing Machines Plus, you are getting one of the top-of-the-line ScanNCuts. I just heard Jane and Blaine talking about Christmas gift ideas, and I have some ScanNCut Christmas gift ideas for you that I thought I would start with and show you. I'm going to tell you what comes with the ScanNCut. I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. So let's do that right now. I'm going to change a little camera position here, and we're going to head over to my overhead space so that very briefly I can show you what it is you can do with the ScanNCut. Everything you see here was created or cut or drawn with the ScanNCut, and there's a lot, okay? So when we're talking whether you are a sewer or an embroiderer, let's start there. Let's say you are a machine embroiderer, then you may be familiar with machine applique. And this would be a finished machine applique design. It's got all of the stitches, it's all done. Here's how it starts, where you need a placement stitch for your fabric. And using the ScanNCut, you can cut out your fabric for your embroidery designs, because the ScanNCut 325 will read your embroidery designs. You just plug it in, your USB into the ScanNCut, it pops up, no conversion, and you can cut out your fabric applique. It also is a wonderful paper crafting, but it has a scanner. So I took my flower and I scanned it into the ScanNCut, and it was able to recognize the outline of my shape. So if you need to cut things, especially intricate things, this is more accurate than cutting by hand, and it's faster. So keep that in mind with your ScanNCut. Here is an adorable purse, right? I mean, we're talking last minute Christmas gifts, or honestly, for yourself. This is a faux leather and this is cotton fabric. I cut the entire thing out on the ScanNCut. Now, we were fortunate that Crafted by Leanne let us talk about her pattern today. Here is an example of using the scanner. I took the pattern, I traced it on some tracing paper, and these particular shapes are these pieces you see right here, scanned it into the machine. Now you can either cut the pieces out directly on the ScanNCut, or you can cut plastic templates on the ScanNCut if you choose to trace. So this is a placemat, guys, just a placemat. And I cut it out on the ScanNCut using the scanner and created an adorable purse. Hey, if you want to cut foam, this is foam. If you want to cut real leather, this is real leather. If you want to cut cork, this is cork. If you want to cut vinyl, look at the intricacy of this shape that I cut with the ScanNCut. And you can see it has that fibery back. This is marine vinyl. It cuts heat transfer vinyl. So this is heat transfer vinyl. Here is an example of where I used heat transfer vinyl to cut with my ScanNCut. This Christmas tree is from the new Artspira app that lets you send designs wirelessly. And both of these are built into the ScanNCut because it has more than 1,300 shapes built in. Now, if you like to cut key fobs or what's this called? The hand sanitizer holders, things like that, you can put this down on your ScanNCut, and after you've stitched it, and it will cut around your shape. And then, of course, I can't leave out that it comes with 140, just like this one, this Sunbonnet Sue, built-in quilt blocks. And you can cut these and make these on your ScanNCut in addition to drawing your seam allowances. So there's just so much you can do. Let's head over to the ScanNCut so you can see exactly what it comes with. Oh, wrong screen. I'm almost there. There we go. All right. So here we are in our ScanNCut, the 325. What comes with it? All right. It comes with 2 different blades. It comes with a thin fabric auto blade, and it comes with the standard blade. Now, the great thing about the Brother blades, and I know I've said this many times if you haven't heard me before, is that the blades are auto because they automatically sense the thickness of whatever you have on your mat and then cut up to 3 millimeters, which is about 1/8 of an inch. So it will automatically do that for you, which is just one of the most amazing things about this machine, that it has these auto blades. If you want additional blades, you can purchase the vinyl auto blade. see how it has this blue top and it cuts intricate vinyl blade designs. And this is Brother's new rotary blade. And the rotary blade is really exciting because it's wonderful not only for fabric, sorry, I had to walk in front, not only for fabric, but it also cuts really intricate things like this lace. You can see I cut an intricate snow flake with the vinyl blade. It cuts wool, etc. So the vinyl blade and the rotary blade do not come with this machine, but you can purchase these if you have a ScanNCut DX machine separately. So let's set that aside. I am going to show you the two mats that you get. You get the standard mat and the fabric mat. And we're going to go ahead and use the fabric mat right now. I'm going to set this down, pull that off. Now the fabric mat is special because it has been coated, I guess maybe is the word, with a very, very sticky adhesive. When you use this mat, you can place fabric on its own. There's nothing on the back. This is just cotton fabric. Now I have stiffened it. If you want to put some kind of starch product in it, because this mat is so sticky that you could end up, your fabric pieces will shred when they come off because it's so sticky. But with some starch, no issues. All right, I'm going to load this into the machine. It has a very simple load mat button. And then I'm going to show you the blade we'll use. Today we'll use the thin fabric auto blade, which is designed for cotton. Drops in over here on the side, and then you just push this lever down. So this lever comes down like that. Perfect. Now let me go to the screen and show you how that works. So here we are at the screen. I'm going to go to pattern, and I'm going to go to, let's go to the Christmas area. And I'm going to show you how to cut the wreath. Now, like I said, there's over 1,300 designs built into this machine. I can either put just the wreath, just the bow, or both designs on the mat. I'm going to put both. I'll ungroup them, set them on the mat, and then I will be able to drag the shape anywhere I want on the mat. This is a 12-inch by 12-inch mat. Now, what makes the ScanNCut so special is the background scan, and I'm going to press start and back this up so you can see. So the built-in scanner is actually a 900 DPI scanner. It's incredibly detailed, high quality scanner. Excuse me. With this, you could even scan office documents. It's that good. But let me come back to the screen. And now you can see in the background, here is our fabric. So what does this mean? I can cut small little pieces of fabric exactly the size I need. I don't have to tell a computer where I'm putting it. I don't have to tell the computer which blade I'm using or what I'm cutting. It's that easy. Save your scraps. You can use them all with the ScanNCut. So we're going to press cut. Now we're going to press start, and I am going to back this up so that you can watch it cut. We'll press start. There we go. So pretty awesome. I did see somebody saying, about the blades and how long they last. They last a long time, guys. Like anything, it's going to depend on how much you use it, but I go months and months and months with the same blade. So I don't want you to think that they're gone in a week. For the most part, again, it depends on how often you use them, what you're cutting, but this fabric blade will last me a very long time, as will the mat. Please keep in mind, though, that the mat and the blade that's inside of here are consumables, and you will need to replace those at some time. All right, we're going to pop the mat out, and we are going to peel this fabric back. And voila, that's so beautiful. This is my favorite part. I say peel and reveal. I love to do it on camera so everyone can see. Now I'm going to use my weeding tool to find the center because I can't see it, and we'll pull that out. And now I have two perfect pieces of fabric for my my wreath. As I said, because I starched it, when it comes up, I don't get that shredding of my fabric. And you can see, because this mat is just so sticky, sorry, I put that back. My fabric didn't even think about moving while I was cutting it. So here we go. Set that aside. Oops, where's my wreath? There it is. And I am ready to do whatever I want with this really adorable wreath. 1,300 designs built in. It's pretty awesome. Okay, let me move this out of the way and show you something else. Let me see here. I'm going to go directly to key fobs. So if you like to make key fobs, here's one that I already cut on the ScanNCut. It's 2 layers of marine vinyl, and there is a layer of tearaway in there. This is just ready. It needs its snap. So here is one that I've already cut out. And I see somebody said, yay, key fobs. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that back so you can see this is marine vinyl. I'm not doing anything tricky here. This is just 2 layers as I cut it out on the machine. Now I am going to grab my standard mat, and I am going to, now could I use my fabric mat? I could, because this will not stick to my fabric mat. I would never want to use paper on my fabric mat because, oh goodness, that would be tough to get off. But notice how my back layer is sticking to the mat, but my top layer isn't. All I'm going to do is take a couple pieces of medical tape. You could use washi tape. And the only reason I'm doing this is I don't want these extra layers to pop up under the scanner. So I put a couple pieces of tape there. Now I'm going to put this into the machine, press, oops, we're all done there. Let me go to home. Going to press the load button. Okay, we got that in there. Now what I'll do is go to the screen. All right, this time we are going to use the scan option. So I'll press scan. We are going to use direct cut. We're cutting out what's on the mat. So I'll press direct cut, and I'm going to be using my ScanNCut to get the item. Now I have placed it in full color mode. That's black and white or color. We're going to use color. And then I'm going to press start for it to start scanning. Now this machine is smart, and it's asking me, it's saying you're going to want to probably put this on level 2. I already did. It's on the side of the machine. So we'll press start. Let me back it up and give it a second to scan in. Now I'm going to take out the fabric blade, and I'm going to put in the standard blade. You really use the standard blade for cutting most things. So there we go. As long as this isn't more than 3 millimeters or about 1/8 of an inch, it will scan in. So now I'm just going to, it doesn't need to look at the whole screen. So I'm just going to kind of crop it a little bit just so that it knows what it's looking for. Okay, good enough. Press OK. Give it a second to recognize. And it should come up with an outline just around the stitch lines. And it did. Now, as you know, if I were to cut it right now, it's going to cut it on the stitch lines, and I don't want that. So I'm going to say, okay. Now, notice this magical button right here. It is an offset. If I press offset, hopefully you can see that this black line is moving away from my stitch line. I can move this away as far as I want, but we're just going to go, I'm going to go, so that was normal, probably just going to go a couple clicks, 0.08. That should be fine. Press OK. I know you probably can't see, but I can see that it is no longer on the stitch line. So press OK. And now we're just going to cut. That was it. You could do a sheet of these. You don't have to do them one at a time. But I'm going to go ahead and press start, back up the machine so you can see it cutting. And yes, if you guys didn't catch any of this, of course, Blaine and Sewing Machine Plus keep these up on their YouTube channel and their Facebook page, and you can come back and watch these again. All right, so it did one time around. It will decide on its own how many times it needs to go around because it cuts 1 millimeter at a time. So we're going to let it keep going around. I probably should have put another piece of tape here. I just don't want it moving around the top layer, but it's looking good. So it's going around the 3rd time. We'll see if that works for it. Looks pretty good to me. All right. That looks Good. I'm going to go ahead and stop it because I think, for time's sake, that it cut through. It's a very smart machine. It knows what it's doing, so let it do its thing. But I think I'm going to double check. Oh, nope. I think I need to trust the machine. So I'm going to let it keep going. It knows. So we're going to let it go again. Let it finish its cutting. And like I said, I cut this one before we came on. I wanted you to see the accuracy. And it's a very smooth cut. And if you're like me and you try to cut these out, a lot of times it's very jagged and it doesn't work so good. And that is always a concern for me. So let me peel off the top layer so you can see the top layer worked fine. And then peel off the second layer. There's the second layer. And there's my perfectly cut key fob. So if this is something you love, definitely know you can do it with your ScanNCut. All right, I got something else to show you before we move on. So so that we can move on. Let's go back to the main screen. I'm going to go to the home screen. And this time I'm going to push retrieve data. Now, this is what you would push to retrieve something that you sent wirelessly from the ArtSpirit app. This is where you would get from the USB drive. Here's where you would get something from Canvas Workspace. I am going to press the USB and I am going to look for a design that I saved, an embroidery design. Sorry, I knew where I was going with that. So here is, let's use, which one did I use before? I want to use, you know what? I think I may have put it, well, let me go back. Trying to look at this from the side and not block your camera view. Well, any of them will work. So let's go ahead and use this one. Okay, so here you can see this is a red work design. This is an embroidery design, and I can show you what it looks like stitched out. I have it next to me. So this is what it looks like stitched out on a towel. So this is the embroidery design, but I can also draw this. So I can press the flower key, press OK, and then I can choose the stitches option, press OK, and set this on the mat. And now what I have is that design that can be used in any way that I want. I can make it as large as the mat. I can draw it out. And so in addition to stitching your embroidery designs, the ScanNCut can also allow you to do things like drawing or foiling them. So here you can see I could draw this out at 11.5 inches. Here is an example of one that I drew, and I actually did do it at 11.5 inches. This is just a red work design. And so you could take your embroidery designs and turn them into cards, into paper. So even if you didn't have an embroidery machine, you could still use a Brother embroidery file and turn it into a drawing. And you can do that with the included pen holder. So you do get a pen holder and water erasable pens. So hopefully I'm giving you some ideas of things you could cut. Now, additionally, over on the other side, let me pull out. I can cut heat transfer vinyl, but what I do want to show you is an example of how this machine fussy cuts. So here I had a piece of cotton fabric, and notice all of the many holes that are in that cotton fabric, because this machine will recognize, just like it did with the key fob, and you can cut out all of these chickens. And I wanted you to see the clarity with the ability it has to get right down into the details on the fabric. So we went from something that looked like this, and you can see how it cut it out perfectly. So the high resolution scanner really does a great job cutting. I think I am almost at the end time where I need to send it back to Blaine. I think before I do, I'm going to show you a couple more things that are really quick. And that means I want to come back here This, like I said, is a top of the line ScanNCut. So if you have a luminaire or a stellaire, you can send designs. This is a ScanNCut design, and it's the same design that's here. These ScanNCut designs can be sent wirelessly to your stellaire or your luminaire, and you can convert them into embroidery designs. We decided to turn these into applique. Cindy Hogan and I made this when we were at a show. All three of these were embroidery designs, and we sent them to the luminaire and turned them into applique designs. So think about the personalization you can do. For instance, on this zipper bag, this is just a shape that's built into either the ScanNCut or the embroidery machine. Send this over, use a couple of your built-in fonts, and you didn't even have to pay for a digitized design. It did all the digitizing for you. With Brother's new Art Spirit app, and I'm going to hold this up real quick so you can see where my Christmas tree came from that you see right here. This is Brother's Art Spirit app. If I select cutting designs, get this under the camera, you can see these are all free. Free. All you got to do is download the app to your tablet or smartphone. So let's pick the Christmas tree, and I'll show you how this works. I have registered my ScanNCut. You can choose the machine you want to use here. I've chosen a ScanNCut, and then all I'm going to do is press transfer. And it says data transfer is complete. Let me show you on the screen how fast and easy that is to get. So wrong. There we go. All right. If I go back to the home screen, it just said that it sent that wirelessly. Retrieve data, Art Spirit Cloud. Give it a sec, and there it is. There's my Christmas tree. Now I'm going to go ahead and group it so that I can move it around on the screen without the pieces being individual, but that's it. Now I was able to cut that Christmas tree. And you can do that as well with Brothers Free Art Spirit app. I know I'm out of time, so I've got to send it back to Blaine, and I'll come back on camera. But I hope you've enjoyed seeing so many of the things that you can do with the ScanNCut 325. It really is an amazing deal that he's giving you a top-of-the-line ScanNCut on their special deals. So definitely, if you don't have one, take advantage of that special, especially if you want to pair it with your embroidery machine. You don't need a luminaire or stellaire. You can use this with any of Brother's embroidery machines, and then you will be able to read embroidery files, draw them out. Oh boy, I use my ScanNCut pretty much on a regular basis, as you can imagine. And the gift ideas, they're never ending. And if you are, I think I moved it, but if you are someone who loves to do felt and appliques, consider getting that rotary blade, because you will just be amazed at how well it works. It's fantastic. I can see my Santa head is bobbing.
Well, hey, Heather, that was great. And again, we're going to have you back here in about 30 minutes, and we're going to talk about another Brother machine. But I'm going to tell them right now how they can get this ScanNCut. And again, guys, this is one of those gifts. It's perfect for Christmas. And give us a call right now. It's this is the Brother SDX 325, and you want to call 800-401-8151. Because you have to call to get the special pricing on this. Normal pricing is $6.99. Now, also, I wanted to tell you, we have the one that's above this one that a lot of people are out of stock on. It is the SDX 230DX that has Disney in it. We have some of those in stock, and their normal price is $899. We have a great special on those as well. So give us a call for either one of the ScanNCuts. You can call. Again, we have this SDX 325 and we have the SDX 230DX in stock. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Great pricing on that if you are in the market for a ScanNCut. What a great last-minute Christmas gift this would be. And hey, guys, we're getting these things shipped out. As soon as you order, we're getting them shipped out today. And again, guys, we know the phones are busy. So Kyle's going to be putting in the chat over there to the right of your screen he's going to be putting that Google Sheets link in there. And what that means is if you can't get through on the phones, you can just go click that link. It opens up Google Sheets. You just fill out your name, your phone number, and the item that you're calling about. And what it does, it updates real time in the call center on their screens. And as soon as they get off the phones, they can look at that screen and see the next person they need to call out, and they'll make an outbound call. So if somebody from an 800 number if you've signed up and you're getting a number from an 800 number, make sure you answer the phone. And Nick's team they're all over there raring to go this morning. And Nick is going to be trying his best too to call you directly as well. He's our sales manager over there, so he'll be working the phones as well. So again, we are going to keep moving on, and we'll have Heather back in here in just about 30 minutes. But next up, we got Jane Klaus back in the house.
Hey, Blaine. I had to take my hat off.
Oh, you had to take. I'm not taking mine off because now I'll have Santa hat hair.
I have Miss Santa hat hair, but my hat, I was getting squeezed with I was like, oh, I can't do this anymore. But let me tell you something really funny. So, we're just minding our business, like doing our show, talking about all the fun stuff. And a plumber was over fixing some plumbing. And my husband, Kurt, and the plumber came down and they watched Heather's ScanNCut demo. And the plumber was like, my wife wants to buy another machine. And he said, I think I'm going to buy the ScanNCut. Sorry, that was the other machine. And I said, well, watch this demo. Call right now. So we're like, it's like happening here in the studio.
It's so funny. Last night, Michelle and I went to a Christmas party to one of our next door neighbors. And we were over there and this guy, came up and started talking to me. And he asked me what I did. And I told him I sell sewing machines. And he's like, really? He goes, oh, my wife's a quilter and I want to get her something. So then he introduced me to his wife, and she's all about quilting, and we talked a little bit about that. So it was pretty good. So anyway, you never know who is a quilter, sewer, or crafts person. And
it's
you
crazy.
meet people like that, and now we've got everything for everybody.
I told him, I go online right now. I'm like, there's gonna be special pricing. I mean, we were backstage. He's watching Heather. He's looking at the price. He goes like, "What's it gonna be?" And I'm like, "You got to call." So I'm like doing the show here. Well,
we got both ScanNCuts too. We got the the older one. That's the two. They got a brand new. It's a 330, but we have that 230DX still in stock. We bought a ton of them when they were available, and because we knew everybody else in the country wouldn't have them. And so we've got those. And so if anybody wants that upper, the higher end one that's got the Disney on it, we have those so they can call us. And we've got specials on both models of them. And so what a great Christmas present to give. Matter of fact, I know through the years I've gotten some of my family members a ScanNCut before because they're just so versatile, things you can do with them.
Well, absolutely. And whether you're a quilter, you do fabric or paper, and the gentleman that was just here, his wife works with special needs kids at a high school, and she does a lot of paper crafting, and she makes cards and sells cards, and was looking for the next thing so she wasn't fussy cutting. And I'm like, well, let me tell you what I've got for you. So again, great gifts. And if that's what you're asking for, it can get so many things done. Especially, I love the Disney one.
Yeah, it's I really like that one as well. And they've come so far with the ScanNCuts of what you can do with them now. And with all they have the the roll feeder, you can cut up to 6 feet of vinyl in one cutting, so you can make banners and different things. And it's just incredible. And then Heather showed that feature where if you had a drawing, you can actually scan that in.
I love it.
And then you can make it cut
I love it.
the colored part of it out. It's just people that use it for making Christmas cards or just making cards in general. With the card stock, it does really well. And then Heather's a big quilter, so she uses it to cut fabric, to make quilt blocks and things. So the days of having to cut things out manually are over with, especially if you're a quilter.
Yeah.
You can cut all your fabric out just electronically.
And it saves on time too. So if you're, whether you're making something to sell or you're making a bunch of things to give away, you want to make sure that process goes quicker and faster. And by the way, I love the roll feeder accessory. I don't know if you can see behind me, but I've got this Believe banner that I did on the roll feeder. So I just love it. I could, again, doing the show, Blaine, just makes me want to go make something.
I know. Well, hey, we're going to let you get going.
Okay,
I know you've got Sarah coming back in with another great Brother product.
Okay, so today we are going to be talking about the Brother NQ 1700E. It is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. And We had Sarah Vetzer on just a little bit ago, and she's coming back. But by the way, Sarah had a combo machine before she even started embroidering, and then she learned how to embroider. And by the way, just like the rest of us, oh, she was hooked. So again, Sarah is the owner of SAV NYC. She is into sustainable fashion, as you saw in her earlier demo, adding the embroidery to the sweatshirt with a stain. And she's going to be here talking to us about this amazing machine. Let's bring back Sarah Vetzer. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Jane.
Sarah, I'm so excited when you're here. And did I mention that she's a brother educator as well? So when I have questions, I call Sarah. Actually, I call all of them. I just have to even it out so they all get tired of me calling. Sarah, we talked about your sustainable fashion.
Yes.
What is the one thing that we can all do to practice sustainability when it comes to our craft?
To our craft, I would say to just make use of as much as you can. Like, don't let a lot go to waste. And that's one of the things I love about the Brother products. And we were just you were talking about the ScanNCut. I can use all my little scraps of fabric and paper and everything, scan it in, and make sure that my design is getting cut right in the scrap area. So Brother products make it really easy to create less waste.
Really easy to create less waste, and we love that. So Sarah, today we're talking about the sewing and embroidery combo machine, the NQ1700E. Is it true that you had a sewing and embroidery combo before you even embroidered?
That's true. Yes. And I only use the sewing features. Like many people, I was a little scared of the embroidery side, but once I figured it out, like you said, I was totally hooked.
All right, so tell us why we should all be hooked on this wonderful machine by Brother, the NQ1700E.
Yes, absolutely. So this is actually an embroidery only model. So if you do have a combo machine and you love embroidery, this is a really great addition to your current machine lineup, to your current studio. Because like I said, once you get hooked, you are going to want to have 4 embroidery machines going at once, not just one. It's not going to be enough anymore. So I love having this embroidery only model just to get extra embroidery done on the side. Maybe I'm stitching on one machine. Maybe both of them are embroidering at the same time. But this is a great addition to your current craft room. If you are an expert embroiderer, you will love this machine. As an addition or as an on-the-go embroidery machine. If you're a beginner or you're thinking about getting a gift for a beginner, this is an awesome beginner embroidery machine. It's so easy to use, but it also has tons of high-end features that make it easy and fun to use. So we are going to get into it. I'm going to do a quick demo. I'm going to give you a tour of the screen. But let me start with showing you the hoops that are included. So you get 2 hoops included with the NQ1700E. You get your 5x7 hoop, pretty standard size, nice for a wide range of projects. And you get the super impressive 6x10 frame. 6x10 is the max embroidery area for this machine, but I love showing this frame because it's like the size of the machine. It's so impressive that this compact embroidery machine can stitch out 6x10. To further illustrate how, place those down for a second, how big that embroidery area is, I have this jacket sample that I love to show. I embroidered this using my 6x10 frame. It is a beautiful full jacket back here, and this machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So I had this done in an hour. All right, so we took this plain denim jacket from regular to spectacular. And this is one of the built-in designs in the machine. It's a beautiful zebra jungle design. There's a bunch of different like jungle animal designs built in. You get 258 built-in designs. So right out of the box, you have 258 embroidery designs to play around with, to start using right on your touchscreen here on the machine. It's a blast. One of the other included designs is this llama here. I always show this sample, so if you've seen my demo of the NQ1700E, I hope you're not bored of seeing these samples. But I just love this towel. These llamas are one of the included designs, and then I used one of the 13 fonts that Sheen has to add a little pun underneath, no problem, to a nice tea towel there. And again, 850 stitches per minute, so this was done in half an hour, right? The machine also has color sort. I like to touch on that when I use this sample. What color sort does is it eliminates unnecessary thread changes when you're stitching out a design. So when I picked the llama design, I made note of this like blue purple color here, and I made sure to set my text to be the same color. Then I used the color sort function. So the machine, when it stitched out this blue purple color in the llama design, it also stitched out my text at the same time. That way I didn't have to change the thread an extra time at the end to stitch out the text. It groups it together for you. It eliminates extra thread changes. It makes your stitch out go even faster, and it makes your life easier. So what could be better than that, right? Like I said, 13 fonts. So this is another one of the fonts built in. I stitched this out the pandemic. Comes in handy for a little reminder. And I was able to make that exclamation point at the end bigger than the rest of my text. Really give it a punch in there, like, wash your hands. Okay, there's lots of fun text editing features to play with. This is another sample that I love to show. Somebody Loves You on a little lovey. And this is a really thick plush fabric stitched out beautifully on my machine. I was able to arc the text, change loves to be script and to be in pink while the other text was in gray. I added that bow and I used color sort to make sure that my bow in gray stitched out at the same time as my text. So I only had about 3 color changes for this stitch out. This machine also has a wireless capability. So that means a couple of different things. If you were watching my demo before with the 6 needle, I mentioned that wireless capability means that your machine will notify you when you need a software update. And that is super helpful because let's be honest, we always forget to check for software updates online. Now, if your machine is connected to your wireless network, it will notify you with a little exclamation point saying, hey, Sarah, it's time to update your machine. And I can go on to Brother Solution Center, download the update, and keep my machine running smoothly. The other thing that it means is that we can transfer designs wirelessly from our computer to our machine. So I like to use Design Database Transfer to do just that. And that is the Brother free-to-use software. You can download it on your PC computer. And it basically accesses all the designs that you have on your machine, all your embroidery designs that you have on your computer, rather. And it allows you to send them back and forth to your connected embroidery machines. This machine does not have Disney included, but you can go to iBroidery.com to get Marvel, Disney, Star Wars designs. You can transfer them to this machine and stitch them out. So that's what I did to make this little patch here. This is a little Marvel Black Widow. And I purchased her on iBroidery.com, sent it over to my machine wirelessly using Design Database Transfer. And then I just added some glue to the back. And now I have a beautiful iron-on patch. It will look cute on a hat or a backpack. These are really fun to make and great gifts. Okay. This is an optional accessory with the machine, and I have our little demo hooped up in here and ready to go. But I wanted to show you guys, this is the flat magnetic frame. You can see how thin this frame is. It is truly very flat. It has 6 magnets. They're very strong, so I'm going to hold this up with one hand so you can see my project is not shifting inside. But at the same time, they're very easy to pop on and off. So this frame is optional. It's 5x7. It's a flat magnetic frame. I love having this with this machine. I was able to hoop this fluffy bunny with 2 layers of stabilizer in here. The head kind of gets in the way of things, but it was not an issue with this frame because of those super strong magnets. So I love having this little tool in my corner. All right. Let's take a look at this beautiful machine. Actually, I'll just mention really quickly that this weighs less than 20 pounds. So I mentioned that it's a great travel machine, a great addition to your sewing room. When I'm not using it, which is not that often, I can easily store it away on a shelf. It's nice and compact, lightweight, easy to carry around, move around. So I love that about this machine too. Okay, so this is our home screen that you see when you turn the machine on. And this is where you can access those embroidery designs. Again, there's 258 built-in designs, so just out of the box. And then using that wireless capability, you're able to transfer tons of designs over to this machine. If you're not comfortable with the wireless, by the way, there is a USB port, so you can still use USB to transfer your designs with this machine. So I'm going to start poking around here. These are our design categories. We have buttonholes, buttonhole decorations. We have 18 pages here of seasonal designs. Super fun. As you press on them, they start to preview in your embroidery area here. Again, I have a 6x10 max embroidery area, and right now my machine is previewing the full 6x10 space. And as you're previewing them, it shows you, the dimensions in the corner, and it also shows you the different frames that you would be able to use with the selected design. So because this is over 5 inches, it's telling me that you can only use the 6x10 frame to stitch this out at this size. And that's why all of my other frames are grayed out at the moment. At any point in time, you can press this preview button here in the corner, and it gives you a beautiful big view of the design. And if you had a smaller design, see this one will fit, this one will fit into several different frames. When you go to that preview, you can preview it inside of the different frames to get a better idea of how that will look with the frame that you plan to use. Super helpful tool. The crown category has all of our newer designs on here. So there were 60, let me make sure that's right. Yep, there were 60 new embroidery designs added from the previous NQ model. That was the NQ 1600. So this one has 60 new designs and a couple of new fonts as well. Here's my zebra design that I stitched out on the back of my jacket. We also have our llamas in here. So cute. Going back to my home screen, we have more designs in here, another 14 pages. So I'm just using the arrows on the front of my machine to scroll through those different pages. We have our floral alphabets. There are 2 to choose from. So you can select those and browse through the different letters. And then you have 13 fonts. I'm going to use some of these fonts for a demo in a moment. So we'll get back to those. And these are our frame patterns. You can choose from any of these shapes, and then you have 14 different patterns to choose from. This makes it super easy to make a fancy little design in a pinch. I love using these frame shapes. All right, so my memory pocket down here is where I'm going to be able to access any designs that I either save to my machine, have on a USB that's plugged in, or transfer wirelessly from my computer. And this is my wireless symbol. So it's blue, which means that I am connected to the internet. And that little exclamation point down there is telling me that it is time for an update. So I know that I need to go to Brother Solution Center, download the update for this machine, and load it in. I'm also going to give you a quick preview of the settings. So that's this button right here. In the settings, I'm able to turn on or off embroidery frame identification view. So right now it's off. But let's say I knew that I wanted to stitch out a project in my 5x7 magnetic frame. I just bought it. I'm excited to use it. So I'm going to set 5x7 up here as my frame size. I'm going to turn my embroidery frame identification view on. Press OK. Now when I'm browsing my designs, any design that would not fit in my 5x7 frame is going to be grayed out. So these are some of the things that I love to show in reference to maybe a beginner using this machine. There are all these tools that help you to use it properly and eliminate unnecessary frustrations when you're stitching out projects. This is one of those tools, I think. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my fonts. So what I want to demo today, I'm going to take this sweatshirt that I was just working on the 6th needle. I embroidered a bee on it. I'm going to add some text going right along the top of the pocket here. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to browse my fonts. And let's choose this one. I'm going to type out Be Happy. So when you select a font, your keyboard shows up here. When you start typing, a bunch of different tools kind of activate on the screen. So down here, you can toggle between large, medium, and small font. I think I'm going to start with small, and then I can always make it bigger from there. Again, it's showing you what frames you can fit your text in and what the dimensions are. So I'm using the arrows on the front of the machine to scroll through. First, it gives you all the uppercase, then the lowercase, and at the very end is your space bar. So I have my Be Happy. And you can see as I'm typing, the dimensions are changing, the frames are changing. I can use that preview button to preview my text. I think that's looking good. I can preview it inside my 5x7 frame. You can also use this enter button to enter multiple lines of text at once. And this check tool allows you to look at all of the lines of text at one time. So if you were to be typing multiple lines, you would only see one line at a time up here. But using that check tool, you'd be able to check whatever you've previously typed in this box. You have tabs at the top for your numbers and symbols. Can't talk today, I guess. And special characters. Lots to play with there. Okay, so I have Be Happy in here. Once I press set, it brings me to my editing screen. And I'm able to use all of these great tools to edit my text or my designs. If I wanted to add another element, I can go down here, I can press add. It brings me back to my home screen. So let's say I want to add a frame around this. I can grab a frame, and you can see it's previewing the Be Happy with the frame around it for me. For this project, I'm not going to add a frame, so I can just go ahead and press delete. The move tool allows me to move this around my screen. We have resizing tools, we have rotating tools, and we have a whole sub menu of font editing tools. So this is how you can change the spacing of your letters, you can curve the text, you can change the different fonts, so on and so on. Tons and tons to play with. For now, I'm going to go into my color palette, and I'm going to change this to a nice yellow color. This was a tip that I showed on the other machine, but you can do it here as well. You can go into your settings and you can change the background color of your preview area. So I'm going to change it to blue. And that way it's nice and easy to see how your thread is going to contrast on your actual fabric. So I'm going to end edit, and this brings me to my second editing screen. before we do anything there, I'm going to thread this up. Switch my view here. So I'm threading the machine up top, and the threading directions are printed right on the screen, so you will never forget how to thread your machine. One of the great features is the advanced needle threading, which is a lever. It's like right on the side here, just off the camera. But once I have my thread all threaded, I press down the lever, and my thread was too short, so let me rethread that really quickly. I press down a lever and it snaps my thread through the needle for me. So no more threading by hand. You can simply, with the press of a lever, thread your needle. I'm going to load my frame in. Another one of the really high-end features that this machine has is auto presser foot down. So when I'm ready to start my stitch out, my start button will turn green, and I can press that without lowering my presser foot. The machine will lower the presser foot for me and start stitching right away. All right, so I'm making sure that my sweatshirt is not getting caught underneath. And we're all hooped up there. And the very last thing I want to show are the incredible positioning features. So I'm going to go into my positioning tool on my screen. I'm going to choose the left-hand side of my text. Actually, I'm going to choose the bottom left because I want it to line up with the top of my pocket. So my needle is holding at the bottom left position of my text. So I can go ahead and use the arrows on my screen to move it over until it's lining up really nicely with my pocket. I can lower my presser foot so I can preview exactly where that text is going to be. And then I can go ahead and switch to the bottom right-hand corner and make sure it's going straight across, and it is. So I'm super happy with that. I'm going to move to the embroidery screen. And like I said, this turned green. My presser foot was down, but I'll show you, I raised the presser foot now, it turned green, and it's ready to start stitching. So I'm going to let it stitch. And it's nice and quiet. Sometimes I question whether it's actually stitching correctly because it's so quiet and smooth when it does stitch. It cuts my jump threads for me. And I know I'm just about out of time, but I'm going to preview or give you guys a look at the screen here because it gives you a bunch of information here as well. It tells you how many stitches there are. It tells you what presser foot to use, how long it's going to take to stitch out, how many colors. And right here, there's a little green crosshair that's kind of moving around as these letters stitch out. So I could see exactly what it's stitching on screen and in person. There's a great plus minus thread tool here, or stitch tool rather. If something were to happen, my thread were to break or anything like that, I can use this tool to jump forward or backwards a certain amount of stitches to get my positioning right and complete my stitch out perfectly. I think we have one or two more letters. So like I said, super intuitive to use this machine. So it is really great for a beginner, someone who wants to just get into embroidery here. This is a great machine to learn with. It makes it easy, it makes it fun, takes a lot of hassle out of the embroidery process. If you're an expert, it's also a great machine to add to your current lineup. It has all of those high-end features that you're used to. We're all done here. So I'm going to take this out. Oh my gosh. Keeping you in suspense. Look at that. Look how perfect that placement is there. Oh my gosh, it goes right across the top of the pocket. So I'm going to throw it back to Jane. I know I'm out of time. She is going to tell you how you can get one of these great machines today.
Sarah, that's amazing. And you make it all look so easy. And we love that embroidery only machine, the NQ1700E by Brother. Sarah, love the machine. Love the demo. I'm going to tell everybody how they can get one. How about that, my friends? Okay, it's the NQ1700E, which means embroidery only machine. How amazing is that to add to your sewing room? I love that. Check out that great sale price there. You're saving over $1,000 on the sale price. Plus, you're getting a free BES Blue software to go with that. That sale price there, $1,899.99. And again, 258 built-in designs with 60 new designs in there, 13 fonts, as well as 140 frame patterns. And don't forget, those llamas are included because we know that Sarah loves the llamas. You've got that advanced needle threading. Maximum embroidery area is a 6x10 area. I love that. And the auto presser foot down is really a great machine to launch your embroidery journey. Or if you are already embroidering, it is a great machine to add to your sewing room. Again, it is the NQ1700E embroidery only. Blaine, I think I need to have this one as well. It's true.
Yeah, that's one of these shows, Jane. It's just going to make your, either credit card bill go up or your wallet get thinner.
It just makes my heart get larger and my creative mind get crazier. And I love the idea of embroidery only because when we're sewing, I don't want to keep switching back and forth. I want to work on this project here. I want to sew over here. I'm going to throw this back on the embroidery machine and work on something. And that is why you need it. So you can multitask. And we love to multitask.
That's a great point, Jane. And two, how many people out there have a great sewing machine already that don't have an embroidery machine? And they're like, I'd like to get an embroidery machine, but they don't want to buy another combo or something. So they're like, I'll just add an embroidery only to the great sewing machine I already have. And then they got two separate machines. Like you said, they could use two different times. So it works out really good.
Yeah. When I was first buying my first embroidery machine, I remember being like challenged. Do I want a combo? Do I want an individual? And it really is, how do you use them? And so really think about how you use them. Now, as I've grown in my embroidery, passion, I now know that I do keep one set to embroidery and I keep a sewing machine set to sewing because I'm always doing like multitasking. So I always say this, friends, and you know this, more is more and less is a bore.
Yes, it is. And hey, speaking of more,
yes,
we have got more from Brother. And guess what, Jane? A brand new product.
Oh, I love this.
Coming up next is the Airflow 3000. It is the air threader serger, the very first one from Brother. And we're super excited to show it today. Hey, and we have our good buddy Heather Banks back to show us or tell us all about it. And so let's bring Heather back to the show. So Heather, we're all excited about this Airflow 3000, and this is the very first air threader from Brother. And I know it's loaded with features. We're going to talk a little bit about those features, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can pre-order it. And I'm going to go through some of the bullet points on some of the features as well, but I'm going to let you take it away.
You bet, Blaine. I'm so excited to talk about this. As you said, this is Brother's first jet air threading serger. So this is going to be fun. I'm going to show you how that jet air threading works, but it doesn't just have that feature, although that in itself is wonderful. Why do we want a jet air threading system? Well, sometimes loopers can be complicated. There's a lot of places to take that thread underneath for your lower and upper loopers. With the Jet Air, you just drop in the thread, it pushes it right out with the thread system. And so you don't have to have that fear of changing out your thread very often. It takes the stress out of all of that. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about, I'll also show you some of the other features that come with it. So there is a 2-thread converter with this Brother serger, which means that you can stitch, of course, the 3 and 4 thread serging overlock, but you can also do a 2-thread overlock. And that's not something every serger has. And it's a very simple technique and easy to use. I'll show you how that works. Additionally, we have 2 switches on the serger. We have a quick switch for disengaging the knife, which comes in very handy, and I'll talk about that. And there is also a quick switch for lowering the stitch finger. So if you like to do rolled hems, there is just a quick switch and you can do a rolled hem, and that could be easily a 2 or 3 thread stitch. So we're talking overlocker, we're talking serger, and we're talking Jet Air. Very exciting. And I am going to switch over the camera so you're not just looking. Oh, by the way, new hat, new for you guys. I'm doing the presents, rocking the presents this time. Okay, let's switch over to the serger. So it's kind of all sprawled out here for you. Let me go ahead and shut it so you can see what it looks like in all its glory here. I'm going to put this in. So here is what it looks like. Now, it does have a lever on the right-hand side for bringing up and down your presser foot. That is here. So you can kind of see that going up and down there. It does come with a trim trap tray that is easily removed so that you can access the inside of the serger, but that's a nice little feature there on the outside. Additionally, it comes with 3 more feet. So it's going to come with a gathering foot. And you can see there, hopefully you can see there's a little hole or a space here. So what you might do, reaching over with the gathering foot, is you can attach a flat piece of fabric to a long piece. This originally was twice as long as you see here. And as you're stitching it on using this foot, you're getting a beautifully sewn, or excuse me, overlocked edge. Then you can trim the fabric at the same time, and it comes out looking just like this. So, I mean, I can see little girls' dresses like crazy with this, and it's a fast and simple process. So that is one of the extra feet you get here, the gathering feet. You also get the piping foot, and the piping foot is also, I should say, I kind of want to say piping / zipper foot. So you do get that foot as well. And you get another foot. And this is the blind hem foot. So you can do a blind hem while at the same time overlocking or finishing off the edge. So it's giving you the double duty. You can trim the edge, overlock, and do a blind hem at the same time. And these 3 feet are all just included. That's just part of the price. And it's such a nice extra bonus in addition to the regular serging foot that you see on the machine. Now, what can you do with a serger? Maybe we should say that a little bit. Sergers are great because they're fast. This serger stitches 1,300 stitches per minute. That is honestly twice as much as many sewing machines. So you're going to be able to do your work fast. It also cuts, trims, and rolls over the edge of the fabric at the same time. Now, this is some performance knit, so it's very, very stretchy, and I've serged the edge, and you can see it lets me really give a lot of stress on this seam without popping or breaking threads. I think for a lot of us who stitch, and I'm just trying to show you, really nice seam, a lot of us who want a serger or have one, we automatically think knits because we love that it trims, we love that it gives us this really nice enclosed seam. And here is just an example because you can pretty much find it on all your clothes. This was a dress I was making some adjustments to. And of course, I think there's not many clothing we can't open and find the serged seam. So if you've been thinking about it, this one it may be time. Now, Blaine mentioned a little while ago that I'm a quilter, and he's right, I am. And here is just a pieced stripped block. So it's just 2.5-inch strips sewn together. Now, we of course do this on our sewing machine all the time, but you may not know that you can do this on your serger. And I have serge seams here. I really have grown to love my serger for quilting. And piecing is more of what I should say. It's really fast. It's not hard to get the right seam allowance, and you can just stack these up. And like I said, since it's so fast, it moves very quickly. And a serger seam is very strong, very well reinforced. It's got a 4-thread, has 2 lines of stitching, plus the looper that are the loopers that go around. And boy, I mean, you can see this is a really well put together. And when we do quilts, one of the things we, of course, want is for it to last. So it's something to think about when you're doing that. So let's keep going and talking about this because it has those features I wanted you to see. I'm going to remove the trim trap. I think it's got a lot of T's in it. And let's look at the airflow or the air jet. So I'm going to go ahead and open the front and open the knife cover. And then I'm going to back up and change the camera view because I think you can maybe see this a little better. So right here we have in the front 2 things. This is not overly complicated, which I love that it's not overly complicated. It has a lever. Right now it's in stitching mode. When I push it down, it's in threading mode, air threading mode. There's a lower looper hole and there's an upper looper hole. And if I push this button, oh, sorry, it's not, I have it not turned on. I got to get myself in the right place. So when I push this down, I'm going to move this the hand wheel to, hear that click into place? So what's happened is the tubes have now connected. Now we're ready to thread. So it wasn't working before because I hadn't put the hand wheel into place. But this is the air threading. Love that sound. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just do the lower looper so you can see. Wish I brought my scissors over, but we're just going to go ahead and tear that. So I'm going to pull this thread. Sorry, I got to get it out. Okay, I'm going to bring this straight down. It's just threaded in place. Now I'm going to leave a long tail, and I'm going to put my thread down into the looper. I know a lot of you have seen this before. I'm just kind of using my finger to gently push it in. Now this is the lower looper, and it's going to just push out with the air. And there it is. So here is that thread now over here, and it's been pushed through all of that tubing inside. Works the same for the upper looper. I have to say this is one of the things that for me made serger such a no-brainer because changing colors can be hard otherwise, and I love that I don't have to do that. Now, one of the other things they did was they included some safety features. Let's just pretend I was done and I wanted to start stitching. If I close this like this, okay, my knife lever in place, and I put this back, I might sit here and go, oh my gosh, what's wrong with what's going on? Okay, so brother made this so that you knew it's not ready to stitch. I must put this back into stitching position, and now I can close it and we're ready to go. So it's got some little features like that built in. One of my favorites. The other thing is unless your presser foot's down, you can't stitch. And on the front of the machine, let me go back here. See how there's this light? There's a little red light right here. Well, the red light is telling me no stitch. You're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to get your fabric under here and it's not going to work. But watch what happens when I lower my foot. The light went away. So it's got this light here that lets you know. Again, this is open. I can't stitch. Red light on. So it's got these little tricks that make you go, okay, I know something's going on. So love that right there. Okay, what kind of stitches can you do? We briefly said you can do 4, 3, 2, and something you might want to do with a 2 is an overlock. And right here is an overlock stitch, and it's such a pretty decorative stitch, or sorry, flat lock. I was saying overlock, but I meant flat lock. So when you stitch this together, you have 2 pieces of fabric, but you can pull this flat and create a pretty decorative flat look on top, and then a pretty straight ladder stitch on the back. And as I mentioned, you can also do rolled hem. So with your 2 or 3 thread, and this made a beautiful rolled hem using variegated thread on this serger. This is another thing you can do because, let me show you why. I can lower my knife lever. My knife is really what I should say. So right here at the bottom, if I'm trying to get my hand out of the way when I do it, if I go from left to right, I've just deactivated my knife. That's it. That's all I have to do. If I deactivate my knife, I can sew things where I don't want it to cut. So for instance, if I take my fabric and I fold it in half and I put this under my serger and stitch, it won't cut the edge, and I can make beautiful pin tucks with just using a 2-thread narrow hem. So, I mean, that's something really easy. And then also, if I were, for instance, doing a blanket and I came around the other side and I don't want to stitch or break off the stitches with the knife, all you got to do is pull it to the right. Now there's another lever right here. Let me switch to here. So there's another lever right here. Now this is the stitch finger lever I was telling you about. So if I push this down, I've deactivated the stitch finger and I can now do a rolled hem. This is nice because in a lot of sergers, in order to get that stitch finger out and do a rolled hem, you actually have to open up the inside, come into here, pull out the stitch finger and set it aside. It has a chance of getting lost. It has a chance of, not knowing how to put it back in. But with this machine, the stitch finger is boom, it's in place, and boom, it's not. So it really, really is very simple. And the other thing that Brother did make sure they included, and that's right here, and that's the 2-thread converter. And I know with the cameras, it's not going to be super easy to see the fine details, but I can push this down and it will deactivate my upper looper. So now that little tiny, there's just a little piece of metal that fits right in the eye of the upper looper. And now I can just stitch with 2 threads. I can stitch with an upper thread and I can stitch with a lower thread. Now this is often found on other sergers. However, it's frequently an independent piece and it's easy to lose. This just, I'm literally, I'm folding it down. Now I can do 2 threads. I'm bringing it up and now I can go back to my 3 or 4 threads. So pretty fantastic, I have to say. All right, tension adjustments, they're all here. This is for width. It allows you to move your seam allowance in or out, closer or farther away from the knife. This allows you to do your stitch length, and this is differential feed. So if you're at all wondering about whether it had differential feed, it absolutely does. Let me come here, show you another option. And that here at the top, trying to keep my arm out of the way, right here, you have a presser foot knob on the top of the machine. And guess what? It has numbers. So this is a really nice thing that Brother has included. A lot of times you will see these without numbers. And once you make adjustments to the presser foot pressure, you're not sure where you started or how far out you have to go. So that's a really, right here, a really nice little extra feature. If you have lots of layers under your presser foot, you can loosen it up. Now, right here in the front, these are your tension dials. They're all set at 4 because in most cases for a balanced stitch, you're going to be just fine with 4. The nice thing about this serger is they all go up all the way to 9. And that's kind of unusual. Not all sergers will go that high. So you do get that tension adjustment here, so you can move back and forth. All right, I'm thinking what else we got here. So we talked about the differential feed, all the feet that come with it. You can use really nice, thick, decorative threads. You could put, for instance, a 12 weight will jet through your loopers, a 30 weight. It just really does so much. You're going to get an accessory box and a soft cover. And the accessory box will come with needles. It'll come with the nets to go over your thread spools. It just uses a regular home sewing machine needle. So you can use an 80 or 90 size needle with that flat back and make it appropriate to your fabric. And so that's very simple as well. I think we've kind of covered most of the features, Blaine, but let me know any questions or something I'm missing. Let me see. It is not a cover stitch machine. It is only a serger. Good question there. But Brother does have a cover stitch machine. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see, put this back up. And somebody was, let's see, I'm looking at your questions. Simple needle choices. Absolutely. I have to say this, I really like a lot. I like that I don't have to reach around to the back because when I'm working in the front of my serger, and by the way, I should show you that this swings open as well. So you have full access to the inside of here. Are there 2 screws for the needle or 1? So there are 2 screws, but they don't fall out. They will stay into place. And your needles are where you kind of expect if you've used a serger before where they're a little bit offset. So one needle farther down than the other one. Let's see. Good lighting. Excellent lighting. Really nice LED lighting. Thanks for mentioning that. So the things that I know I'm very impressed with are the fact that the knife is so easy to access, the knife deactivation, that the stitch finger is so easy to access, and that you can convert it to that 2 needle so very easily. Oops, I'm going to bring that knife lever back out. That it's just very simple to push this down, and now it's locked into place. You don't get a 2-thread option with every serger that's out there. So something that to keep in mind, if you've been looking for a serger and you want to get something that has the ability to do a 2-thread, for instance, a flat lock like I showed here with the less bulk in the seams, I really recommend having this for the 2-thread option. Now, let me see. Did I bring out, what else did I have here? Looking through my stuff I brought out. So with the differential feed, which is over here on the side, the one which is in black where it's automatically set to, of course, differential feed just means that because sergers have 2 feed dogs and the feed dogs move your fabric through the serger. With differential feed, you can make those 2 feed dogs move at different speeds. So I can lower my differential feed to, for instance, to 0.7, and this will make the feed dogs stretch your fabric. And so if you have lightweight fabric that maybe puckers a little bit underneath, you can lower that to 0.7 and stretch that fabric a little bit under your foot. You can also move it up to, say, for instance, a 2. And I like that there's little pictures on here. I know you probably can't see, but there's little pictures to reference. And when you go up to a 2, you're feeding twice as much fabric into the front of the machine, but the back feed dogs are still coming out the same speed. And that's why you can get a really nice gathered, and I know we did this with the foot, but you can get a really nice gather with the serger is because you can change the feed dogs. And of course, differential feed is so important to use with knits. So if you're sewing knit seams, you want to increase your differential feed a little bit. And what that will do is it prevents that wavy look that you get when you stitch a knit seam. So if you are really into knits, then this, of course, having that differential feed, even when you're stitching woven fabrics that are on the bias, they tend to want to stretch, as we know. So this can be the differential feed can help that bias feed. How many feet come with it? It came with a 3. It came with the gathering foot. It comes with a piping, which you can use as a zipper foot. And it comes with a blind hem foot. And then it has this sort of the regular foot as well. So you're going to get a total of 4 different feet. I was just looking to see if you guys had any questions. I'm glad you guys like your serger. I know that I love, as I think most of us do have a serger, using it with my knits. That just just makes such a great difference in giving you a really quality seam. But if you have something that frays a lot, boy, this is another answer to get that really well encapsulated seam that you have there. So that is awesome as well. And it does come with a nice array of feet. I think that's really fantastic. And you know, it works. You recognize this because it looks much like, you know, sergers that you've seen, but it has these really nice features. Like I said, when you have the ability to lower a stitch finger, change your knife, go to a 2-thread, all those things just make this a really great deal. Sewing mat, so it doesn't run away. Good point. Easy Christmas PJs made on the serger, right? We love that for, I mean, wovens as well as knits. Absolutely. Let me go back here so you can see this side as well. So here was the differential feed. Here was the stitch finger that you can lower. Of course, the knife is down here. And then this is the width and the length back here. So everything in a really nice, accessible manner. And yes, somebody just said, oh my gosh, so what's the price? Good question. What is the price? I want to know as well. It's just a fabulous machine. So maybe we should hand it back to Blaine and let him tell us what you all can expect. While he's coming back, let me do this looper real quick again. So like I said, you just lower this, get your hand wheel locked. I can't move it anymore. Put the thread down into, I'm doing this without scissors to give me a nice edge. So let's get it to go down in there. About like that. And it comes right back. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it shot right out that other side. So really can take your fear away out of changing colors and the frustration of using tweezers to move in and out of the different guides that you would normally see when you would open this up for your lower and upper loopers. Let's see. Does anybody else here like to quilt with their serger? I know that has become a new favorite of mine, especially strip quilts. So, you know, a lot of times when we go through strip quilts, oh, hey,
Hey. So, hey, I just amazed with this thing. And I know that everybody's probably pumped about the brothers, you know, first air thread or serger. And, you know, again, this thing is such, you know, great product already. And we don't have them in stock right now, you know, Heather, that we're going to be taking pre-orders because this is a brand new product and they're hoping it's going to be a January release. And, but we're going to go ahead and take pre-orders for it. But I'm going to tell everybody how they can get it, what the price is on it, and some of the things that come with it. Okay. We're going to see Heather back in here in about 30 minutes. All right, guys. So again, this is the brand new Air Threader 3000. And guys, this has an introductory price of $12.99. And you get that free Angela Wolf Masterclass when you buy this. But you can go ahead and do the pre-orders right now. You can go right on the website and order it. It's a pre-order, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151. And again, it has the included accessories. You're getting that trim trap that comes with it. You're getting those feet, that blind stitch foot, the gathering foot, the piping foot. It has that adjustable pressure foot pressure. You have the thread tension is a manual dial on it. You can do 2, 3, 4 thread change. You have differential feeds, maximum sewing speed of 1,300 stitches per minute. You have the overlocked seam width of 5 millimeters all the way up to 7.5 millimeters. And the stitch length all the way from 1 to 4 millimeters. And again, guys, this is the brand new Air 3000. And man, I tell you, Airflow 3000. And I know Brother is super excited to present this today. And this is going to be a game changer for Brother because this is the very first air threader that Brother's ever had. And guys, you're seeing it first here today. And again, we're taking pre-orders for this right now. And because I know they're going to have limited quantities when they first release this, and they're hoping to have a January, first week of January release on it. We can keep you updated on that. But if you've been wanting a serger, go ahead and get your pre-order in today. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane, what did you think about that new serger?
Are you kidding me? What do I think about the new serger? I love the new serger, and even better, I love the price on the new serger. One of the things that I love too is that you want to make a rolled hem. All you got to do is, it was just like as simple as flip a switch, and like it was so easy. Brother makes it so easy for you to be creative. This is what I love.
Well, one time I had a lady who told me that if she had one thing that she would buy to do sewing with, it would just be a serger. She would use it for sewing, quilting, doing everything. She said she could do it all with just one machine. And which, I mean, this is an advanced, sewer as well. But, that just tells you the power of a serger. And, I'll tell everybody, if you don't own a serger yet, you probably need to have one, in your sewing studio, because there's so many things that you just don't even think about you can do with, especially when you're doing garments.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do. Like, it's my default machine. And now that I can do all the fun things with it, like the rolled hem, which I love, finished edges, which I love, and I'm obsessed with making ruffles. I love making ruffles on my serger. Here's what I love about this, that airflow. The airflow just makes everything so much easier. So,
Yes.
But listen, what is not to love when it comes to a brother machine, Blaine? And you know that.
Yeah, it's great quality, and everybody knows that too. But hey, we'll talk about great quality. You got another great product coming up.
I got a great product coming up. Yeah, but I've got a great presenter as well. So let's just welcome back to the show, Cindy Hogan. She is going to talk to us today about the PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine and that cap frame and that driver set for free motion. So Cindy, come on back in.
Hey, Jane, how are you today?
I'm good, Cindy. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, guys. Welcome back. Hopefully you saw the earlier section.
Yeah, we saw the earlier section. I was excited that I get to see you this time.
There you go.
Right. So I'm like, I need a little Cindy time. I love your necklace. It's super fun.
There you go. This is about as holiday as, wait, the earrings too.
That's okay. Somebody just wrote on the thing, like, I can't believe Jane's wearing the same shirt. So I actually might just have to go change. But I do want to watch this because I love this machine. And I know you're going to talk now about the cap frame.
We're going to talk about the cap frame and the free motion quilting kit. So I have the cap frame driver on this. And over on the right side of my machine, I have the setup staged for doing a cap. So we're actually going to start there. But I want to show you how to set up your embroidery design first. The machine makes this so easy. I think you all will love this part of it. So let's come back on our screen here. And this time I actually found the stylus that we need to work with. So one of the things that you'll notice when you select designs for the cap frame, it will show you that you have the cap frame driver on it. And it knows which one it is. There are two that work with this model. Actually, there's probably three that work with this model, but the two that I have is the regular one, and then I have the flat brim cap frame. Today, we're going to work with the regular cap frame, but when you select a design, so I'm going to come in here to my small category, and let's select a design. You'll notice it's going to show me that design is way too big for my cap, because that little dash line in the center is what I have to use. So let's go look for a small design and pick one. I'm just picking something that's built into the machine here. So here I have a little dove. We'll go ahead and touch set. And let's add in a little bit of text in with it. So let's go in and touch add. And let's touch. We'll come in here and just grab a font and type in Joy. How about that? So now I've got my text and I've got my design here. My text is a bit big for my design. So once again, I'm going to come in here and resize it like I did earlier today to where it fits within my frame. So now there's a quick and easy way to align things. You'll notice I moved it with my stylus on my screen. But if you want to make sure everything's centered, you can touch the center button and then arrow up, and you can touch the center button on this one and then arrow down. That way everything is centered upon each other. If you want to change a color of one of the items, let's say I want to change the joy to be green, I can come into my color icon here and select a color for my design. Go ahead and touch OK. Now, once again, if you want to arc your design, you can touch Array and you can arc the joy over the top of the design. That's kind of nice. And if you want to preview it before you actually see it, it's showing you in the cap frame here what the design looks like. Now, I have a white dove. I'm going to change that color of that dove so you guys can see that a little bit easier. Let's come in here and go to our color button again. And let's fast forward to the color white. And I'll make that like a cream color so you can see it now. If I were stitching this, I would for sure stitch it in white. But this allows you to actually see the design as it is on my screen. So when you touch OK, if you don't throw your stylus in the floor, you can do that. When you touch embroidery, you're going to notice something magical happen. That design rotates itself upside down. You do not have to worry about that. Because when you put the cap in, that's the direction the design has to be. So the machine makes that adjustment for you. So let's go over and let's hoop a cap. I have mine set up here, and if there's any questions, let me know. Yeah, my camera, evidently the cable between the two segments decided to go bonkers, and so it's got a little flicker on that one, unfortunately. I'm going to unhoop my cap. I already have it hooped here, but we'll go ahead and take it off. So there's a couple of clips here, and they're in my hand now. And I've taken off this little band. And if you look, you have a little band that comes up and over, and you have a little lip guy that comes down like this. Okay. I have stabilizer inside my cap, and I'm going to take the sweat band and take it outside to make sure I'm not stitching on that and make sure I don't grab the bottom. So there we go. And you'll notice that there's a little line right here when you're actually doing this. So we'll put the little line there. And we'll take the little cap brim holder and just slide it down over the top. So there's a line there as well. And that helps you. Actually, I went a little fast for that. We want to bring this up and over first. All right. So once you've got that up and over, you take it and take it down here and lightly grip it on the little, there's a little notch down here at the bottom. And if we can put it on that, we can then kind of slip slide this into position. And I always like to see where where there's a little red line is, and you're wanting your little red line to match up with the seam of your cap. If it's off a little bit, it will not kill you, but that's how you're trying to go for it. Once you've done that, you're going to take the clips and clip it right into place. We're going to do that on the opposite side as well. You can't see my opposite side. I can't get a camera back here, but I'm doing the exact same thing. So now I've got it nice and smooth, and it's gripped in there real well. And we're just going to take our thumbs, and there's a little notch right here on both sides. You take that thumb, pop it off, and then just take it away. So let's go to the machine and let's see what we've got going on. Oops. See if I can't kill my camera here. So now here's my driver, and on the driver, there's a roller on each side. Okay. And you're going to take your cap frame and turn it into sideways and then rotate it and use your thumbs on these little bars right here on each side and snap it into place. And that's how simple it is to get this into position. Okay. Well, I have just got a psychotic camera going on today. I don't know what to tell y'all. So now let's check and see where this is on our machine. If you want to test to see if your needle's in the center and where it is, if let's say we want to make sure it's as far down in there as we can get it, which I just did by moving my arrow as far down as I can possibly get it, then I'll take and press the lock key and drop my needle to see if it's in the center of, what am I trying to say? The seam. Well, I'm not quite there, so I'm going to bring my needle back up. Actually, I am so close, it's not even funny. And move it one little button past. Then touch your lock key and drop that needle down again. And looks like we are set to go. When I do lock and bring my needle up, it is perfectly in the center. And then you're ready to stitch your cap. Okay, so let me show you that one more time down here. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Down here on the cap itself, when I touch the lock key and touch my needle down, you'll notice it goes right in there. The LED drop light does give you this little button right here. Lock and bring it back up, and you'll notice I'm smack dab in the center of my seam and ready to stitch it. Okay, so that is super easy to do. Now we're supposed to do free motion quilting, so let's go ahead and disassemble our cap. So we're going to when you're done stitching, you just simply pop it off just like you popped it on, take and rotate it, take it back out, and then you take it off the driver. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just take mine and push it over to the side over here, and let's take off this driver. We're going to touch home first before I do that, and then I'm going to take my driver off. So that includes these two little screws at the top. And then I'm going to take off the screw. There's two screws on the bottom, one on each side, and you're just going to loosen those out. You don't take those all the way off. Simply lift this up, and then there are two holes right here in the front. You put your screws in there so you don't lose them. And then we're ready to flip over to free motion mode. So let me talk about a little bit about what's in the free motion kit. I'm going to put the table on first so you can see that. The flat table comes with the free motion kit, and it is super duper for doing other things besides free motion. I use it for large projects all the time. If I've got something I want to set on there, I go ahead and set it on there. So let's go ahead and put our table on. There's the table. Simply slide it into place. Now let me show you the other pieces that come with the free motion kit, and then I'll go look at comments and see what we've got. So it comes with a foot controller that plugs into the back right side of the machine. It comes with a free motion guard, and this is what tells the machine you have free motion on, as well as this little guy right here. This little guy is going to snap into place right here. Easy for me to say. There we go. That's snapped into place, and it comes with this little guy right here for you to be able to control your fabric. I'm not real good with this little guy right here. I do better with my hands. Okay. So I want you to see your screen once you switch to free motion mode. You'll notice that this little icon, doesn't activate until I put on the guard. So let's go back and put on the guard. Oops, there we go. So the last thing that we need to do is slide this little guy right here into place, and that's what tells the machine we are totally in free motion mode. So if we look back at our screen now, here you see the free motion icon activated. I'm going to put my foot controller in the floor, and I'm going to put a little mat over the top of it to give me a little bit of glide. And let's see here. And wrong direction. Hold on. Got to make sure I've got it going the right way. Let's go into free motion mode, and the carriage is going to move away from me. Oops, sorry. I am in the way, but now you guys can see the carriage has moved away. I'm in free motion mode. So what I did to get there, if I return, I touched free motion mode, and it says the carriage will move away. And so now it's in free motion mode, and I have myself a little glider over here, and I am ready to start. So I'm going to show you one of my little tricks of the trade here, if I can. I keep hitting the wrong one. So if you are not a natural born free motion quilter, which I am not, I'm going to sit here and tell you I am truly not. Heather showed you all the ScanNCut earlier today. Well, there's a little trick that I've learned. If you want to learn how to free motion, you can actually use your ScanNCut machine to draw yourself a guide here so that you have something to follow along with. Makes it much easier to mess with, and takes a little of the stress out of it. That allows me to kind of play with what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually give you a different look as well here. Have to adjust something. Okay, so now let me put my gloves on and we'll get started on this. Do not judge me on free motion. Not everybody is a free motion born person, but let me show you what your screen lets you do here. So if you look, you can start with your needle up, needle down, or needle up. I'm going to start with my needle up. You can stop with needle down, which is what I believe. Yep, I've got mine stopping with needle down. You can adjust your speed settings and you'll find your speed, what you like. You can use the foot controller or you can use the start stop button. I'm going to use my foot controller today and let's get going. So you'll see down here, foot controller or start stop. You get to choose which one you want to use. I'm going to use the foot controller and then I'm going to project down here. I do believe this one will give you the look that you want to see. Okay, so I have my free motion ready and I'm going to get started here. And you just simply press the button or press your foot down and then get started. You'll find your mojo as to what you're comfortable with, what speed you're comfortable with. Don't worry about the lines because you can wash them away or you can heat them away depending on what marker you use. And there are also air erasable markers as well. So depending on what one you choose, no one will ever know the difference. And you just simply get going on it. I say, if I can do this, pretty much anybody in the world can, because I did not. And I'll sit here and tell you, nobody pops out of the womb knowing how to free motion quilt. It is a learned activity, and you do have to sit and practice it. So I will tell you, go ahead and just get scraps of fabric and have fun. It's rather cathartic when you think about it. Now, I usually will sit on a stool while I'm doing this. That is my preferred method. But you guys can take whatever you want, however you like to do this, take it and have fun with it. It is very enjoyable and very relaxing. So now that we've talked about free motion, I wanted to show you a few things I forgot to show you this morning, unless there's any other questions up. I guess I should go up and look at the questions and see. I can't see from where I'm at. Let's see here. The needle guard is definitely a great idea. It keeps your fingers from getting too close and you don't get you don't get things, you don't have a fear of stepping on your finger, I'd say. The needle doesn't puncture my mat because there's a hole in the mat that's basically right over the needle plate. So the mat does not come with it. That's something I've added myself. I actually ended up making myself one because I wanted something a bit bigger. But having a smooth surface to glide across is really very nice, and it keeps you from it messing with the hump. Okay. Now, what else did I want to tell you? One last thing I forgot to tell you all about the cap frame before I forget is that when you're using the cap frame, there is a little gadget. That's my technical term for this guy. And it comes with the machine. And I'm sorry, it's just like I've got the psycho cameras today. There's this little black piece. And what this does is it goes over, and I'm going to take this out of the free motion mode. So let me get my little guard out. And let's take this and trim it. Oh, fiddly-dee. You're going to make me do my free motion guard until I can get out of this. All right, let's trim it. All right, so now let me get that off. You just kind of push it down to get it off, and let's take this out of here. Right here on your needle plate, let me get you down up and close and personal. Right here on your needle plate, when you go to do caps, you want to put this little guard right there that raises that throat up just a little bit to be able to meet the bottom of the cap. That will keep it from bouncing up and down on you. I did forget to tell you about that little trick. All right, so let's look a little bit more at the machine before I do anything, before I forget. There were a couple of things I wanted to show you this morning. And if there's other questions, I'll be happy to do that. But I wanted to make sure I didn't forget this. So let's go home and get out of free motion mode. One thing I did not show you this morning was the repeat capability on this machine. So if I come and I touch the screen and I bring up a design, so let's just say we want to fill up our space with hearts. I'm going to take this and move it up to the top and touch my repeat key. That repeat key lets me go down and across. So if I add to the top, it will not let me add to the top because I took it all the way there. But if I add to the bottom here, you'll notice it lets me create basically a border. And you can spread that out. So if you want to spread it out, this is your spread out tool. It's spread out all the way. I'm going to take it all the way over there. And now if I touch the right side, I can come and add to the right as well. This allows me to create backgrounds and fill up a hoop with anything I want to fill it up with. Some of those little decorative elements that I showed you earlier today are great to use in this feature to make backgrounds for embroidery design. So there we go. You can fill it up and have your heart filled with stars today. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and touch home. But when the cool thing is, if there are multiple colors, it usually will color sort for you when we touch embroidery. Nope, it didn't. I thought the repeat. Oh, here we go. Color sort. There you go. Touch that little color sort key and it will color sort for you. So I'm going to take that off and I'm going to touch home. Actually, let's just touch home. There's a couple other things I wanted to show you. Let's say we pick this little design right here and we set. I don't know if any of you all are familiar with a basting stitch, but a basting stitch is really nice, especially when you're hooping in a larger hoop than what your finished size embroidery design is going to be. So a basting stitch will keep it from shifting. It attaches the stabilizer to your project and keeps the project from shifting. So that is a really sweet little guy as well. One last thing to show you is if you wanted to stitch this all in the same color, you can touch the single color key and everything, the machine will not stop. It will just continue and everything will stitch in the same color, which is a very nice little feature. You also have your rotate key. You can rotate on screen directly here without going through software. So there's quite a few different things that you can turn on and play. The maximum stitch speed is 1,000 stitches per minute. I have mine usually set at about 700 because that's what I'm comfortable with here in my room. But you guys can do whatever you like. You'll notice here, as I said earlier, it shows you which hoops that design will actually fit in. So it shows you it will go in the 8x8 or a 5x7, which is an optional. It also tells you how many stitches are in the design, what stitch you're on, and how many minutes are left to stitch. So the bottom is how many minutes are in the total design. The top is how many that has stitched already. If we go back to the home screen, let me see if there's anything else I've forgotten to show you here. I don't think so. I think we've pretty much covered all of them, but let's pick a different design and just make sure. Let me go in here and set it and see if there's anything else. Oh, I did forget one. You also have mirror directly on your screen. So if you wanted to copy that design, that was another one I didn't show you. You can copy it and you can have one mirrored one way, the other going the opposite direction. And if we look here in our screen at the Zoom feed, you'll notice that now they're facing each other instead of both going the same way. So it's really nice that those features are directly on your machine. Once you've got them both on screen and you touch embroidery to get it in the center, this arrow pad, the center key touches that, touch that, it puts it right back smack dab in the middle. Okay. So this machine is one of my favorites. It does tons of stuff. I can't say enough about it. It's just a mighty little guy. The fact that it has an automatic needle threader, the bobbin winder. So if you're quilting or you're doing freestanding lace, you can have your bobbin match your top. It just does a great job, and it will go through heavy duty items, It's considered a semi-commercial machine, not really commercial. It's really still a home machine, but it's got some mighty powerful oomph, and you don't have to stand on your head in order to get what you want to do. And the fact that we can do caps on it, it's embroidery compatible, and you can do free motion quilting with that optional kit is great. I mean, the table alone is awesome. So Blaine, you want to come back on and talk to me?
Oh, Cindy,
Jane, Jane.
Blaine and Jane, whatever. It's all good. You know, it's an amazing demo, really and truly. And that is it's a mighty machine. It can do so very much. So a couple of questions I saw come through that kind of slipped by pretty fast. When you were doing the free motion, are the stitches regulated? That came up like 3 times.
There is not a stitch regulator built into it. You adjust it by the speed on the front of the machine. So when I showed you the screen with free motion, let me pop that back on. Let me pop my guide back on so you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go home. When I touch this little key right here, this speed here allows me to adjust. And I can have actually 2 different speeds to choose from. So if I'm in a slow mode, let's say I'm doing feathers and I'm not real sure and confident of how I want to go, then I'll slow down. If I'm getting my mojo on, I'll touch my other speed and go faster. So that's really how we control the speed. And once you practice with this, you get much better at it. For instance, here's my feathers. So once again, though, I'll tell you, I cheated. I used my ScanNCut machine to draw myself templates to learn how to do that. And it takes some practice. That's not one of those that I'm jumped out of the world knowing how to do.
And then really quick, while we've got that on a one shot there, a question from Rochelle. How did you get the free motion to start and stop? And guys, let's just throw it really quick back on that one shot of Cindy and the machine so she could show the start and stop for the free motion.
Okay, so you have the ability to use the foot controller or not. To get it in free motion mode, let me take it to this shot right here. Okay, to get it into free motion mode, you put the guard on, and the guard just simply slides in front of it, and then that pops into free motion mode. And when you're on the front of your screen, let me go back to home. This button right here tells it you're going into free motion mode.
That's great. It's easy, right?
It is super easy. And there are instructions that come with it to walk you through that process, as well as how to put the guard on it, how to put the little thing on the back to tell the machine that it doesn't need a driver on it, how to put the free motion guide on it, how to go into free motion, and how to set up your speed. So, I mean, they really walk you through it.
I mean, it's so cool, like that, the opportunity to be able to do free motion right there on that machine. Like, so it's so great. So you're going to go, you know, embroider a hat on the cap frame, and then you're going to flip it around. You're going to do free motion design, which is great. And I love the idea of using your ScanNCut to draw a template, right?
Yes, and I've actually cut template plastic for it as well to pounce designs if I wanted to with the ScanNCut to allow me to do that as well. But it does, I mean, that makes it so much easier to learn the process.
And it's a great little trick. Like you said, you know, you're not a born free motion person. You know, I get it. We all have to practice as we do with everything else. So once you get the hang of it, but how fun is it to be able to do that? You know, just free motions, like you're just driving right along, and, you know, you can get a little crazy sometimes.
You can have a blast with it, truly.
You really can, Cindy. Thank you so much for such a great demo. It's great to see you. I'm going to tell everybody how they can get this fantastic machine.
Happy holidays, everybody.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Cindy. It's great to see her. I love her demo so very much. So let's tell everybody how they can get this amazing machine. It is the PRS 100. There we go. Thank you. Single needle embroidery machine. You're going to get that free cap frame and driver set when you buy it today. Check it out. Your sale price, $49.99. You are saving just over $3,000 from the regular price on this. Hey, listen, that sale price is pretty much cut in half right there, friends. It's a great price for a great machine. You saw how much it can do. Cindy showed you all of the creative things that you can do with that wonderful machine. I'm obsessed with this. I just think to myself, oh my goodness, how much more space do I have? But this is a great machine from Brother, the Persona PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine. The freedom that you have here to create is just like insane, and just the nth degree. You can do whatever you need. Sky's the limit. Free cap frame and driver set to go along with it. Great price on that. So be sure to order yours today. You don't want to miss out on this special deal, especially when it is countdown to Christmas. Again, give a call, 800-401-8151. Or of course, you can go to smplive.tv for your pricing and more information. We don't want you to miss out. We want you to have the best of the best. And Cindy showed us how amazing that machine is, and it could be yours today. I saw some people making notes that their SMP packages are arriving. So Christmas is coming early, Blaine.
Well, you said it, Jane. And hey, I know right now our warehouse is really working hard trying to get everybody's packages, shipped out. We have a FedEx trailer sitting behind the warehouse. They're filling up daily and getting it out. So we're going to try to get everybody's, our goal right now is anything you order on Countdown to Christmas, you'll get it before Christmas.
Amazing. And then that means we can make all of our last minute Christmas items. Or if you're just buying it for Christmas, you can just play with it on Christmas. Just like kids unwrap their presents, they want to put it together and start playing with it. That's what we're going to do.
Well, we're going to try hard. So, hey, we're going to continue the show, Jane. We have got the SC1900 up next. Now, this is a combo machine. It is that sewing and embroidery machine. And again, we've got Heather Banks in the house. Heather's going to come back and tell us all about this. So welcome back to the show, Heather.
Thank you, Blaine. I'm so glad to be back.
Hey, this is one of those machines that it kind of, I've always loved this machine. I like the 3700, the 3600. I like that, because of the hoop size, that 6x10, but this has got that 5x7. And this is one of those machines that it's that next step, isn't it?
It is. It is. It really offers a lot in terms of the sewing and embroidery side. And so I can't wait to show you more.
Well, let's take it away.
Okay. Sounds good. Hi, everyone. So glad to be back talking to everyone. We're talking the SE1900 right back here. We'll look at it close up. As Blaine said, it is a combination machine. It only weighs 22 pounds. So it is not a huge, heavy machine. You can probably lift this or find someone who could be near you who would be able to do so fairly easy. You can travel with it. As said before, I love to travel with my sewing machine. Because this has the embroidery side and it's so easy to switch back and forth, you can take it traveling. Think retreats. How often are you on a retreat and you may want to use the embroidery and the sewing side? You can travel with it when you're on your own. If you don't have a huge sewing space, and I understand that completely, this is great. Put it on your kitchen table, your dining room table, wherever you have space. And if somebody demands you clean up for dinner, it won't be that big a deal. It's just not that hard to move. So think about those things if you are potentially looking for a machine. And I didn't mention maybe for those who are looking for a second machine, and you may have a second location where you'd like to permanently keep a machine, or you just want a second machine running while you sew. Understand all of those things. So I'm going to move you right on over to my other camera so you can look close up at the SE1900. And here it is. Like I said, love this machine. I mentioned on Cyber Monday when we talked about it that my mom has this machine, and I would just not let my mom have a bad machine, guys. So this is a great machine. All right, so what you get is 240 built-in sewing stitches. So if you look up here, they are in the fold-down lid. Now, I have a second spool up here because I wanted you to see that it comes with a little adapter that fits where your bobbin winder is. So, of course, it has a bobbin winder, which is awesome, but then this little attachment goes right on top of that, and it lets you use a twin needle. So it comes with a twin needle. You don't have to go out and buy one if you want to play with it, but this allows you to use 2 colors of thread, and I'll show you what I did with that, and it's just a really fun feature. Can't cancel what I got on the screen there. Okay, so it's got lots of buttons here. It has a scissors button and a needle up and down, and it has a sewing speed. So you can adjust your speed here. I like to sew with my button. So when I lower the presser foot and start sewing, I can use this button right here. It also has the reverse and a reinforcement stitch here. So you're going to get all of these buttons on the front. All right, this is just we'll get into more of these in a minute. Now, as Blaine mentioned, it has a 5-inch by 7-inch hoop. And I wanted to show you, I had gone ahead and stitched a couple of built-in designs. So all of these, both of these, I should say, come in your machine and it's very seasonal. I love this corner one. My goal is to make this on some napkins. So you can see here that this is the hoop. Now it does come with the plastic insert and it has a grid on it so that you can actually make marks on your fabric and line up your designs. But I'm going to show you another way to do that as well. So I'm going to move that out of the way. Now it comes with an embroidery foot. And when we open up the storage here, you can see that it comes with 7 different sewing feet, buttonhole, blind hem, monogramming, lots of good things in there. So I'm going to go ahead and stick that back in to here and close that up. All right, so it's currently set up for sewing. Now you will get a packet of things like scissors, needles, twin needle, bobbin cap or spool caps, lots of goodies that come with that as well. Now over here, you can see this is the embroidery arm. So this takes the place of the sewing bed. This slides off, we put this back on in its place. So it is not a huge piece. Like I said, this is a very space-friendly item. Now here you can see, I did show this on Cyber Monday. I made this garden flag using this machine. And I tried to take advantage of as many features as possible. This wreath and this welcome were done on the embroidery side. This wreath is built into the machine. It's a really cute little design. I used embroidery stitches with gold thread to stitch down my ribbon. I used decorative stitches on the side. I did cross hatching for quilting. I used the button foot for sewing on my buttons, and then I assembled the entire flag using the machine. So right away, you can see this is a really cute, fun project. All right, let's keep going. What kind of space do you get? You're going to get 7.5 inches between the needle and the throat. So you're going to get a lot of sewing space here, and then you're going to get 4 inches from top to bottom. Like I said, it only weighs 22 pounds. All right, let's see. I want to show you something kind of cool about this. And you may be wondering, I can release the bed, the sewing bed, and then this gives me free arm capability. So with free arm capability, I can slide things on. For instance, let's look here. I have a pant leg. And I can slide that in here. And then this allows me to do things like hemming or mending on my machine. So this is actually a nice feature. Just wanted you to know that you do have that free arm. Also comes with a knee lift and a foot pedal and a USB port over on the side. All right, let's talk about how this works. So let's go close up. I'm going to move the camera. So there you can see where it is sitting on the free arm. Let's go to the screen. All right. So as we look, this is the sewing menu and this is the embroidery menu. So you can very easily switch between the two. Down here, you also have your settings screen, so you can very easily move between turning things on and off. Now, I point that out because look how clear it is. Look how large it is. You're definitely getting a full color screen. And that's so important, I have found, when I'm especially embroidering, but also just for seeing my stitches. Because here you can really see what you're getting on the screen. Notice that down here it says 100%. So this is exactly as big as the stitch is. It's telling me which foot to use because all of our feet have letters and numbers on them. It's letting me, this is such a nice feature, sort of one of those higher end features. If I click this button, when I finish stitching, it will automatically cut my seam. I don't even have to push a button, and it will automatically reinforce or backstitch my seam as well. So those are great features. If you come up to this part, this is where you can make changes to your stitch. With length, this left-right shift actually moves the needle back and forth or the tension. Now let's say, I'm going to pick a different stitch. Let's say I have a zigzag and I want to change my settings because I'm going to be doing, for instance, applique. And I'm thinking, okay, I want to make a little bit wider. I'm going to go a little bit denser in my stitches. And maybe I've done a little work and I've decided that's the stitch. I want to come back to that every time. What I can do is push this button in the top right corner with the little sort of an arrow. And what it's going to do is save my settings. So let's say I walk away. I turn off the machine, or so let me remember I'm on 1-10. Let's go to a different stitch, Let's go back to 1-10. And guess what? It remembers my settings until I tell it not to. And I think this is fabulous because if you are sitting down to do something over and over again, or you just always love to use a certain stitch, and it could just be a certain, like a straight stitch. You know, I want my straight stitch to be 3 millimeters long. Press that button, and the next time you come to that stitch, you will have it there. Excuse me. Now, if I come back, let's say I'm done and I want to just go back to what it was, it gives you an option to take everything back to the default. And that's what that button does. So I think that's worth mentioning because I know I really like it. All right, let's try a straight stitch. I'm going to go, you can either go left centered or left justified or center. And I'm going to go ahead and go center. And then I'm going to take off, let's back this back up and pull my leg off. And we are going to put on, we're going to stitch through a couple things here. I have some very light organza-like materials. I mean, you can see my fingers through 2 layers of that. And then I'm going to take some denim and I'm going to go ahead and let's just do like we're doing a seam. So we're going to put these 2 together. Sorry about this. I'm going to come right in front of you for a moment. Put that back on. All right. So I'm going to set this down and we're just going to sew a regular seam. And I have a closer view for you so that you can sort of see what it sounds like, what it looks like as it's sewing. It is a nice, powerful machine. I'll speed it up. Like I said, I prefer to use the button. And if you're not sure what I mean, I'm pressing the button to start and stop. Then when I push my reinforce, did you hear that? It cut it automatically because it reinforced and set it up to cut for me automatically. Now I'm going to show you a really, really nice seam. Let's go closer so you can see my stitches on the front and back. So nice. Okay. Then let's go ahead and you'll see some thicknesses. So if I go ahead and fold this in half, we now have 4 layers of denim. So let's go ahead and go through our 4 layers. Notice it's doing that tie off at the beginning, tie off at the end. And I'm going to stop it to do a tie off and cut at the end. So easy peasy, 4 layers. That looks really good. I like my seam. There we go. Let's do 8 layers. So let's do 8 layers. And then let's go directly to 2 layers of this organza because I want you to see that it does a nice job. This is now so thick that I have to lift this presser foot and then lower it. So I'm going to stitch through my 8 layers and then let it transition directly onto my organza. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're stitching and it's going to come off of my 8 layers and go. And notice it did not falter. It did not stop. It did it like a champ. So let's take a peek. So you can, oops, if I come back, you can see it did the 8 layers and then it stitched directly onto, I'm calling this organza, is something like that. directly onto here. So, I mean, that's a sign of a pretty nice sewing machine, I think, that is able to handle 8 layers of denim and go directly onto something so lightweight and have no need to adjust your stitches. I didn't make any adjustments at all. So let's set that aside. I like that a lot. You can feel the strength in it as it is stitching. It doesn't hesitate or have problems getting over. All right, let's go to the decorative stitches. Here we go. Back to the sewing. I'm going to cancel my pattern. Now, these are kind of what we call the utility stitches. And there's some decorative stitches for sure in here. But there's a lot, of things you might use. For instance, here are the buttonhole stitches. You can go through there. This is the stitch for sewing on those buttons that I mentioned. This is sideways sewing. You can sew sideways or up and down without turning your fabric. And you can do it as a zigzag or as a straight stitch. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to put on take off the bed of the machine again, and I'm going to put my leg back on. So if I were wanting to sew something like a patch onto my pants, I can't turn it this way, turn it this way, turn it this way, because it's already in the round, right? I'd have to open up the seam. But let me go ahead and put this on. Now, I am sewing from the side, so let's see how I can do when I'm not directly overhead. So I'm going to go ahead. Oops, let me switch oh, now I can get closer. Okay, so I'm going to use that sideways sewing, and I'm going to start by going straight down. Turn a little faster. So again, I'm just going to be able, and then I'll show you how I switch it to go to the left. Okay, so I sewed straight down. Now I'm going to go to the left, which is right there. And we'll let this go sideways. So if you have a little one that goes through their jeans a lot, this might be an option for you. Might be an option for putting on a quilt label when you don't want to try to heave all of that weight through the arm of your machine. Sorry, I meant to show you that I am right here, and I'm going to go back up. So we will come this way and we will stitch. All right. And then the last one, we are going to go back this way. Never have I had to move or change the direction of my fabric, but I am manipulating it this way just because it's a square and I want to make sure I'm trying to sew on the edges from the side. So bear with me. It will be less than perfect, but you'll get the idea. So we'll finish off here, cut that, and remove it. And so this works for patches. This works for anything where you simply don't have the room to move your fabric back and forth, and it does the straight stitch as well. Let's go back to the screen. I love that. That's one of my favorite stitches. Okay, let's go back to the second row of decorative stitches. Now notice there are several alphabets, so you can spell things out. And this isn't even the fonts that are included in your embroidery stitches. We're just looking at the sewing ones. And here is an example of how I used them. So here is a table runner, and these are the sewing stitches that you can see right here. And I spelled out the be happy, and the bees were just a decorative stitch. So there's an example of something you can do. You could, of course, personalize it with a name, but that's just a fun thing. And these are great for quilt labels using those stitches. So let me move that out of the way. Come back to the seam. So you have to our screen. So you have those stitches. You also have, let me get rid of those, entire other category of larger, more decorative stitches. And you have the ability to look at what those are like stitched out as well. So there's a lot of preview screens here that you can look at. If I press this button, I can do things like, let's pick one where you can notice it better. I can, here, this should work, reverse the image or reverse the stitch. So here you can see I can reverse it. This just takes me back to the beginning of the stitch. I can look at one versus all of them, and I can make it small or large. I also have the ability to step to the side. So for instance, I just moved the next stitch to the right, and then we can go back, add a stitch. Let's see. Sorry, I wanted to go this way. And then it's going to start the next stitch here. But notice too, it did tell me that I wanted to, that I wanted to change my foot. So it's telling me to use the N. So now that it's stitched to the right and I've used multiple stitches, you can see that each one of those is going to go that much to the right. So what does that look like when it stitches? Let's take a peek this way. So you can see that they're going to go over, step up, and go over. So you can take your stitches over to a diagonal, and now it's just showing us 25% of the screen. Okay, let's get rid of that. What about twin needles? So this is what it looks like when you use two colors of thread and you use a twin needle. So the twin needle will come with this machine, and I have already put two colors on. Here's what you can do to turn it on. You go to your settings and it says twin needle. All you have to do is turn it on, press OK. And now let's look at what some of these would look like with a twin needle. You can preview them right here. So here is two of the straight stitches side by side. And this is what that looked like right here. But you can get a lot more exotic. So for instance, this is what the zigzag looked like with two of them. Here's another example. Now it won't work with every stitch, so you just have to experiment, but it does work with a lot. So this is another fun thing you can play with. All right, let me put sorry, I know I'm in front of the camera, the bed back on, and we are going to look at stitching with stretchy fabric. So right here, I have some fleece, and it's got a lot of stretch. So what I'm going to do is show you, actually, I'll just probably use one, is I want to stitch through this, but I wanted to make a seam. I'll take it back. I'll make a seam that won't pop. The threads won't break or pop when it moves. You can, of course, use a zigzag, but I'm going to go ahead and show you there's another stitch built in called a stem stitch. And I like this a lot for stretchy knits. So let's go back here to one. It looks like this, 106. And oops, I'm still getting the twin needle. So let's turn that off and we'll go back here. Now I can make changes to the width. So if I come here, I can make this wider, and you can already see it's wider. Let's just go ahead and try that. And we will come back and start stitching. So this is where I have something stretchy, especially knits, and I want the seam to have integrity. I don't want it to pop or break when it reaches that stretching point when it's being worn. So let's take that out and look at this seam and stretch it out nicely. And it did not pop or break. And then you can see it still gives me a really nice seam. So this would work with your zigzag stitch, but it also definitely works with this stem stitch. And I know I have used this stem stitch doing shirts out of knit for my husband. So that's another thought there that you can do. Okay, let's keep going. Let's talk embroidery. So we're back at the screen. Let's go to embroidery and talk. There are 138 embroidery designs built into this machine. You do not have to run out and buy some. You have a lot you can start with, but you can, of course, always add designs using the PES, as long as you buy PES files and you download them to a flash drive. Here are the built-in fonts. So you saw that I made the welcome before, so you can spell things out, stitch those out. You can definitely do monograms like that. Let's go ahead and pick the candles like I mentioned so I can show you how it lines up in the hoop. So that was category 1, and the one I showed you before looked like this. So when I push that magnify, you can see what it looks like up close really well. So let's set that. Lots of editing tools. You can reverse the image if you would like it to go the other way. You can rotate it. You can resize it. It can go bigger and smaller. You can move it and you can change the color. So there's a lot. Now you can always add, so you can put multiple things in the hoop. Not going to spell anything, just going to add something. So that is another nice feature. And notice this is plenty big for me to see. So you don't have to worry that you're going to need software in order to combine or make changes to your design. So I really love the color size of the screen. It works great. And notice up here, it's telling me these two are blocked out because it's telling me, hey, yeah, you can put this design in the 5x7 hoop, but it's not going to fit in the 4x4, or I believe this is a 1.5x2. So it's giving you a lot of hints. Here, of course, is the size of this as well. So let's go ahead and go to Edit End. And then let me come back to, now I'm going to do a quick crossover in front of you. Now I want to change I want to put on, well, I'm going to get out of the way enough. I want to put on the embroidery arm. So what I'm going to do is turn off the machine, and then I'm going to slide this on. So it goes on like that. Sorry, I think I was in the way. Clicks into place. So it is quick and easy to change that over. Now we have this on. I'm going to turn this back on, and then I'm going to put this back in the hoop. So we see we have this. Now notice I have this chalk line here, and I use that for where I wanted it to see. I marked my fabric before I put it in the hoop. Now I know I don't have my embroidery foot on. I would not want to embroider with my sewing foot. So you put this on the side, it pops on, and now we're ready to embroider. So let me come back over to the other side. Try not to get in front of you that way. Okay, so here we are at the machine, and here we are at the screen. I just have a few minutes left, so I wanted to show you that when we pull something up, we have tools in the machine that allow us to do placement. So I'm going to go to Edit End, and then I am going to go to the starting point key, which is right here. So I'm going to press the starting point key. Now I'm going to move this to the bottom left corner, and this will tell me on the hoop where I am located. So now I know that's not a super great one, but what it'll let me do is move back and forth in the same position, and I can see where I am in the hoop. I really need an overhead one for you to see that. But it lets me go to the move button and move my design up and down the screen. Lets me move my design up and down the screen based on where my chalk mark is on the fabric. Now, this doesn't have a camera like some of our other machines, but it definitely has some placement tools to let you see where your needle will fall and how to line yourself up with those lines. And because I moved my design way down the screen, I can drop my needle and see how close I am to that chalk line. So you have a lot of opportunities for lining up. And don't forget, you can always download Disney. All of these were stitched on this machine. So even though the machine doesn't come with Disney, you can go to iBroidery.com and download any of these designs. And I think, Blaine, that I've come to the end of my time. I know it just seems like I could keep going. But let me look, too, if there were any questions while he's coming back on. Auto thread cutter, it has the scissors buttons, and it does. So yes, it has a scissors button, and you can program it to automatically cut after you press the reinforcement key. So I think that's what you're asking, and I guess I want to say yes to that then. It's not heavy. It's 22 pounds. Easy to put those arms. I had to keep going to the other side so I could see where to put it in. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Heather. Hey, again, another great machine, and you make the thing look so easy and so understanding. And again, Heather, this is one of those machines. I feel like if you've had a smaller sewing machine, or you've had a smaller embroidery machine, and you wanted a combo machine and wanted to move up to that 5x7 hoop, this is the perfect machine for it.
Really is. I can't say enough good things about it.
All right, well, we're going to tell everybody how they can get one. And thank you so much, Heather, for joining our Countdown to Christmas show. It's been a lot of fun. All right, everybody, we're going to show you how you can get this. Again, this is the SE 1900 from Brother. And guys, this is one of the most popular machines Brother's had out there for a while too. We have sold thousands of these things, and it's because of the price. I mean, look at that price, $1,099. But guys, guess what? We're going to beat that price today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have a great Countdown to Christmas special on it, but you have to call to get that price. And again, guys, this thing, what a great machine. It has those 6 built-in alphabet fonts, 138 built-in designs. You have the drag and drop editing feature in there. You have the 5 built-in lettering sewing fonts, 240 built-in stitch selections, 10 buttonhole styles. You have the knee lifter. You have the LCD display. You have a great LED lighting package on this thing. You have the presser foot leveling, the quick set bobbin, screensaver. It is just packed full of stuff, and it only weighs 22 pounds. This is an extremely portable machine. And again, Heather showed you that, you can sew through those layers of denim. It was amazing. 6 layers and go right into that real thin fabric. Again, it just shows you the versatility of this. It has 5mm stitch length, 7mm stitch width, has a 25-year warranty on it. And then on the embroidery side, it has 850 stitches per minute. So again, if you're close to 1,000 stitches per minute, that's about as fast as any of them come. But again, and what some of the accessories that come with, this thing comes loaded with accessories. And again, you get a zigzag foot, the monogramming foot, you get that overcasting foot, the zipper foot, blind stitch foot, the button fitting foot, buttonhole foot, embroidery foot, and then you get a ton of other things with this. I would suggest to go to smplive.tv. Kyle has that product on that page. You just click on the SE 1900 and it'll take you to the product page where you can read all the different things that come with this. It is packed full of accessories. And again, guys, you can call us at 800-401-8151 to get that special pricing. And if you're on the website, you're on that product page, you can talk to one of the live chat agents. And then if you're on YouTube or Facebook, we have chat people on Facebook and YouTube that are answering questions there as well. But again, guys, a great offering today from Brother. Give us a call to get that special price. And we're moving on. So let's bring Jane back in.
Blaine, that's an amazing price on that machine.
It is. And they don't even know. I mean, we're not showing what the actual special Christmas price is. So they have to call to get that price. But it is. I mean, this is one of those machines, Jane, that we've sold thousands of. It's one of the most popular machines Brother has as far as a combination machine.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why. Is because of all the things you're getting feature-wise in such a great price in a compact size. And today, with the price that we have, I mean, it is a no-brainer. If you've been in the market for one of these, you've got to pull the trigger today.
So the fact that you've sold thousands, it's a fantastic machine. A lot of people are typing in, they're like, Merry Christmas to me.
Well,
like,
Kyle,
yes, ma'am. Merry Christmas to you right now. Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying
Kyle
hi.
to check the numbers on that. Can you, how many? Okay, we have 15 left. We started out with 50, Jane. We got 15 left. So guys, if you are wanting one of these to get it before Christmas, there's 15 left. You have to get on the phone and give us a call right now because they are flying off the shelf. And I knew that would happen, Jane, on a lot of these products. We only had 25 or 50. We had 50 of these, got 15 left. They will be sold out today. So if y'all want one, make sure you get on the phone and call right now because the price is so good.
It's so good. And really, somebody said, I'm going to get this for my granddaughter. What a great
Oh yeah.
machine to give the gift of the creative ideas to your granddaughter. It is so wonderful. Or get it for yourself and give your granddaughter a hand-me-down.
Well, and at 22 pounds, this could be one of those
Yeah.
machines that's very portable.
Yeah.
You could take with you on camping trips, in your RV. You could take it to your, classes that you go to. There's so many things you could do with it because of the weight. It's not heavy at all. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401 if you want to get one of those 15 that are left. And there's probably less than 15 now since we've been talking. But I'm gonna let you take it away, Jay, because we've got our first educational session of the week coming up, and we have got an unbelievable educator. We're super excited to have her here, so I'm gonna let you take it away.
Great. I can't wait. Yeah. And you need some last minute Christmas gift giving ideas. Well, we've got you covered right here in this education segment. Reen Wilcoxon is the founder of Embroidery Garden, which she opened online in 2001. She designs unique in the hoop machine embroidery designs that you are not going to find anywhere else. Yes, we love that. She teaches live classes and virtual classes, and she is here today to help us with that last minute Christmas gift idea. Please say hello to Reen Wilcoxon. Hi, Reen.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I am so great. I'm so happy to meet you, and I can't wait to see all that you're going to show us, because it's not too late. Because we start doing our Christmas stuff in July. Tell me it's not too late.
Oh no, it's not too late. And the project I'm going to show today is cute, and it is really quick. Once you know how to do it, you're going to whip out a bunch of these.
Which was what we love. We've got a weekend before the Christmas weekend, so you can knock these out even while you're watching the show, get a little inspiration, make things, then you'll have them ready for the weekend that you can give them out before Christmas, Reen. What is your favorite thing to make? Is it the quick little items, or is it big elaborate gifts?
I go for the quick gratification myself. I kind of like to be able to cut something, stitch it, and have it done, in a couple hours.
Yeah, me too. I love it. And then I love that immediate satisfaction, because we live in such an immediate age these days. We take a picture, we can see it. We want to order something, we can get it. So creating something yourself and having it done right away, there's just something about it, right?
Right. It's fantastic. These machines are just great, and it's amazing the things that you can create with them.
Absolutely. And you've got a bunch of creative people here just waiting to get inspired. So you give us the inspiration, we'll have the imagination, and let's get it going.
All right. Sounds good. Hi, everyone. I am Reen Wilcoxon, founder of Embroidery Garden. And today I'm going to show you how to make this cute in the hoop little zipper bag shaped like a stocking. It has a zipper, fully lined, no raw edges inside, and it really is an easy and quick project to do. So let's go ahead and get started. I am going to be using my hoop and press pads. Hoop and press pads are something that I developed in collaboration with my friends at Dime. You can get these at SewingMachinesPlus.com online. You can buy the bundle, which includes a 5x7, a 6x10, an 8x8, and an 8x12 pad. Or you can get them individually. Each size is individual, and they are to help you with in the hoop projects. And I'm going to give you some ways to use it today. I'll be using the 5x7 pad. These have a non-skid surface on the back, so they stay nice and secure on the table when you're using them. And they're perfect for your in the hoop projects. And I'll show you a little bit about how they're used on some in the hoop today. So to get started, I have already gone ahead and stitched my zipper down to save me just a couple of minutes here, but I went ahead and hooped lightweight cutaway stabilizer. This is like the no-show type of stabilizer. And the first two steps, stitch down a placement. So a line stitched here and a line stitched here onto the stabilizer. And then I just laid my zipper down, right side up, put the pull over here on the left side, and then step number 2 came and stitched it down for me close to the edge. You can see that stitching here. I already hear people or see people asking, where can they get the design? Just hang on a little bit longer and I'll tell you. It's going to be well worth you hanging on to watch this demo. All right, so my next step on this design is to go to the back side of the hoop. So this is where my hoop and press pad comes in. I'm going to take my hoop, place it right side down, upside down, I guess, over top of the pad. And now I have support underneath my hoop so that when I place fabrics, and the first one I need to place is a lining piece, it would go right side down with one of these edges, even with the bottom edge of my zipper. So let me get it in line. And we always tape pieces to the back side of the hoop. So now with my hoop and press pad, I am able to hoop this fabric in place. Tape the fabric in place, and I can push down on my tape. Everyone uses different types of tape, and it doesn't matter what kind that you use as long as you adhere it well. So I can really press down to make sure my tape is nice and adhered. And I could do that because I have the support of the pad underneath. The next step is to come to the front side of the hoop and place my next piece of fabric. This is going to be the front of my stocking, and it's going to go right side down. And I'm going to put one of these edges along this bottom edge of the zipper. And of course, I'm going to tape this in place because we really hate when our pieces move on us, don't we? How many of you love doing in the hoop designs? So now that I have this taped down, we're going to go to the machine. And the next step is going to stitch these two fabrics to that edge of the zipper. I happen to be using a Brother Luminaire right now, but you can use any machine that will use a 5x7 hoop. All right, you can see how quick that step was. I'm going to take it off the machine here. And we're going to go back to the table. I can take this tape off because these pieces are stitched down already. I don't like to leave tape in my project, so I'll take it off. And then the next step is to place a piece of batting down. I want a little bit of padding on my bag. So I'm going to bring this piece down. Now I can use my hoop and press pad, just like a little pressing pad. Right by my machine, I don't have to get up or move. And it's always important to press as you do in the hoop designs. If you were doing this, if you were sewing it, like on a sewing machine, you would be pressing as you go. So why not press as you do it in the hoop design? At this point, if you wanted to add a design here on the front of your stocking, maybe an initial or maybe a little Christmassy design, you would stitch it right now before you moved on. But the next step, since I'm not going to be stitching anything on this fabric, we're going to go back to the back side of the hoop. And again, I'm going to put my hoop on top of my hoop and press pad. And remember, there are several sizes. And there are also a bundle for the oval hoops. Those are basically Bernina machines. I'm going to take this piece now, fold it down, and it is the perfect time to press. You want to get a nice crisp fold. And because I have my hoop and press pad underneath, I can easily press this down into place. It makes your projects turn out so much nicer if you press as you go. The next step, I'm going to be placing another lining piece. And this time it's going to go right side down again. And it's going to go even with this line up here. Let me go ahead and get this taped down. And again, since I am using my hoop and press pad underneath, I can really press down on my tape to make sure that it adheres. If I didn't have my hoop and press pad, I would be pushing on my stabilizer, possibly throwing my design, out of alignment or something, getting my stabilizer all loose. So now I'm going to go to the front side, and I'm going to place the piece of fabric that goes above the zipper. It's going to go right side down, and one of the long edges is going to go even with the top edge of the zipper there. Again, I want to tape that in place. We always want to tape our pieces in place. And then the next step is going to stitch these pieces down, the one that I put on the back side of the hoop and the one that's on the front side of the hoop. stitching it to the zipper, just like you would if you were sewing it on a sewing machine. I look at some comments, I see everyone loves the pads. Yes, they have been selling very, very well. They do carry them, again, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can order them online. Okay, whoops, let me change the view. Those pieces got stitched on. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove the tape here on the front, just because that is stitched down, but I am going to, I'll go ahead and put down the piece of batting, because I want a little piece of batting up underneath the top of the stocking. This makes like a little cuff. Let me just use my press pad as a little pressing station. You can see I got a nice crisp fold. Now at this point, if you wanted to put a name here on the stocking on the cuff, you would do it right now before you went on. So that you can get a little name here. The lettering probably would only be able to be maybe about an inch that you could get there, but that would certainly be really cute to put a name right there on the cuff. Let me go ahead and tape this fabric up. I'm going to put a couple little pieces here so that it doesn't move on me. And now we're going to go to the back side again. So here comes my hoop and press pad. Let's go to the back side. I could take this tape off of the back because everything is stitched down. And again, I have my pad underneath, so I'm able to fold this fabric up and easily press it in place. And if you press your fabrics in place like this, you're getting a nice crisp seam here, so that when you open up your bag and you look inside, I don't know if you can see that, but you can see how nice the lining pieces are laying on the inside, and that's because it was pressed. Let me go ahead and get this taped up. Now, another use for the hoop and press pad, let me grab my little scissors. At this point, we need to trim out a little piece of stabilizer here that's behind the zipper. That's so that we have access into our little zipper bag when we're done. I need to turn it around because it's just easier for me to trim this way. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to get my scissors, the tip of them, underneath that stabilizer, and with that pad underneath there, it keeps me from taking the tip of my scissors and poking downward and possibly cutting into my zipper. You don't want to cut into your zipper. You're only cutting the stabilizer. And I'm not cutting, all the way to the edge of the hoop. I'm probably leaving about an inch of stabilizer on each side. But you can see how easily that piece comes out. Now, when we're done, I can easily get into my bag. So the next step, we need a little hanger to hang our stocking. And I just used a little piece of cording, but we need a placement line so that we know where to place our hanger. So let me go ahead and put it back on the machine. And this next step is going to stitch a little placement for us, so that we know where to put the little hanger. It is a nice, easy project. Jeanette and Georgette says it's adorable. It really, really is. You know, you could put a longer strap on it if you wanted to. Use it, maybe you're going to a party and you only want to carry your keys, your license, maybe something like that, lipstick, just a couple little things. Okay, now here's my placement line. I don't know if you can see that, but it's right here and it's very small. We only need a small placement. So let me grab my cording. You can use ribbon, whatever. All I did was bring the two cut ends together, put some tape there so that they are held together. Whenever you add a loop like this, a little hanging tab, the loop end always points towards the inside of the hoop. And then my cut ends are going to extend about a ½ inch past this line. So let me just get it in place here. Let me grab a piece of tape. And let me just make sure I'm centering it over the placement line. I'm taping these cut-ins down. Another thing I'm going to do at this point, I'm sure someone will put the link up for the hoop and press pads, Christine. They are on S&P's site. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see this loop, I'm going to kind of move it over here to the right and tape it down. The reason I'm doing that is because when our stocking gets stitched together all around, I don't want this little loop to get caught in my seam over here on the side, so might as well move it over a little bit and tape it out of the way. The next step is just going to tape this, stitch this down really, really quick. Then this way we don't have to worry about if our little piece of cording, our little loop moves on us or anything. We don't have to worry about it shifting any. So that's why I like to have it taped down and then get stitched down. All right, so it's just tacked down into place. We're almost done with the design. Can you believe it? The next most important, the next step, most important, is to unzip our zipper halfway. I put some tape on my zipper pull just to keep it out of the way so it wouldn't come into the anywhere near the needle. Whoops, I got a piece of tape here I need to remove. Just get that out of there. And let's get that zipper opened. I'm not opening it all the way halfway, only because you notice that the stocking is smaller here than it is here. So I don't want to unzip my zipper too far and then have this seam, have it off to the other side. All right, so next step, take a big piece of fabric, and you're going to get the instructions for this, and they are going to tell you how big to cut all the pieces. This piece goes right side down. The batting goes right side, or it doesn't have a right side, sorry. It goes on top, centered. We're going to go back to the machine, and the next step is just going to stitch these fabrics on right over here on the left-hand side. So you want to know where to get the design. You can go to embroiderygarden.com to find the design. You'll see it right there on the home page. This is my Christmas gift to you for watching me here on Sewing Machines Plus's Countdown to Christmas. All right, that's done. We only have one more piece of fabric to add. I'm going to go to the back side of the hoop. So again, I'm going to use my hoop and press pad. Again, the hoop and press pads come in a bundle or they come in individual sizes. This piece goes right side down, back side of the hoop. Let me tape it down in place. I'm just going to quickly kind of tape it down. And I'm ready to stitch the next step. So what it's going to do, it's going to stitch all the way around in the stocking shape and leave it open over here. Let me go ahead and get the machine or the view changed for you. And while it's stitching, I'm going to kind of keep an eye on it. And I'm going to look at some of the questions. Okay, you go to embroiderygarden.com and you can download the design for free until Friday the 16th at midnight Central Time. Okay, so it's going to be available all this week for you at embroiderygarden.com. It's for a 5x7 hoop. The stabilizer I used on this is a lightweight cutaway. They call it like no-show mesh. I'm sure that Sewing Machines Plus carries that also. This is such a fun little design. If you are at embroiderygarden.com, I also created a fun little mitten design the same way. This one I happen to use cuddle fabric. It's like a soft, minky fabric. I'll give you a close-up look at that here. Use a little fur and then the minky fabric. And it's just really, really cute. The mitten you could use year-round. or at least through the winter, I guess. Okay, it's ready to come out of the hoop. Here's a tip, check the back side to make sure nothing happened. No fabric flipped, because if it did, you can fix that with these machines that Brother has. You're able to go back and you can correct something if you had a problem. A tip that I like to do is first trim the batting away, the batting only. And the reason I do that, it keeps bulk out of your seam. And when we get up here to the corners at the top of the stocking, when we go to turn this, it's going to keep the bulk out of the those corners too. So our corners are going to push out really nice. Sometimes I use my small scissors, the ones that I used for cutting that stabilizer out of the back earlier from the zipper. And then sometimes I use my big scissors. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you are most comfortable with. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pop it out of the hoop. And now I'm going to start trimming it. Go to the back side. You can see the opening. I always start at the opening, and I'm just cutting about 1/4 inch to that stitch line. And now I'm going to trim 1/4 inch all the way around. One thing, your little loop is in here. Let me find it. See, there's the end of my loop, our little hanging loop. I don't want to cut that off short. You cut it off short and you're hanging this up. This would be cute to hang on the tree too. Or, pulling on it in any way, it might pull out. So don't cut that part short. Leave that longer. All right, now that I'm around that, I can quickly trim this. My corners are right angles, so I am going to cut those diagonally, follow along the curve of the stocking. Whoops, let me just get around this heel part. All right, get all that out of the way. I don't need this to be that long. I'll trim it down a little bit. Let me get those corners clipped well, just diagonally. Don't cut into your stitches. Now here at the opening, you only need the 2 lining pieces. They make the opening up. So all this back here is bulk. Cut that away. You do need to take the time to come around and clip. Just make little clips. Don't cut into your stitching, but make little clips all the way around your stocking. And this is going to help the fabric relax when you go to turn it. It'll make it it'll make these areas round out really nice. If you just put a few little clips in there. Let's see, that's going to be good enough for now. I don't want to take too much time just clipping. You're going to reach in and we're going to turn the stocking. You go ahead and get the toe part out first. This is always the fun part. Remember the hoop and press pads are also great for doing appliques. If you have to rip out stitches, it's always best to rip stitches from the back side, and with the support under the hoop, you're not taking the chance really of ripping your fabric or cutting into your fabric. So you do want to get the corners out well, these top corners. I kind of like to push them out with my finger first and then use a tool. I'm going to round out the toe, round out the heel. Take my tool, and you really want to work that corner out, make it nice and pretty. Go in here. I do know that Sewing Machines Plus sells these turning tools. This is my favorite turning tool, this R&K precision turning tool. Not sure if they have them in stock right now, but I absolutely love it. Make sure you get the toe and the heel rounded out. And at this point, I'm going to use the pad as a little pressing pad. You would turn in the raw edges. And you can either hand stitch that, or use some fabric, or I'm sorry, some fusible tape to close that up. That's quicker. If you hand sewed it, don't worry if you don't hand sew well, because no one's going to see it. So I'm going to, next, we're going to pretend like I closed that opening. I'm going to get this zipper opened up all the way, reach in again, turn it. This one would also be cute too, this little stocking. If you use the fur on it like I did on the mitten. The mitten is not free. The mitten is a for sale design. Let me get these top corners out. Get the tape off of my loop. Use my tool again. And I do like to run it around the inside to make sure everything gets pushed out well. And now I would give it a final press, and it's done. Isn't that just adorable? So, Blaine, are there any other questions or comments? I see.
Hey,
Hi, Jane.
Wow, that was a great project, and you did it in under 30 minutes from start to finish, the whole thing. It's just so cute.
Right, it is. It's very simple to do and turns out just so cute, and so many uses for it. Hang it on the tree, tie it to a package, give it as a gift, put a gift inside, and you have 2 gifts.
It's so great. You could put some jewelry in there. Maybe someone's proposing, you put the ring in there and just bring that with you. Like you can make a bigger strap and use it as a purse. I love it for the tree. That's so cute. And what I was like, how is she going to close this? And the hand stitching, you're not going to see it. So no big deal.
Right. So don't worry if you're not a good hand stitcher, or get some of that fusible tape, the double-sided tape, and just iron it shut.
Well, I mean, really fantastic. Everyone is just going totally crazy. I think you're driving them to your website, right?
Yes, the design is free until Friday, the 16th at midnight Central Time. And it's for all of you for watching me here on Sewing Machines Plus's Countdown to Christmas.
You are fantastic, Green. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for that wonderful last minute Christmas gift. It is so fun. I know everyone's just like going to your site because everyone's like, wait, just slow down. I think the site's overloaded. So there you go. You got a lot more friends.
Okay, great. And don't forget, order the hoop and press pads from Sewing Machines Plus. Order them now this week so that you can get them in time for Christmas.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Reen.
Thank you, Jane.
Have a great Christmas. Wow, that's so cool, everybody. Wow, it's just so much fun. The creativity there, the inspiration. I just love it. Let's bring Blaine back in so we can keep the show going. Blaine, did you see how quick and easy she did that?
That was pretty awesome. I think I can make that. Now, I couldn't do it in 30 minutes. There's no way. It might take me 2-3 hours, but I think I can make that. That looked pretty easy.
I was just like glued to the TV. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. Great.
So everybody ought to be going down into, embroiderygarden.com, get that free download. Reen's doing that just for the SMP viewers and all the way till Friday midnight Central Time, and they can download it. But hey, Jane, guess what?
Yeah. What?
I'm kind of feeling like Santa Blaine right now. So let's just give something away real quick before we go to our second half of the day. We got Handi Quilter in the house.
Okay.
So let's give some stuff away first.
This is exciting. Let's do it.
I want to go ahead right now. Let's give a $100 gift certificate away to SMP. And Kennedy is going to pull the wheel up, and we're going to spin that wheel and see who wins.
Right in the middle of the day, Blaine. You are just so exciting.
Kennedy, spin that wheel. You have to make your own music, Kennedy.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll have Kennedy sing or hum or something.
Sing some Christmas songs.
Jingle bells.
So that person, that's Marina. She works in our chat.
Oh, yeah.
So Marina can't win, everybody.
Okay, let's do it again.
But that just shows you she's trying to answer everybody's questions. So she's on.
That's funny.
We got to keep SMP Nation on their toes. We got to be ready.
All right, here we go.
I did see that. I was like, someone impersonate. Oh, Susie Clausen. I love Susie.
So
congratulations.
Susie, she just won herself a $100 gift card to SMP. So Susie is watching today from YouTube. How we're going to do it, Susie, you need to go to smplive.tv and just scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says claim your prize. fill out the information, hit submit, and then they will email you the coupon or the code for the gift card, and you can use it at checkout on smp.com or SewingMachinesPlus.com. Okay?
Hey, Blaine.
Yes.
Congratulations to Susie. Just curious, since you're the boss over there, can you just give Marina like an extra 15 minutes or something on her lunch break?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have to do something for her.
I
now.
mean, she won.
Yeah,
but
she did
she
win.
can't win. So like, give her something else.
I'm gonna take care. She just walked in the studio, so
Let's see her. Where is
where's
she?
my
Come
prize?
on.
So
You
Marina,
got the-
we're gonna take care of you.
You got the full screen up still. You want to see Marina? Okay, where's Marina?
You don't have a sew mat?
Tell her to come over.
All right. So Marina, I'm going to make sure she gets a sew mat of her choice just because she was helping, but we did pull your number up. So that was pretty cool. All right. So we're going to guess what we're going to give away next, Jane? We're going to give away an Encore 260A sewing machine away. Right there. You see it on screen. And guys, this is a fantastic machine. $349 retail value. And what we're going to do is we're throwing in the free extension table with it. So Kennedy,
Yes, Blaine.
spin that wheel.
Okay, music, Kennedy, music.
Wait, ready? Jingle bells, jingle bells.
There you go.
All the way.
Oh, what?
I got my heart.
Okay, guys, here we go. We got a winner. Good thing
Beth
we're
Cleary.
not in choir.
Beth won. She's watching today from YouTube. So Beth, congratulations on winning the sewing machine. What we need you to do to go to smplive.tv and go down toward the bottom of that page. You'll see where it says claim your prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you as soon as we receive your information.
Yeah.
All
That's
right,
it.
we got Clausen and Cleary.
Yep. So Jane,
Yes.
we are continuing on with the show. We have got a fantastic afternoon. Everybody, Handi Quilter is in the house. We have the dynamic duo from Handi Quilter. We have Christina and Kimberly. And, they got the name. You probably remember this back at one of our Quilt Fest of the Foxy Moxie dancers. Because
Yeah, don't
were
they
showing-
dance every time we open up the show here?
Remember they kind of had a little
Yeah.
dance and they were showing that
they're like
Moxie.
TikTokers. Right.
It was that brand new Moxie machine from
Yeah.
Handi Quilter that they demonstrated. That's kind of how they got their name. Well, guess what? We're showing that machine first. We're going to show the Moxie with the Pro Stitcher Lite, and we have Kim and Christina here, and they're going to show us all about it. And so hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that dancing that they do. I like it, Jane.
I'm just waiting for you to go to them to dance.
Go, Jane.
All right,
Go,
so let's
Jane.
welcome
Go,
to the
Jane.
show Kim and Christina from Handi.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Oh, they're all dressed up.
Of course.
I love it. Love it. So,
Yep.
guys, y'all got the reputation now of the Foxy Moxie dancer. So I hope you don't let us down today, but we're going to let you get going and tell
Okay.
us all about that Moxie with the Pro Stitcher Lite and everything. And we'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
That sounds great. Thanks.
We're going to introduce you first to this fabulous sweater.
So Christina was shopping at a secondhand store and look what she found. Merry Foxmas with a fox on it. So we decided that she absolutely had to get that and wear
Yep.
it today, especially while we're talking about the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite.
We are talking about the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite.
So let's talk about the machine, and then we're going to tell you guys about the project we're working on today with all of the different machines. We always like to try to come up with something fun to do.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this machine first. So the Moxie,
Okay.
tell us about the Moxie, Christina.
So this is a really fun machine. It's our most economical. It is our entry-level machine, 15-inch throat space.
Mhm.
So a lot more quiltable space that you're going to get
Yep.
than you do on your domestic machine. So it's a great machine. You can do all sorts of different stitch lengths, 4 stitches per inch, up to 18 stitches per inch, different stitch modes. I mean, there's all sorts of fun things that you can get with the Moxie machine.
Exactly. And it comes on one of 2 different frames. And today we've actually got this Moxie set up on a little foot frame. We're a little tight for space here in the studio today. You guys will get to see as we move through this. We've actually got 4 machines set up in the filming studio here.
Yep.
So this was the perfect fit for us because it's a 5-foot frame that you can hoop any size quilt on, right, Christina?
It is. It's great because you're not limited by the frame because it is a hooping system.
Yep.
So you can do any size, but on the flip side, it's a smaller, compact frame, so it can fit in those smaller spaces.
Exactly,
So.
exactly. And the Moxie is also available on the loft frame, which is an 8-foot frame, or you can add a 2-foot extension to it. So if you if you've got the room for that 10-foot frame, you can absolutely get the Moxie on that. So it's kind of fun having those options for it, isn't it?
Yeah, because with the 10-foot frame, you can quilt up to a 9-foot width quilt.
Yep, that's a big quilt.
So.
It's a king size quilt.
Yeah.
So you can get all those awesome projects done.
Yep.
So the Moxie, it's such an awesome machine. It comes with a lot of fun things. We always like to show you guys this. So it comes with what we like to call our Moxie quilting party in a box.
That's my dancing for the episode.
There you go.
Got that one off.
So this accessory kit for the Moxie comes with a lot of really fun things. And because we're going to be talking about the Moxie again later, we'll actually show this to you later. But I just want you guys to know that it does come with a lot of great things. But let's talk about the ultimate accessory that we can add to the Moxie, which is
your favorite thing of all time.
Absolutely.
It's our Pro Stitcher Lite.
Exactly. Yep. I love using the Pro Stitcher with a quilting machine. So what are some of the great things we can do with Pro Stitcher Lite?
Okay, Pro Stitcher Lite. It's, first of all, for those that don't know what it is, it's our computerized, it's the robotic system that you can program to have it quilt what you want it to quilt.
Exactly.
So it's fabulous because it comes with about 300 designs already loaded in the system that you can choose from to quilt on your quilts. It also has the capabilities of purchasing different designs online, just putting them on a USB and then plugging them in, and you can run those other designs. So you can do all sorts of fun stuff with this.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, and we love the Lite because just like the Moxie, it is at a lower price range. And so it makes the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite super affordable. Really great present if you're looking for something to complete your quilting studio this year for Christmas.
Yeah, and the Pro Stitcher Lite can be put on the Moxie. It can also be put on a Simply 16 as well.
Yep.
So for those Simply 16 owners that are out there, this is another option for an accessory for you.
Exactly, exactly. So let's start talking about our project that we're going to do today.
Our lovely project.
So we were talking about what is something that we can make. Last year we did Christmas ornaments and things like that. And it's actually kind of fun. We've got a few of the projects we worked on last year during the countdown to Christmas hanging here in the studio. We've got stockings hanging over here on our fireplace. So the stockings, the white ones, right?
Yep, the white ones we did
we made last year. But we thought, what can we do to top that? So we started talking about it. And we thought, what is like such an iconic Christmas thing? And we decided we want to make a quilted ugly sweater today. So we have a sweater here on this quilt, and we're going to fill in some of the fun things here. So we want to put a design down here on what is the bottom band of the quilt, right, Christina?
Yes.
And so let's walk everybody through the steps of how we do this with Pro Stitcher Lite. So the first thing with Pro Stitcher Lite is you have to set up a frame space. So I'm going to move the machine up here to the top left-hand corner of my quilt. You guys can see the sleeve of the ugly sweater coming out there. And I'm going to go to the area tab and select frame space and then touch the 2 corner button.
While you're moving that machine, I want to explain frame space real quick.
Please do.
So while I'm setting up frame space, what that is it's allowing the computerized system to know where the machine physically can go to.
Yep.
It will not be able to go outside of that frame space.
Exactly. It won't quilt a design outside of that frame space. Exactly. So I've got the frame space set up on my screen now. And next, what I want to do is actually set an area up for this specific part of our ugly sweater. So we want to put some words down here, don't we? I think that's what we decided to do.
Cool.
So we're going to set up an area. So once again, in the area tab, I'm going to do a 2 corner, which means I only have to place 2 of those 4 corners, and it just automatically makes a box on the screen from what I'm working on. And then we're going to open the design and put it in there. So we'll go to File, Design, Open. And Christina has this saved on a USB for me. This is a design that comes from Quiltable.
Yep.
Okay.
And Quiltable is an online company that sells digitized designs that you can purchase and quilt out on your machines.
Exactly. Okay, so I've got the design here on the screen, and now what I'm going to do is use the Modify tab, and I'm going to use a line to pop that inside my area. Now, this design is a little too big, isn't it, Christina? We can see that here on the screen. So luckily, I can really easily resize it. So I'm just going to
So when you're saying
down
it's
a little
too
bit.
big, for the viewers that can't see the screen, because actually none of the viewers can see the
That's
screen.
right.
So on our screen, we've got a nice little pink box that represents the black area on the quilt top. And we only want our design to stitch inside that black area. So we need the design to fit inside the pink box on the screen. So Kim is resizing, doing some manipulating to make sure that it doesn't go outside of the pink box that she's created.
Exactly.
So that's looking pretty good.
So I ended up using the skew button, which is one of my absolute favorite features in Pro Stitcher. When you hit the skew button, it just makes the design fit perfectly. So we're ready to stitch it out. So we'll baseline, and then we're going to come to the Pro Stitcher tab, and I'm going to move my machine over here. And we are going to go ahead and quilt this out.
So this is the fun part. This is when you tell the machine,
Yes.
go, run, do it for me.
And it takes that little first stitch, and then we're going to let this go ahead and stitch out. And we are stitching out the words Merry Christmas here inside. And I'm going to do just a little bit of thread chicken there. And we're just going to let this stitch. So it's always a little mesmerizing to just sit and let it stitch out. At home, when I'm quilting, I love to be able to let the machine run, and then my Pro Stitcher run the machine. I can go sit down and work on other things. And I always love this because it really helps me maximize my time, right?
It does, yeah. So a lot of other people that really enjoy using Pro Stitcher are those that aren't confident enough in their free motion, or they just don't want to do free motion. They want everything to be perfect.
Exactly.
So that type of person would be a wonderful match for the Pro Stitcher.
Exactly.
I like to use it in combinations with other things. So sometimes I have a block and I just want to drop a design in that block.
Right.
Do that super quick, and then I can do some other fun stuff around it on my own. And yeah, so with Pro Stitcher, you can bounce back and forth between the two. You're not just limited to the computerized.
Nope, you're not. It's easy as the touch of a button. We just release the gears. We disengage the gears from the carriage that drop into a track along that's placed on the frame. And we just lift that up, and then you can easily quilt things on your own. So you guys can see here that this is quilting out. It looks really cool. Christina picked a really fun variegated thread. Oh, okay. Oh. What kind of thread? Okay, so we just got a question asking what kind of thread we're using. We are
Excellent
using, I don't know, was this the mystery thread we found in the office?
This was the mystery thread, but it had green and red in it. I want to say it's a YLI thread,
I think it might be.
but I'm not positive.
Yeah. It's obviously some kind of a Christmas mix because it's got a very fun red and green variegation, and it looks really, really fun here.
Yeah.
So
now, if you ask me that on any of the other machines that we're going to be working on today, I could tell you which thread it is.
Exactly.
This is the only one.
This was thread we found in one of the drawers of the machines, and we were like, oh, look, this is perfect. We're going to go ahead and use this. We love it.
Yeah.
It's really fun, though. This is one thing that I absolutely love about all of the machines, not just the Moxie, is the fact that we can use any high quality quilting thread on these, can't we?
Correct. Yep.
And thread is one of the things that makes these machines so much fun. You guys can see the wonderful contrast we have here with the variegation. Denise is the one that's always saying, oh, but it just looks beautiful no matter what, as long as it's stitched with the variegated thread, right?
Yeah.
So even quilting that maybe isn't the prettiest can look really, really cool when you use the variegated thread.
Yep. If the design is going to have a lot of overstitching, I try to stay away from variegated sometimes because you never know which color section of the thread is going to stitch over top of the previous one.
Exactly.
So that's one thing to think about when you're choosing your threads. So Denise, do we have any other questions over there?
Who's going to wear the sweater?
Oh, we've got great plans for this.
Yes, we do. So, you know, like a classic photo booth where you stand behind something or you like poke your
Got
head
the
through
circle
with the
cut out.
cutout. We've decided that we are going to bind the edges of this quilt, and then it is going to be set up here so that people at Handi Quilter or any of our visitors can take a picture behind the ugly sweater like they're wearing it. You know, we should actually do some little cutouts under the hands too, so they can poke their hands out.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about hands.
Think we can do some jazz hands or something behind there.
Somehow
Have
we
a
can
little fun with
incorporate Foxy Moxie dancers into it.
Be able to do something fun. Okay, so we've hit the end here. I'm just going to do a couple of tie-off stitches. I just realized that I had turned off my my locking stitches at the beginning and the end. Luckily, it's really easy to do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull this thread up here and clip that off. And then you guys can see how great that looks there. It says Merry Christmas across here. And we'll do some better shots of this quilt as we're moving it along the way. But how fun and easy was that? And can you imagine trying to free motion something like that and have it turn out exactly that beautiful?
I can't even sign my name, and I've practiced that how many times?
I know.
No, having the computerized system is just fabulous.
It really is. It really is.
Great results every time.
It totally does.
Yep.
So let's show everybody how easy it is to switch from Pro Stitcher Light mode, where the machine is moving it, to where you are quilting free motion.
Okay.
So Christina's done some fun little squiggles right here along the edge of the quilt, along the edge of this piece here. And so why don't we do some more of that stitching down along the rest of this edge here to hold it down? What do you think?
Sounds good. Okay, so to do that, I can just, on my screen here, I've got Pro Stitcher selected. I'm going to hit this gears button. And if you listen really carefully, you might be able to hear those gears lift up. So I don't know if the viewers could hear that, but those gears are up. And now the machine is moving freely so that I can do some stitching. So I'm just going to bring it over, bring up that bobbin thread, do a little tie off here, just some walking stitches. Oh, we didn't talk about the walking stitches feature. So we've got a button on our handlebar, and if you hold it down or push it down once, it drops the needle down.
Yeah.
Do it again, it lifts the needle up. But if you hold it, it will continue to cycle, and you can get a nice little walking stitch there.
Lock those stitches in place so that you don't have to worry about them coming undone.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now the hardest thing is you have to push a button to make it go.
I know. And then you got to decide, how am I going to quilt this? But
okay,
if we're just going to follow what we've got here, you just did a little, it's like a little E, practicing your handwriting, talking about that. Does that work?
Yep. We'll just do some little loops around here.
So we'll just put a fun little border along the edge of this, right along here.
And I'm not going to go all the way down to that line because that's the edge of my throat space. So I'm just going to kind of bump up along it.
That looks fun though.
And then here's where it gets really fun. Okay, you ready? I got to do my wide stance.
Okay.
I'm going to get my little ab workout. Ready?
Okay. Now Christina's dancing while she's stitching.
Thought I broke my thread. I got a little excited. You can tell I did this a few times that I got a little bit of an ab workout trying to stabilize all those loops.
I love it.
With the thread color changing, some of the colors are blending into the black, and I keep thinking I broke my thread.
Oh yeah, that dark green really blends, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. That looks so cool. You know, those almost look like Christmas lights the way that you did that. That looks really
that's what I meant for it to be. Huh?
Exactly what we were thinking of.
Okay, I'm just going to bring up that bobbin thread. So it just adds a little bit of texture there.
Scissors there.
Little pizzazz.
Add a little fun to that. So much fun. The easiness that you can switch back and forth between the two. It's really fun to be able to, as Christina likes to call it, confetti quilt, where you use all of the different tools that are available. And that's definitely something you can do with a Moxie. It may be our smallest machine, but you can still do all of that great stuff. You can use all of the different feet we have. You can get a quilt from the back kit and use the handlebars from the back and do pantographs. You can do rulers.
Yep.
You can do all of those fun things with quilting. So the Moxie is just such a great machine. It's so much fun to quilt with. And adding the Pro Stitcher Lite to it, like I said, it's just the ultimate accessory, isn't it?
Yep, I always have fun with it.
Such a fun machine.
It is. One thing that we didn't really talk about a whole lot, but I think we've got a few more minutes that we can throw this in there.
Yeah.
Stitch regulation.
Yeah, stitch regulation.
So I don't know if you noticed when I got going really fast, sometimes you would hear a little beep.
Yep.
So the machine will let you know when you are going too fast that it can't keep up with the stitch regulation. Because this machine has built-in stitch regulation, meaning that the machine controls and the stitch length and keeping those stitches equal measurements.
Exactly.
And you can also go into manual mode where you control that stitch length.
Yep.
But those are some fun things that are there. But, yeah.
We have two different modes of stitch regulation on this machine, just like all of our other machines. We have cruise and precision. So depending on the type of quilting you're doing, you can keep that nice, beautiful, even stitch all the time, which I know coming from a background, for years and years, I quilted on my domestic machine and I was a stitch regulator. And coming to a machine that has that stitch regulation is so amazing because you do get those even, consistent, beautiful stitches. It's one of the things that Handi Quilter is known for.
Yep.
So one other thing that is so great about the Moxie and Pro Stitcher Lite is that it does come with the education that Handi Quilter is really known for. So when you purchase this machine, you get education on how to use it. And we also have a new video that we put out every week on the Handi Quilter YouTube channel that teaches you more things about how to use the Moxie. Education is our top priority, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Especially for us.
Yeah.
We're the educators, so
we have fun.
We do. We have a lot of fun. So,
yep. Well, Denise, did we have any more questions?
Okay.
Okay.
I'd love to see the back of your sweater.
Oh,
okay. Which camera are we going to go to for this one?
Let's go to the one that Jacob's got over here.
Okay.
So this was the best part.
Let's get a really good up close of the front.
So we've
can't get up tall enough.
Mary Foxmas, and then Christina's lovely. And you guys love that it's all sequined. It's so cute with the little paws.
Ooh.
Little paws.
Okay, here's the back.
Now when she turns around, other little paws, and she's got her.
Okay, enough of my rear end.
When you texted me the pictures of that and she's out shopping, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so perfect.
So Blaine, next year I'm going to need a wardrobe budget because I've used up all my costumes in the last 2 years.
I absolutely love the sweater. That is awesome. And thank you all for dressing up. But let me tell everybody how they can get this Moxie. And then we're going to come right back to y'all and we're going to talk all about that Amara. So again, guys, they just demonstrated the Moxie with the Pro Stitcher Lite. And we have a great price on this for the show. Guys, man, I can't tell you, you got to call us to get that special pricing. But what's great about this, we're going to give you your choice of frames on this. Now, it comes with that 8-foot loft frame. But let's just say that 8 foot is a little bit too big for where you're going to use it. We also going to let you have your choice, either that loft 8 foot, or you can get the little foot frame, which is only 5 foot. That way, if you have a compact area, you'll be able to get it in there. And then that Pro Stitcher Lite, what can I say? I can't say enough about Pro Stitcher Lite, guys. This thing, it's going to let you do precision quilting, edge to edge, robotically, and it's also it's so awesome. It has so many great features in it, and you can do channel locks. You can do all these things with this, and it has all kinds of designs that you can import in. Has designs built in. So you can do all those, great quilting jobs with it just robotically. So it makes it extremely easy. And guys, this is so affordable. Right now, it's $10,990. But we do have a call-in special. If you want to get that better price, you have to call in to get that price at 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by. And again, if you can't get through on the phones, Kyle is going to put in that chat link, or in the chat, he's going to put the Google Sheets link. And what you can do, you can fill that out. And it's basically just going to be like a callback form that you can put in their request. You put your name, your phone number, and what machine you're calling, you're interested in. And it's getting updated real time in the call center on their screens. They can see it. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to try to make you a priority to give you a call back. So we're trying to take care of all the SMP Nation today that's watching. But again, guys, this is that Moxie with the Pro Stitcher Lite and your choice of that loft frame 8 foot or the little foot 5 foot frame. give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can just go to smplive.tv, and Kyle has that product on the page. You just click that product. It takes you to the product page. You can read all the features about it and everything. But you have to call to get that special price, or speak to one of the live chat agents that are on the product page. All right, so let's go right back over to the Handi Quilter and with Christina and Kimberly, and they are going to the Amara next, which now we're just going to move up. You just saw a great entry-level quilting machine, but now we're going to move up into the 20-inch range. And so let's go back to Kim and Christina. Are they not ready?
On.
All right, there they are.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, we just had to do a quick switch
knew
around
you-
here. Like
I
we
knew you had to
mentioned.
switch over, but I didn't know if I gave you enough time or not. But hey, guys, we're going to let y'all take it away, because I know there's a lot of things to talk about this Amara.
There sure is. There sure is. So this is our Amara 20. We recently, I guess you could say, rebranded all of our machines so that they're now in families. So we've got the Moxie family and we have the Amara family. So this really is the same Amara that you've come to know and love, but it's quite fun. We've actually got a new logo on the side of the machine here. So we're going to give you guys a nice, beautiful close-up of this so that you can see exactly how awesome it looks. Look at that, the Amara 20. Little more focus on Handi Quilter. That's our new logo. So sharp. It was fun. We kind of got to be a little bit involved in saying, yes, that's the one we really like. So very fun. So the Amara 20, like I mentioned, this is such a great machine, isn't it, Christina?
I'm a little partial to this one, and like the whole Amara family.
Yeah, me
That's what
too.
I usually quilt on at home, and so I love them.
Yeah. So what are some of your favorite things about the Amara? And then I can talk about some of my favorite things about the Amara, because it is really, I mean, it is, I feel like it's the machine that has pretty much everything, nearly everything.
Yeah.
Infinity has a few other things, but Amara 20.
Well, let's see where to begin.
Yeah, I know. Where do we start?
So I'm going to talk about the lighting.
Okay.
So right now we have our lights pretty much turned all the way down because it kind of messes with our camera.
Yep.
But the lighting on this is fabulous. So we've got the throat lighting, so you can kind of see.
You guys see that there?
How it can go up and down. I don't know how well that's going to show up on the camera. Look at that. Oh, beautiful.
It's almost like a complete whiteout when it's all the way up on camera.
And then we've got the lighting around the needle.
Yep.
And I can turn one of them all the way off. I can also turn them back on. I can do one button to turn all the lights off and to turn them all the way on. Now I'm just going to put it back down a little bit so that the camera is happy with it. But I love the lighting because it allows me to see what I need to see. I do a lot of, ruler work, micro quilting work, and if I'm doing white thread on white fabric, sometimes it gets a little bit,
yeah,
I can't see what I'm doing. So sometimes it's better to turn the lights off, and just kind of watch the shadows.
Right.
So
totally.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
really good.
I'm just sitting down here so we can see stuff here.
Today we are not doing a sprint. We're doing a marathon. We're doing this for 3 hours straight. So have a seat.
I'm gonna sit for this segment.
Yep.
So okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I just totally whipped myself in the eyeball with my pom pom.
Watch out! I know we both got these things swinging around here.
Okay,
fine.
Back to business.
Yes.
It's got the pinpoint needle light.
Yes.
So
I love that.
There's a little light that shines down onto the fabric that allows me to see exactly where my needle is going to go.
Right.
So that is really, really nice. My previous machine did not have that feature.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I could go back now. It's so nice.
It's when sometimes, not sometimes, I know for me, every time I move up a machine and I get that new feature, trying to go back.
Yeah,
no,
you just can't do it.
No. And the laser, let's see, the pinpoint
needle
laser. We're going to say this right. It's so awesome to use when you've got the Pro Stitcher running too. And we'll show you more of that in another segment. But for right now, yeah. Any other features that you love?
Well, let's keep talking about lighting.
Okay, let's do.
So we also have lighting in the bobbin case area,
That's
or the bobbin hook area, so that when you're changing that bobbin, you can see what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a lot easier to get it clean when you can actually see if it's clean or not.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
So lighting is something that I really, really like.
Mhm.
Do you want me to just keep on going?
Well,
Or do you want to pick something?
Can I tell you what
Okay.
my favorite thing about it is? And you might actually want to do some of this for me, but I love the independently adjustable handlebars. These handlebars are awesome because, and I'll let Christina actually show you just a little bit of this. So
Okay.
you can move the handlebars. Yeah.
So we've got 2 knobs.
Mhm.
So one of the knobs, if I loosen that knob up, I can drop the handlebar down.
Yep. And you can
And
see
up.
that that's independent of the other
And this,
handlebar.
yep, this one's still staying where
Yep.
it's at. You do them separately. Okay, let me just tighten that up a little bit here. Then with this next knob, if I loosen that one, I can telescope this in and out.
Mhm.
And I can also rotate the handle. So if I'm doing like micro work, I'm going to drop those handles down so that I am right next to my needle.
Yep.
And I've got so much more control down there. But if I'm doing ruler work,
Yeah.
I don't want those handles down there
Nope.
because then they're totally in my way.
They're totally in the
Oh.
way.
So yeah, independent handlebars. I love these. And I love how you can change both the angles,
Mhm.
the telescoping.
Yep.
So some people say, well, I'm not going to do anything. Like I don't need my handlebars to change. If you're quilting for quite a while,
Yeah.
you get that strain from holding that same position, strain on your
Exactly.
shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers, everything.
Yep.
So if you drop the handlebars down just a little bit or rotate them in, I know you like to rotate yours
Yep.
in.
Yep.
It just changes that hand positioning and it changes the strain on your body so that you're taking care of yourself a little bit more.
Yeah. I love it. I feel like it makes the difference between being able to quilt for a few hours or being able to quilt the whole day. Because if I make myself adjust my handlebars, even by just an inch or so every hour or so, it
Yeah.
just prolongs because I'm not holding my body in exactly that same position all day. So
Yeah.
I absolutely love the independently adjustable handlebars. So
Yes.
that was a fun one.
Okay. So in our last segment, we talked about stitch regulation.
Yes.
So the Amara also has those same modes. You have
Yep.
your manual mode.
Yep.
You have stitch regulation, which includes the 2 different modes of precision and cruise.
Yep.
So those are always great features.
Yep.
And we're going to do a little bit of stitching with rulers
Yep.
today on this Amara. So people always ask, well, what settings do you use?
Yeah.
What's my answer to everything with quilting?
It depends. That's what Christina always says. Well, it's what we always say when we teach because it does. It depends on the project you're working on, the type of fabric you're using, the type of just what you're trying to accomplish. It depends. The nice thing is you got lots of options.
Yeah. And not only does it depend on those variables, but it depends on the person.
Yep.
The things that I like aren't necessarily what you like.
Exactly.
So the thing that I always try to get out to new users or new owners is to try all of the different settings and find out what you personally like and then go with it.
I love it.
Or change back and forth when you can't decide. you know.
Exactly.
But
Just
for
keep
right
playing with them.
now, I'm going to keep mine in regulated mode
Mhm.
and I'm going to put it in cruise. So
Okay.
my needle is going to continue to cycle even when I'm not moving my machine.
Okay.
But I'm going to put it on a really slow speed. So it's a really slow cycle
Okay.
if I'm not moving the machine.
Because you're going to use rulers.
We're going to use rulers.
So Denise just told me that we've got a question. So why
Oh.
don't we see what the question is? Oh, somebody's asking about what's holding the scissors up here. So
Oh.
that's a really good question. It's magic. No, I'm just kidding. It's a magnet. They both start with an M, right? It's close.
Magic magnet, you know.
First 3 letters are the same. No, it's what we call our magnetic tool collar. And isn't that great? Because you can always have your pair of scissors handy right there. I know that at home, I also keep my screwdriver that I adjust my bobbin tension with right there. So it's our magnetic tool collar. You can keep all of your your metal tools right now, not magnetic.
Yeah.
And this is a question we always get about this. Is it only, why is it on the left side of the machine? Well, if it was on the right side of the machine, it would be right in the middle of the thread path.
Thread.
And you guys can't see this here, but that's okay. The thread path and scissors, they don't mix well. So
Yeah.
it's over on the left-hand side. And trust me, when you start using the machine and you're reaching across to that left, if you're a right-handed person reaching across, it's not that big of a deal to get used to it. But it is a really cool, once again, it's just a fun feature that's added to this machine that really makes it quilter friendly.
Yes. And I want to point out that that magnetic collar comes standard on all of the Amara family
Yes.
machines. You cannot purchase it separately. You can't add it to other machines.
Oh, sorry.
It is built into the Amara family.
The Amara family. Yep. Exactly.
Turn off the what?
The needle.
Oh, the
Oh.
light at the needle. Sorry.
Okay.
We were just asked to turn off the light at the needle. It's still a little bright there. So, okay. So so we've talked a lot about this awesome machine. It comes on the Studio 2 frame, which you can set up, and it also, the Amara is also available on the Littlefoot frame, which we showed you with the Moxie in the last segment. So you can also put it on that frame. But the Studio 2 frame is what we've got set up here. And it's really great because you can set it up at a lot of different lengths. You can I've seen people do 8, 10, and 12 foot.
Or if you're really, really crazy, you can do 14.
I don't think, can you do 14 with this one? I'm not sure.
I thought we could.
Maybe you can.
We might have to check on
We
that.
might have to check on that one.
It's very
But-
rarely used.
Yes,
but-
yes, because those are really, really big
Yeah.
quilts. But it's awesome to have those options depending on the amount of space you have in your quilting room.
Yep.
So you guys know, as we mentioned, I think we've talked enough about the machine. I know everybody's very excited to
I wanna
see.
quilt.
I know. What's the next thing we're going to do here on the sweater? So first of all, we're going to have Jacob get a nice close up here of the Merry Christmas that we quilted. Hopefully you guys all can see that there. So we've got the Merry Christmas. We actually turned this sideways, so we've got Merry Christmas across there. That's what we filmed in the last segment, or stitched out in the last segment.
Oh.
And what are you just noticing?
If we have new viewers, we haven't told them our project.
Oh, that's right. We're working on an ugly Christmas sweater because, of course, what is the most iconic thing that we can do at Christmas time? The ugly Christmas sweater. So it might be a little bit easier to see now how this is actually a sweater. So we've got the bottom band of the sweater, and then this is the body of the sweater working up this way. And then we've got the turtleneck here. Now, trying to figure out how to make it look like a true turtleneck, we had to do a little bit of thinking, but Christina put on her thinking cap and she came up with a really great solution. So she's going to do some stitching with
I'm going to do some rulers.
rulers.
Yep.
Perfect.
So I've already got a ruler base on my machine. So you can tell that it's got a pretty big table there now compared to just the throat.
And would you ever try to do rulers without a ruler base on?
No.
No. Your ruler's going to rock, and moving needle, not a good idea.
Yeah. So make sure you have your ruler base. I've also changed this machine to our Surefoot.
Right.
So if we look right here, we've got the Surefoot. It's a taller profile foot, which allows some more safety when I'm using rulers so that the ruler can't hop up over top of that foot.
Exactly.
So Surefoot, ruler base, 1/4 inch ruler.
Yep.
And we're gonna just start quilting.
Some fun thread. So Christina, so what are you going to do here with this?
I forgot to finish telling them about the settings I was going to use. True.
I interrupted you on that.
No,
one,
no,
so-
we got.
I know.
We like to squirrel.
We do.
Okay.
Christmas squirrel.
So I mentioned we're going to do a really slow cruise.
Okay.
And I'm also going to change it so that it's going to stop with the needle in the down position.
Okay.
So I just have a button on the screen that I can push to do that.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm going to start at the bottom of my turtleneck.
Okay.
And we are just playing here.
I love it.
So no judgments.
Oh, heavens no.
Okay, I'm going to do a little tie off here.
And this is actually some fleece fabric. So this is another fun thing that we always love to showcase. You can use so many different fabrics with these machines beyond just regular quilting cotton.
Yep. Okay, let's put this ruler up here. So I want to make sure that I've got my ruler right side up so I can see my measurements because it's got some etched marks in it. And I just put my needle in position where I want to start quilting. I'm going to line that ruler up, holding close to where I'm going to be stitching, pushing some pressure down, and I'm just going to hug right against that ruler to create a nice straight line.
That's perfect.
So doing this in free motion, doing a straight line is a little bit more difficult. So
Yeah,
using
it is.
rulers is wonderful. Okay, so now I'm going to move up and I'm going to do 1/4 inch from that previous line.
Okay.
And I'm going to scoot up some more. This time I want to do 3/4 inch spacing.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the line on my ruler, line it up on my stitch line, and stitch up. And then I'm going to do the 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, I like this. I like what you're doing here.
And coming up again, 3/4.
You're
Kind
pretty
of.
good at eyeballing that. Look at that.
Well, because I can't see anything else because I don't have any lights on except for.
That's why our machines have all the wonderful lighting. Now, ruler work is awesome because it gives you a certain amount of precision that it's pretty hard to get when you are free motion quilting, right?
Correct.
It's one of the reasons why we love rulers. Straight, especially for straight lines or like quilting on the diagonal, some of those kind of things. They're a little more difficult to do without a little bit of help. And rulers are just the perfect thing to do that with.
So it gives me a little bit more accuracy. As long as I don't go too fast and forget what I'm doing.
That's another thing. Free motion quilting can be pretty quick, especially if you are a fast quilter. But when you are using a ruler, you definitely, you kind of slow down. It's kind of a little more methodical, which is I think part of the fun of using a ruler. But once again, it ups that precision that you get while you're quilting. So it's absolutely worth the little bit of extra time that it takes to get those nice, even straight lines or perfect curves, perfect circles, all of that good kind of stuff.
Yep. We also have a product called Handi Grip. It's like a sandpaper on one side and sticky on the other side that you can put on the bottom side of the ruler. And that helps hold the ruler in place so it doesn't shift. So sometimes I will add that onto my rulers depending on what I'm doing.
It'd be really great, especially, I know I love to put that on the rulers that I have that have like circles or things like that, where you really need to hold things very much in the same place the whole time you're stitching. You don't want to hit any kind of a little wobble or anything. Wow, Christina, that looks so great. Can you guys all see those perfect lines there? That looks so good.
You can see the texture. Maybe I can.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Shift it a little bit there.
That very much is starting to look like a knitted top. I like that.
What I was aiming for.
I like that.
I want to show another feature while I'm here. I've got my needle in the down position. On our handlebars, we've got programmable handles or programmable buttons. And I did not check to see what these are programmed for. Maybe I'll program it really quick. Okay, so now with this star button, when I push that button, it's going to give me a little pop-up that says, to complete this tie-off, because that's what I programmed it to do, I need to move the machine. So watch what happens when I just jiggle the machine a tiny bit.
Oh, that perfect little stitches.
Yep, let me do that one more time so everybody can see. Okay, I'm going to push the button. I'm going to wiggle it. And it did those really quick stitches so that now it's tied off and I can pull up my bobbin thread and snip the thread.
And you can snip it really close. So you don't have to worry about when we launder this beautiful sweater, any of those stitches coming out. So,
yeah.
Okay, now, Christina, we've got a finishing touch here at the neck.
Oh,
because
yes.
We were looking at pictures of ugly sweaters online and trying to find, and we kept seeing lace popping up as a fun little extra. So we're going to add a little lace here at the bottom of the turtleneck. So,
okay.
Christina,
we're
gonna stitch a little lace on here. So embellishing is actually something that I think a lot of times we don't think of doing with our quilts, like using different trims and things like that. But you can totally do that on the long arm, which is so much fun. So
I'm having a hard time getting my foot over that lace. So I'm just going to lift up on that hopping foot and lift it right over top and into place.
That's so cool. So although we don't have a lever or anything that lifts our hopping foot, you can just grab the base of the foot right there and just lift it up when you do need to slide one of those fun embellishments or trims that you happen to be using underneath it. Okay, so Christina, how are you going to stitch this down? Should you do the little circles like we did the little Christmas light things, since that kind of seems to be what
we can do that. That can tie the whole quilt together.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
And on this machine, I just have green thread. So I
Yeah.
don't have the variegated, but it's an Omni thread from Superior Threads.
That's a good basic workhorse thread. It's a 40 weight polyester. I love using it for just basic quilts. Oh wow, that's really special now. That is really, really special now. I love it.
Oh, goodness. During one of our breaks, I might have to run change sweaters to put on my other ugly sweater.
She has another one that's got a lot of really fun stuff on it. So
it doesn't have boxes, but you know.
No. So I'm thinking, okay, just looking at what we've got going here. I think we should show everybody just a quick close-up of how we actually loaded this time. So we're moving this quilt from frame to frame. Traditionally, we would pin the quilt to these leaders that we've got here. But because we're doing a super quick change, we are using these clamps. So should we go ahead and pull this off? I know you guys can see how easy this is. We can pull these off and we can hold this quilt up and show everybody how awesome it's starting to look now that we're adding more and more stuff to it. We can also check and see if we've got any other fun questions that we've been getting. Hopefully, we usually tend to get a few fun questions while we're doing some of these segments.
Do we want to
pull
it over so they can see?
We can pull it over so that we can. Oh, are we getting comments and ideas about how to embellish our beautiful sweater? Oh, we could add a bow. Huh.
Okay.
Do we have any? Well, we have some ribbon over there. Maybe we could add a bow at some point. We'll just have to see here. Okay, so we're just unwrapping this. So you guys can see there how easy that was to just quickly unload. If you use the clamps, which is, it's another accessory that you can add. But okay, so if you hold up that side and I hold up this side, we can go like this and show everybody. So there's our ugly sweater. So far, we've got Merry Christmas down here, and we've got our beautiful little lace bow. I'm going to be professional and not laugh too much. And then we've got our nice knitted turtleneck sweater. If you'll notice, we've also got cuffs down here that I know that Christina had talked about. Are we going to do those later in one of the other segments?
We were actually going to do it during this segment.
Okay.
So if we want to just
Pop
flip it
back on
around,
there?
we can pop it back on.
Should we do it this way?
Yeah, let's do it
this way. We can show you guys how easy it is to load with these clamps. A little something extra fun that you can add. These are such a great addition to your frame. I know that we like to call it, I don't even know exactly what we call it, but it seems like whenever you finish a quilt, you pull it off the frame, you lay it down on the floor, you take a picture of it and post it on Instagram so everybody can see what an awesome quilt you made. And your first comment says, did you mean to leave that one block unquilted? And you go, oh, shoot. And so having the clamps like this is awesome because it's as easy as that. I mean, you saw that it took the two of us less than a minute to reload this quilt. So we can do a little bit more quilting on it.
Do I have an easy grass clamp down there somewhere so we can show both of them?
Yeah, well, we had one. Where did it go?
It might be on the other machine. I might have left it over there.
It might be.
So the clamps that we were just showing, the longer ones, these are our super clamps, and they come for each of the different machines.
To grab one off of the.
So depending on, or not the machines, they come for the frame.
Yep.
So this one is the small size for our studio frame. We also have large sizes, and we also have loft size. And our loft frame, we're good. Loft frame has the same size as the studio frame.
Yes.
That's the one I'm thinking.
Loft and studio both have 1.5 inch wide diameter poles. Okay, so now we've got this reset and Christina could go ahead and do some more quilting on the cuffs of this sweater. So how easy was that?
It was super easy, but now I need to come up with an idea. So whoever the first person is that texts in or types in what design I'm going to do that is reasonable, don't kill me, but the first design is what I'm going to do.
So we had one time when we were teaching a class, Christina asked for an ocean theme design.
No, I didn't even say ocean. They just came up with it themselves.
Okay, I thought they said ocean theme. They asked her to quilt SpongeBob SquarePants.
And a pineapple, and I don't even know what else. Okay, any comments yet? Telling me what to do. Do what? Oh,
tree
let's do
holly or
some holly leaves.
holly. Can you do some holly
Okay.
leaves? Okay, that sounds awesome.
Let's
'Cause
try
of course
this.
we have textured cuffs on this, not just the regular.
Okay.
Okay.
We're ready. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like a waltz.
Christina's got to think about how she's
Yep.
going to do the points on this. That's great.
Okay. I'm going to change my speed up a little
Okay.
bit more since I'm going to do some more free motion.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Squiggle down the middle. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Squiggle down the middle. 1, 2, 3.
If
1,
any of you are
2, 3.
wondering if
Squiggle down the
Christina
middle.
actually talks to herself while she's quilting, yes, the sound effects are real. This is what she does. It's fantastic.
Yep, you guys get to see what's going on in my brain. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Squiggle down the middle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Squiggle down the middle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
All right.
3.
I think
Squiggle
we
down the
I
middle.
just glancing at the clock, we've probably just about used our time up for this segment. We want to make sure that we've got plenty of time. Christina can finish quilting this, but that looks pretty cool. I'm doing like a nice little border there around the edge of that. So you can see how fun it is to quilt with the Amara 20. It's such a great machine. It's fantastic. And you can always add a pro stitcher to it, which we'll talk about more later.
Yep.
So, are we?
So, Blaine, do you want me to keep stitching or do you want to talk? I'm good with either one.
I think maybe you're going to keep quilting.
I'm going to
for a
keep
little
quilting
bit.
until he tells me to stop.
Let's go for
Okay.
it.
1, 2,
Well-
3. 1, 2, 3. Squiggle down the middle. Okay.
I think what we'll do is we're going to keep y'all on the screen stitching, and I'm going to tell everybody exactly how they can get it too. Maybe we can do a split screen, Kennedy. Can we do that with the overlay?
She'll finish
All right, so
stitching
y'all just
this
keep
one.
stitching.
She
Okay.
can finish stitching this one, and then we'll switch machines.
All right, fantastic. So we're going to put that overlay up there, and Kennedy's going to, we're going to tell them a little bit how they can get this again, guys. This is the Handi Quilter 20-inch Amaro and long arm quilting machine. And guys, the price on this is $12,295, but we do have a call-in special for it. So you have to call in to get this very special price we have today. And again, guys, this is going to be coming with the frame. And we're going to have your choice of frames on that as well. But you got 20 inches of throat space. And again, that's going to be from the needle to all the way to the back there, that throat. So you can easily do a king size quilt on this. It has the 7-inch color touch screen on this. You can easily add the Pro Stitcher on this as well to make it fully robotic. It has menu controlled. They call it the Quilt Master LED lighting package on it that lights up the throat, the needle bar, and the bobbin area. Has the Quilt Master front handlebars, independently adjust the handles, so you can make those up and down, or make them wider or narrower based on your height and your arm width to make it very comfortable to stitch with. It has the programmable handlebar buttons, so you can program those buttons to do different things and different features on your machine to make it easy for you. Stitching speeds, you're going to be able to stitch up to 2,500 stitches per minute, guys, which is extremely fast. I mean, if you quilters out there already know how fast that is, and even if you think about that to a regular sewing machine that are around 1,000 stitches, I mean, this is 2,500 stitches per minute. It has a consistent stitch quality from 4 to 24 stitches per inch. You can do the 2 modes of stitch regulation. You can do, as Christina and Kim were talking about, that precision or the cruise mode. It has 5 convenient built-in tie-off stitches, and it has that high-speed rotary hook with the large capacity M-class bobbins. And again, guys, this thing is so easy to set up. We're going to give you fully support. And then Handi Quilter also has this called Built app that's going to take you step by step of how you can put the frame and things together. But again, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and we can get you that best price for the countdown to Christmas. So let's bring Jane back in real quick if we can, Kennedy. And so, Jane, we are moving right on along, and I'm giving Kim and Christina time to move to the next product. But we got some great specials from Handi Quilter. But that's what this show's all about. It's just about promoting all these great products with the great pricing, and people can still get them in time for Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, Kim and Christina are having way too much fun. Like, I feel like I'm hanging out with the girls and we're just partying together. And I'm like, yeah, you get it. So they're fun.
And best of all, they're getting paid for it.
Well, isn't that what we all want to do, Blaine? Is get paid to have fun. That's the whole
Exactly.
reason I work.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's a great that you can have a job doing what your passion is, and that's one of the things. Kim and Christina both are passionate about quilting, and they're working at Handi Quilter. So if you don't have passion of working there, then you probably better work somewhere else.
Well, and it makes life so much more fun when you have passion for what you do. And I think as we, grow into who we become as adults, and we find a way to work and have passion for it. I mean, that just is the best, right?
You're exactly right. So again, this is what this show's all about. We work all year trying to make sure that we have these great pricing. We get, now's the time of the year when merchandise is not even, it kind of starts getting short demand as well, because some of the manufacturers are closing out certain models to make room for new models for, January for the 2023 season. And so, we had to start working on this a few months ago and to make sure we had plenty of quantities. And guys, right now we have plenty in stock of this. So make sure if you're interested in one of these machines, get on the phone, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151.
And Blaine, I think we got to mention, and you and I talked about this off air, but you have other deals happening too. We're seeing all this great stuff on the air today and the entire week. But if there's something that you're not, putting out there or demoing, doesn't mean it's not on the countdown to Christmas. You might have a special on it. Is that right?
You're exactly right, Jane. I'm glad you mentioned that. It is, we only have time to put so many products. And I think this show, I forgot how many segments we have, but it's a lot of products we're showing every single day. But we have thousands of products that are actually on special right now. So, if you've had your eye on something on our website and it still has a price, the normal price on there, it doesn't say anything like a sale price, give us a call anyway, because there's a good chance it could be one of those call-in specials that we could, they call in and they can get the countdown to Christmas price on it, even though it's not on the show.
Everybody's like, hold on a second. Blaine, how much can I sell this for? Oh, okay. Yeah. Blaine said.
Hey, I told them just, make everybody a good Christmas.
Make everybody a good Christmas, Blaine. We got that right. Yeah. I mean, it's worth it. You go on, you're watching the show, you're looking around, there might be something else. And again, you are Santa Blaine, so anything is possible.
That's true. Hey, and I want to remind everybody too out there, again, guys, if you want to, be entered to win some of the prizes that we're giving away throughout the show all this week, make sure if you haven't liked our YouTube page, go like the page, go subscribe. If you haven't, liked the Facebook page, go like it. And the other thing, just share it. You can share it to your Facebook page. Either one. You can actually make comments, ask questions during the shows, and all that gets you entered to win some of the prizes. And everything is random. We have a random generator that I think everybody saw that. Marina won earlier, and she's in here working in chat today for us, one of our teachers. And, we said, oh, you're not eligible to win. But that just shows you, because she was in there chatting with people, it put her in the entry as well.
But you did, by the way, because you're so nice, you did give her a mat, right?
Oh, yeah. She told me she didn't have a mat. And I was like, oh, my gosh. So we're going to make sure that she has a mat of her choice, one of those world famous sewing mats that we have. And we're going to probably give some of those away at the end of the day. So it's a little spoil alert.
Blaine, we expect nothing more. So we have something to talk about too, but are we going back to the girls and save it for?
We got time if you want to talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. So Blaine, I hear you're going to do some radio tomorrow to promote the show.
Oh yes. Early morning for me, but I think it's like 5:30 in the morning Pacific time. But Central time, it's going to be, everybody can get up and actually you can go online and listen to the podcast or the radio show, right?
Yeah, that's right. All right. So let's kidding aside. Blaine's going to join me on the radio tomorrow morning at 5:20 a.m. Pacific time, but 7:20 Central time, 8:20 Eastern time. It's WLS 890 a.m. You can listen live to the show. It's fun. and we talk about everything. But this particular time, 5:20, 7:20, 8:20, we will be talking to Blaine. We will be talking about Countdown to Christmas. And I'm going to let you and my co-host, Steve, you guys can compare notes on me and being a co-host.
Okay. That'll be interesting. But yeah, so I look forward to being on the radio with you. And so everybody, how can they find that if they want to tune in the morning?
It's
Jane?
so easy. Just Google WLS 890 AM and it'll click right there. It'll say listen live. You just click on that. Never mind the commercials, because we all know what happens with radio. Never mind all the other stuff. Know that Blaine will be on at 20 minutes after the hour, wherever you live. So 5:20, 7:20 Central Time, 8:20 Eastern Time. But it's easy. Just Google WLS 890 AM.
All right, so y'all heard it. Make the notes, and y'all join us in the morning. And you never know, Jane, I may give a secret word or something out tomorrow that if
Yes,
somebody tunes in and then they put it in the chat, they may win something.
100% you should do that.
Hey, Santa Blaine always has some stuff in his bag, so you got to make sure y'all tune in.
Yes, you're going to do a secret word. Yes, absolutely. We do that.
All right. So, hey, Jane, we're going to see you back here in about 30 minutes, but let's go back. And I think Christina and Kim are all set up. So let's go back over to Handi Quilter. And are y'all raring to go? We got that 20-inch Amara sit down. And guys, we're super excited about this. I know you got some new things you're going to show us. We're going to let you take it away.
All right, thanks, Blaine. So I've actually got Denise with me. She's stepping in for this segment. Denise is the queen of stationery here, and this is our brand new Amara ST, our stationery machine, meaning the machine stays still and we move the fabric, right, Denise?
That's right. It is so much fun. I have so much control of this machine, and we're going to show you our stuff in our sweater, but we're going to show off features of this machine first, right, Kim?
Yes.
There's a lot of information that's going to match the Amara that Kim and Christina were using in the previous segment, but now we're in a stationary machine. So we have to see, how are some of those features adapting to the new machine?
Yep.
One of those is we have a fabulous play button on the screen. So I can actually touch the screen to start the stitching there when I'm ready to go, but I'm going to be moving the fabric this time. So instead of moving handlebars on a machine, this one doesn't have it. We'll be moving the fabric. So, a little bit different, but kind of the same.
Yeah. So there's a lot of features on this machine that are the same as the Amara 20, right? The same number of stitches per minute, the fantastic lighting, the magnetic tool collar, a lot of those kind of things. It obviously doesn't have handlebars, so we don't have adjustable handlebars, but there's something else with this machine that adjusts. So let's talk about that, Denise.
That is a really great question. So if any of you have watched previous segments with Kim and I together, Kim's like, I don't know, 3 feet taller than me or something like that. I'm 5'2", you're
5'9".
Yeah, there's a little difference there.
A little.
So one thing I love about the new Amara ST is it comes in the lift table. So I can tailor the height of the table to exactly my height, whether I want to sit down and quilt or even if I would like to stand up and quilt. So it's pretty great. So should we show them how that works?
Let's do, because
I think
think
exciting.
This is one of the most fun things about this machine. I love it. It's this new table.
It really is. And the thing that makes the magic here is we have this little panel right here at the front. I can just push a button to see what height I'm at right now. And then I can push a button to go ahead and raise. And it's so quiet and smooth.
It's so quiet.
Isn't that great? So, and if that's a little too high for where I want to be, I can just lower it right back down.
It's perfect for me right now, not so much for Denise.
Well, she's not going to do that. I am. So we're going to drop it back down, back to, the realm of people who are barely 5 feet tall. So another great thing is there are 4 preset buttons here. So I can actually find some of my favorite heights and I can set these with a touch of the memory button and then the button I want to assign that to. So that's something that's really fantastic. So if I have a setting that just works for me, I can just move into a memorized setting every time I sit down to quilt or stand up to quilt, whatever works best. So it's pretty exciting.
Exactly.
Wonderful technology when you're not as tall as the other people.
One of the other things I absolutely love about this machine is it gives you all the features of the Amara in a very, very small footprint. So I know we always talk about how the little foot frame, which is actually here just behind me, you guys can see how we've kind of got the machine stacked in here behind us right now. So that's a 5-foot frame. So it's 5 feet by about 4 feet is how much you need. What size is this table, Denise?
So this one is just under 4 feet wide. I believe it's between 36 or 38 inches. I can't remember off the top of my head. Anything, that's not quite as tall as me, I don't think about it. I think about it in terms that are over 5 feet. So I know it's less than that.
So this is really great because it is that really small footprint. So if you have just been dreaming about having a long arm, but you think there is just no way I will ever have space, this is awesome because it can fit in the corner of a room. If you have a little bit of a deeper closet, you can just slide it in there. Because I think it's 36 inches deep.
I think it's 36 by 38.
30. We're going to check
get
that for
the
sure.
specs
It's a
out for
brand new
that.
machine. We're still getting to know the exact specs on that really well. But it's great too because you can put casters on the table, and so it's really easy to move. You can just pull it out wherever you want to use it. So it is fantastic. This table also has some great accessories that are coming for it. So we've got the addition of the I'm completely
We've got
blanking now.
leaf extensions
Yes,
that
the
you
table
can add.
extensions.
We could even add a drawer underneath if you'd like. So that's really exciting. But can I talk about my favorite part of this table? Something I'm so excited about.
Yes.
So we have stitch regulation built right into the table. Let's show you where to find that. We have these amazing Insight sensors that actually recognize your movement of the fabric and regulate your stitches when you're in a stitch regulative mode. It is fabulous, high quality stitches, just like I'm on a frame mounted machine. So it's really terrific. That is one of my favorite features about this machine.
It's really wonderful. So let's take a look at where we are with our lovely sweater here. So I thought we could do a little close up here of what Christina finished up with it here. We'll just scoot this right over here on the cuff right there. So you guys can see that she did some fun. It's hard to see with the black, but she did the holly around the outside, and then it looks like she did some little swirls on the inside here. Those look like Christmas lights, right? That's the theme we're going for, Christmas lights. So Denise, what are we adding to the machine here?
Oh, well, something very, very special that's just going to knock your socks off.
Yes.
We thought that this sweater needed a ruffle. So we're going to add a ruffle at the bottom.
Yes. And the best part was we were digging through. So we have this wonderful stash of fabric in our back room here. And we found this absolutely fantastic printed. It has little Christmas mice on it. How fun is that? So we're going to add that onto the bottom here. So once again, I think this is something that people often don't think of is actually adding embellishments to quilts. And so Denise is going to go ahead and stitch this onto the bottom of
right here on the bottom along this beautiful stitching that Christina did. We're going to add our ruffle right there.
So she's going to put right sides together and go ahead and stitch this on there. So I'll let you go ahead and move that around. And I'm going to let Denise do some stitching here.
I'm going to go ahead and move my seat a little bit and slide over here so I can get a little closer. Might be adjusting my lift table a little bit again too, because, it's still too high. And before we started doing this, we went ahead and we pre-gathered this fabric on a domestic sewing machine. So I've got some gathering stitches there that I can just adjust as I'm stitching. I could even pin if I wanted to. So I'm just going to take a minute, check my embellishment here, and make sure that's the same width that I want to finish at, and maybe just adjust my gathers just a little bit.
We've got a question about what foot you are using.
That is a great question. So we've got a question wondering what foot we're using. I've got the glide foot on right now. And the reason I'm using that foot is it's going to help me manage the fullness and the ruffle, but it's also going to just glide right over the layers. So that's really going to kind of help me control and manipulate the fabric because, this gather is going to want to do its own thing if I don't get a little bossy with it. So before I get started, I want to come right over where I want to start stitching, and I want to bring up my bobbin thread first. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and just touch my needle up down button on my screen, take a single stitch, and now I'm going to move the fabric away so I can grab my bobbin thread and my upper thread together, come right back, and I am just going to use my foot pedal underneath, kind of lock down that stitch. I'm going to go ahead and lift my needle again so I can get my fantastic ruffle under here. And just bring that right to the edge. And like Christina showed earlier, I can even lift the foot if I need to just manage that a little bit. Okay, are we ready? I'm going to adjust my stitch length on the screen. I'm running kind of a big stitch length here of about 9. I'm good with that. I just kind of want to hold it down, almost basting it in place. And I am in a cruise mode right now of 350. That's a little high for what I'm doing, so I'm going to drop that down just a little bit. And you'll notice the machine is only going to stitch when I'm actually moving the fabric, or I'm going to be making stitches in the same place unless I move the fabric. And it's giving me a little thread break sensor here telling me my thread broke, which is fantastic. So I don't just keep stitching with broken threads. So again, same features of the other Amara machines that really help keep our quilting on track and help us get the results that we want.
Isn't it nice to have that, Denise?
Oh, I love it. I'd be stitching along here without stitching if I didn't have that feature. Also, if you need to lift the needle too, I love that I've got control on my screen. I have a virtual hand wheel, so I don't have to reach around to the back of the machine for that.
That is really nice because that 20-inch throat space is a lot of space.
Yeah, especially when your arms are not that long. So I have a sweater at home that I didn't bring because it has a Christmas T-Rex on it, because my kids call me T-Rex because I have short arms because they're just mean. Okay, my machine's threaded again. I'm back in action, and we are just working on our ruffle here. So you can see how the glide foot's helping me just really kind of manipulate the fullness, and I just keep lining up. I could have used pins. I went rogue and decided I didn't need them, but honestly, maybe I needed a few, but I'm just gonna keep going. And you'll notice, again, I'm moving the fabric. I'm not moving the machine here, so.
Yep. No, it looks great, Denise. It really does.
It's gonna look
so I love
fun.
this. I'm watching some of the comments coming through here. You just got a really great compliment. So cool. Rethreaded it and just kept going. That's fantastic.
Got some big shoes to fill here with all of the amazing stitching Christina did. I hope my ruffle comes out just as good.
Oh, I think it's going to look great. I think it's going to look great.
This is such a fun project.
It really is. Okay, so we just had another question asking if that was a possum head. I think they're little mice, aren't they?
I think they're
Denise?
little mice.
They're
but,
little
you know,
Christmas
honestly,
mice.
Maybe I need to look closer. I think they're mice.
We can do a little bit of a close-up here in
We have some
in a
interesting
second.
fabric choices here.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to stitch in place and do a little tie off here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to just pull down some slack here and bring up my bobbin thread.
Very nice.
Using my screen again to help me control my needle up, down. Brought up my bobbin, and I'm just going to go ahead and clip them all off together. We're going to flip that over and stitch again now that I kind of have it basted into place. Oh, I can't wait. The big reveal with our, which way do we go here?
I feel like this is almost going to
Fantastic.
turn into a Christmas dress.
Wow. Yeah, that's kind of
So,
long.
That's kind of a long ruffle.
It's a sweater dress.
It's a sweater dress. That's fantastic.
Isn't that great? Oh my goodness.
I wanted
that is-
everybody to kind of get the full effect there.
Oh
So that looks
boy,
really
oh boy,
fantastic.
is that just really,
Oh my gosh.
really exciting.
Yeah, it is. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're
Wow.
smoothing that back down. Everybody can really see how great that Merry Christmas looks there too.
Doesn't that look
stitched out
fabulous?
earlier. Oh, that looks so good. That
Okay.
variegated thread. Oh, it's fantastic.
So I was thinking I was going to stitch it down again. I don't know if I really need to. It seems to be holding up pretty good.
We can scooch it up. Do we want to pull it over so we can see it from the...
Which way would help?
Here, we can do it from this camera so that you can pull it up just a little bit more. I can scoot back over here with you. Let me walk around this way.
How's that?
We're having a little
Can
bit
you
of fun
just
here in the
see
studio.
How absolutely amazing this is with the bottom of our sweater dress.
Yes, I love it. I love it. That is definitely.
My arms aren't long enough to hold it either. Maybe I deserve
Do you
that
need some help?
T-Rex. Maybe.
There we go.
Yes, we'll get the tall person to do it. Tall
There we
people
go.
first.
There we go.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
so fantastic.
You know,
Oh.
I think when we bind this quilt, this is actually going to hang below the bottom
I think it
edge
is
of
going
the
to hang
quilt.
below the edge.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so Denise, I've got another question for you. So we've got this other cuff over here.
Oh, are we going to do something there too?
Let's do some more stitching over there too. So maybe we should see if anybody can. I don't know, Denise. Do you feel like you want to let somebody throw out a
yeah
design
let's
for
throw
you?
something out there?
Or are
as
you
long
going
as it's,
to?
you
Do you
know.
want to just say what you want to quilt?
No, let's listen to some suggestions. I'm willing
what
to
are some
take
suggestions.
take some ideas here.
I know I was seeing some fun suggestions there. I was watching the comments roll through there.
Stars, cookies,
Oh, stars.
We could do stars.
wanna do a
That's
star
a
there?
great one.
Christmas bulb.
Christmas bulbs. Okay, maybe a little bit of all of the above. Okay, so on my stars, I want nice sharp points. So I'm going to be in regulated mode with my cruise speed. I'm going to bump that up a little bit.
Mhm.
So the faster my cruise speed is, if I start going fast, that's going to help me get really sharp points if I pause at a point,
Mhm.
because the needle's going to keep stitching.
Right.
Okay, let's see. Boy, I talk to myself too. They're going to find out Christina and I
know.
both talk to ourselves.
Well, I talk to myself while I'm quilting too. I think it comes with the machine. What do you think?
I think so. I think it's just included, not an optional accessory. Okay, so I'm going to lock that down, and then I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and swirl. I'm going to do a Christmas light too, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, swirl again.
Okay, I think we need to write up
3, 4,
directions
5.
with the soundtrack on how to quilt all of these.
This is so much fun.
There we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see how it's just taking that extra little couple of stitches when I pause? 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5. I started counting too late. That one might have 6 points. We'll see.
It
1,
looks okay to
2,
me.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's throw a couple other little Christmas bulbs in there.
That's fun.
Really fun, great texture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And the texture on the top of this table makes it so easy to move the fabric, doesn't it?
Oh,
Denise?
it does. You know what? I want to do some more little curls like Christina
Okay,
did.
I like it. Because we do have a beautiful variegated thread this time. This one is a Fantastico from Superior Threads. A fun variegated.
Absolutely.
Once again.
You can't quilt ugly with variegated
Nope,
thread.
that's what you always say. Can't quilt ugly with variegated thread. We need to get that put on a t-shirt for you. Christina needs to say wee, because that's what she always says while she's quilting. And yours can say, I can't cut. You can't
Oh
quilt
my
ugly.
goodness. I don't know if you can see the texture from that.
Oh, it looks so cute.
That is so fun. I love that.
It's very, very nice.
So we have a question.
Okay.
Can you use the computerized system on this machine?
That is a really, really great question. So as it is currently set up in the table, you cannot use a computer, because if you try to add a computer, there's no frame. So there's no carriage.
Yep.
And the computer needs a carriage and a track and all of that. So this is set up to work as a stationary machine only without a computer in it.
So no computer for this one, but it is actually a simpler change. If you
Conversion.
were
It is.
to buy this machine and then decide down the road your circumstances change, you've got more space, you decide that you do want to move it over to a frame mounted machine and put it on one of the big frames, the conversion to that is a little bit simpler than it has been with some of our other machines in the past. So it's nice you've got options. You've got
Absolutely.
options. Okay, I absolutely love that we've got something fun going on differently in every cuff here. That's fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
We have another question. Does this machine have precision?
Yes. Let's show that. So right
Can we
now
see the
I'm actually in cruise mode because my needle's cycling, but I can change to regulated precision, which means the needle is only going to move if I move the fabric. So let's show a little bit of that because
go for
I
it.
think we should probably stitch this ruffle down a little bit better.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, there is a little more movement there than maybe we want.
Yeah.
Little hula skirt action going on.
This will just kind of secure that down a little bit.
There we go. Okay, so you're going to do this in precision, which means when you stop moving the fabric, the needle will not cycle. It's
That
only
is
going to cycle
correct.
as long as you're
Mhm.
moving the fabric. Okay, I like it.
So I'm just going to grab my bobbin thread there. I'm still going to do some locking stitches here as I get going.
Always a good idea. That way we don't have
But
to
see, now
bury
you
threads
look,
or anything.
I am pushing the pedal down and nothing's happening.
It's because you're not moving the
Because
the
I'm not
fabric.
moving the fabric. So once I move the fabric, there's my little locking stitch now.
Perfect.
Okay, and I'm just going to trim some of that to get it out of the way. And you can orient the fabric however you want. So this is not like the frame mounted machine where I can only have my fabric going one direction. I can have it going however I want. I am in control of that. So if you have a hard time moving your fabric one direction, just move your fabric around.
Yep.
And I'm still in precision mode. So as I start moving the fabric, it stitches, and when I stop, it stops.
Now, are you using the foot pedal right now to start
I am
and
using
stop
the
that?
foot pedal, but I could absolutely use the play button on the screen too. And if I use the play button on the screen while I'm in regulated mode, I can also use the foot pedal to stop if I want.
Which is awesome. I know for
It
me,
really
that's often
is.
the way I stitch.
So I'm keep making sure my stitch regulator insight sensors are covered with the fabric at all times, because that's what's going to allow me to get the nice stitches that I want.
You just slide that right through there. Look at that.
Oh, the
I think
glide
that's
foot's
perfect.
amazing. I love that I still get to use all of my favorite
Mhm.
feet on the stationary machine.
It does make a difference, doesn't it?
It
Being able to
really
use all
does.
those different handy feet to give you all those options. You can do a lot of fun things. You can do rulers on this machine. You can do couching. You can do the micro work. You can piece using the square foot. We've got lots of different options.
Yep, and I'm just going to lock down here at the end. Little tack
That's
stitch there.
perfect.
And still great, beautifully regulated stitches.
Mhm.
And a lot of control there, because if I'm not moving the fabric, it's not stitching. So I don't have to worry that I'm going to stitch something down that I wasn't quite ready to stitch down.
That's perfect. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
this
Denise,
is just
why don't we have you scooch back and we can go like this and we can show everybody how fantastic. Here, I'll swap over here so we can hold it.
Oh, I feel like it's almost ready to try on.
We're getting closer. You know, I think we have turned it into a sweater dress. What does everybody think? That ruffle is a little bigger, but you know what? It looks pretty cute, actually. I don't know. Maybe we're not actually hitting the ugly sweater mark.
I don't know. I actually think I had a dress like this in maybe second grade.
So
It's
the
definitely
viewers would
possible.
like you to show them one more time where the sensors are.
Okay.
Oh,
Here,
yes.
let me
let's
grab this.
do
I'll
that.
grab this and pull it over here. We can show you where the sensors
So
are.
these sensors are right here and built right into the table. So you don't have to worry about trying to hold another device for stitch regulation. As long as your fabric is covering these, you are good to go. So I still make sure that my backing fabric is about 4 inches wider on each side, like I would on the frame mounted machine, because if I want to quilt all the way up to the edge of my fabric, I need to make sure my sensor is covered up as well. So just a couple different things to remember, but the machine operates just like the other machines in the Amara family, all the same features, the fantastic lighting that Christina loves so much. It's all there. We just have those lights turned down right now because it kind of looks peculiar on camera, but it can get really, really bright. When we have all of these lights on in here, you could land a plane in this room. It is crazy right now. So really, I think if you're looking to transition into a long arm from your domestic machine, this is a really, really great choice.
It definitely is. It definitely is. So, Blaine, I think we've covered everything for the Amara ST. Do we have any other questions about this machine?
I don't think so. I think we just need to tell them how they can get it, and then we'll be right back to y'all, because I know now we're going to move on to the 24-inch Amara, and so we'll be back with y'all showing that. But first off, I got to show y'all how you can get this. Again, guys, this is the sit-down version of the Amara 20-inch, and right now it comes with 2 different tables. You can get the Insight table like they were showing there, or the lift table, which is a new electric table that has an electric lift on it. Now, right now, if you get the Insight table, it's not going to be available to ship probably mid-January, but we can ship them right now with the lift table, the electric lift table. They're ready to ship right now. So if you get the electric version, you can have that adjustable height on where you can stand up if you wanted to, or sit down, or just have it customized for you, or you can just wait for the Insight table in January. But guys, we're taking orders right now. Again, the price on this is $8,995, but we have a special on it right now. It is a call-in special only to get that quilt, or to get the quilting machine at that countdown to Christmas pricing. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or if you're on live chat on the product page, you can talk to our chat agents on the website. And if you're local in Southern California, you know what? Just stop into one of our retail stores. We have one down in San Diego on Mission Bay Boulevard, have one up in San Marcos right off of Nordal Road in 78. And they have these in stock in the stores. They can show you, you can demonstrate it, take it for a test drive. So 2 great offerings so far with the 2 tables. But again, guys, make sure that if you're in the market for one of those, give us a call right now. So let's bring Jane back in, and then we're going to go back to Handi Quilter for the 24-inch. So Jane,
hi Blaine.
We're moving right along. This day's flying by as we predicted.
I can't believe it. I just looked at my watch. I'm like, oh my gosh, what time is it?
I know. And again, let's talk a little bit about that radio show in the morning. I think Kennedy's going to put the banner up. So if y'all want to listen to me I think it's the Steve Cochran show with Jane. It's going to be basically at 7:20 a.m. Central Time.
Correct.
And they can just go to the website. They can just type in the
WLS, legendary call letters in the world. WLS.
Right, so WLSAM.com, and then you can just hit listen to the live show, and it'll go right to you can do it from your smartphone, your computer, and go right to and listen to the show. And you need to tune in, because if I'm going to give a special word tomorrow on the show, that we're going to let you put it in the chat when the Countdown to Christmas show starts in, and we're going to have some prizes we're going to give away.
Yeah, and for those people who don't know, yes, I am a brother ambassador, and I am a sewist, and I am a creative maker, but I do radio in the morning. And so I'm lucky enough that Blaine is going to join me, and Steve Cochran, my co-host, on the air in the morning. I can't wait for you to be on the air with me, Blaine. It's going to be great.
The tables are turned a little bit, huh?
Well, a little bit. Yeah, you'll be getting interviewed instead of you doing the interviewing. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But certainly, we're going to promote SewingMachinesPlus.com and Countdown to Christmas and all the good things that you do this week and throughout the year, actually.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to getting up that early. I can tell you.
Well, it's not my fault. You live in San Diego.
I know 5 a.m. my time is going to come pretty early, but we're going to go on air at 5:20 my time, which will be 7:20 Central Time. So we would love for everybody to join in and hear all the craziness, and especially hear that secret code word that I'm giving out, and for a chance to win some prizes on our Countdown to Christmas show tomorrow.
That is going to be so much fun. Blaine, here's what I have to say to you. You'll get up at 5, you'll gargle, so you clear in your throat. You'll talk to me for 8 minutes, and me and Steve for 8 minutes. You'll hang up the phone, and then you'll go back to bed for an hour.
Go back to sleep for an
Jane,
hour.
I told him that that's the best way to start the day is on the radio with you. So
I
it should be
mean-
perfect.
I mean, I know how I feel at 5:20 in the morning, so I think you're
Yeah.
going to feel just as great.
Okay, well, we'll cross our fingers.
Just do a couple of like push-ups or jumping jacks or something, and I'm telling you, just go right back to bed. It's okay.
Okay,
And then I'll
that's-
see you back here at 8:30 your time or 8:15 your time. Will be 10:15 my time, and we'll talk about it.
Yes, we'll have to talk about the radio show tomorrow when we first start out. And but guys, hey, we've got still some great things in store for you today. We're continuing on, and Jane, next up we have Handi Quilter back in the house again, and they're going to talk all about the big 24-inch quilting machine. And then after that, the robotic people out there, don't go away, because we're going to talk all about that Pro Stitcher robotics that you can put on your machine to make it fully automated. And those things go really good together, that 24-inch with that robotic system. But we got the 24-inch coming up next, and and the girls over there at Handi Quilter, I'm loving that they're just making this project going from machine to machine with this big project. So I can't wait to see it finished.
The ugly Christmas sweater on the quilt is so much fun. I mean, I literally feel like I'm a fly in the studio and I'm just hanging out with the girls.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. All right, Jane, we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. All right, guys, we're going to go back to Handi Quilter, and over there we're continuing on with our project today. The project is they're making an ugly sweater on a quilt, and they've been going from machine to machine making this. So next up, we've got the big, Amara 24-inch, big with the 10-foot or 12-foot frame that you can put it on. So now they're going to go and take it over there, and I think they're ready. So let's go right back to Handi Quilter. Okay, so I think you are muted, so get them to turn you off mute, and then I'm going to let y'all take it away.
Can you hear us now, Blaine?
Yep, got you now. So hey, y'all,
Okay.
y'all take the project on.
All right, let's
These-
keep rolling with
These
it.
quick changes are really,
I know.
really quick for us. Yeah.
Whew, sorry, we had a camera malfunction there, so we had a little bit. Thanks for giving us a little bit of extra time there. So we're going to talk about the big sister in the Amara family. This is the Amara 24, and it is such a fantastic machine. It has all of the features we've been talking about, plus an extra 4 inches of throat space here.
Yep.
So I happen to know, Christina and I both are members of the Amara 24 Club. We both have Amara 24s that we quilt on at home. We really love this machine, don't we?
Yeah. And for those that are wondering, it's the same machine as the Forte,
Mhm.
but with the rebranding, it's now called the Amara 24.
Yep.
But the same machine, same features, same awesomeness.
Yep.
So yeah, the 24-inch throat space is amazing.
Awesome.
So when I'm using it for free motion or ruler work, I don't necessarily use that entire throat space
Mhm.
sometimes. But when I am doing like something from the back of the machine, or if I've got my Pro Stitcher running, and I can utilize that entire throat space, and
Yep.
it makes these quilts go by so much quicker.
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely. The one other difference between the Amara 24 and the Amara 20 is the frame that it comes on.
Mhm.
So this comes on what we call our Gallery 2 frame, and it's a little bit of a bigger, sturdier, more robust frame. It's got 2-inch diameter poles on it instead of 1.5 inches, because this is a little bit of a bigger machine. It weighs a little more, so you got to
Yeah.
have a little bit of a beefier frame. And this is the frame that, as Christina talked about earlier, it's available in 10-foot, 12-foot, or 14-foot. You can actually go to that monster frame if you really want to do a really, really big project on it, like a king-size bedspread that's going to go clear to the floor on both sides of the bed.
Yeah.
So, but this is it's really such a
Yeah.
great machine, isn't it?
Yep, and it's similar to the Amara 20 with the
Mhm,
lighting that we showed earlier, so
Yep.
we don't need to go into all of that.
Nope.
It's got the same adjustable handlebars, the programmable handlebar buttons.
Yep.
So all sorts of fun features. I noticed that somebody was asking, or remember that about the magnetic collar
Yep.
there. We've got that on the Amara 24 as well.
Yep.
And great place to put those scissors, your Allen wrench, your
Mhm.
screwdriver, anything that's metal that you need to get to quickly.
Exactly.
So it is amazing.
It really is. It really is. It's such a great machine. And this machine we have set up, you guys can see that this one does not have a Pro Stitcher on it, but we do have, and we can actually have Jacob show you you guys this on the back of the machine. We actually have this set up so that you can quilt pantographs or do groovy boards on the back of it. We've got the handlebars there on the back of the machine. You guys can see those handlebars there. That's the quilt from the back kit. And that's something that can be added to any of our machines. So if you do want to do the pantographs, you can do that.
We cannot add it to the ST though.
That's right, because the ST doesn't have any handlebars.
It has to be a frame-mounted machine.
I gotta remember that one. Only on frame-mounted machines.
Yep.
But it's really great if you do like to do that, or you think you're interested in it. It's actually a great way to master free motion quilting, isn't pantograph quilting?
Yes, and going along with pantographs, and for those that don't know, pantographs like a paper design that you can put on the back table, and you'll use a laser light and follow along that pattern. So you're stitching from the back, but it's actually quilting on the front.
Exactly.
There's another thing called groovy boards.
Yep.
And you can get the adapter for the back of the machine for that as well. And it's a little stylus that drops down into these grooved boards, and you just follow along the groove. So those are really, really easy for a lot of people that want to get those nice designs, but they want to have a little bit more control.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's really great.
Yep.
So I don't know if we could talk all day about this machine, but as we mentioned, it has a lot of the same things. So how about if we just move on to the next segment of our project here, our ugly sweater.
Yes. So let's introduce some of the accessories that can go with all of these machines that we're talking about today. And we're going to show you a new foot. Maybe if time allows, we'll show you a second foot and show you how easy it is to switch between feet on these machines.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you look at our beautiful sweater dress,
I think it is officially a sweater.
It is officially a sweater dress. And this is going to be great at our company party next year when everybody has to get pictures, including all the guys.
Yeah.
At one point, it looked like a Scottish outfit.
It did. There's
So,
a lot of plaid. A lot of plaid.
Yes, it was fun. Now I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. So we've added this nice, cute little penguin, and we're going to make a pocket on the front of our sweater. To do this, we are going to use a square foot. Now, the square feet come in a set of 2. Right now, we've got our 1/4 inch foot on, and I'm going to use that just to kind of line it up along the edge of my pocket. And I'm going to adjust my pocket so it's going kind of straight so I can use my foot.
And the 1/4 inch foot is so great to use here because you can do a nice 1/4 inch seam, which as a quilter, of course, that's the seam that we love to use, right? That 1/4 seam allowance, the 1/4 inch seam allowance.
So what I'm doing is I'm lining up the back of my fabric with the back of this foot, and I'm on the wrong side of it. So I'm kind of eyeballing it. We'll get up a little bit closer and personal. I'm just going to stitch along, and you'll see that I'm a 1/4 inch away, approximately. And then I'm going to come down this side.
It's kind of nice having the plaid on there. It gives you a line to line up with.
Yep. And if you really wanted to keep things nice and straight, you could use a ruler with these square feet.
Sure can.
And you'll notice I'm only going to go on 3 sides of that because it's a pocket.
Right.
And I want to leave this top part open so we can put fun goodies in there.
I know. I was thinking maybe some candy canes.
Ooh,
that'd be cute.
I have not had a candy cane yet. I need one.
We'll have to go pick up some of those. Maybe we'll get one for one of our treats. So this year around the office, we're doing the 12 days of Christmas, and each department is bringing in a treat representing their 12 days of Christmas. It's pretty fun. Today we got 5 golden rings, which was a donut with some bells on it. So we got the ring, which is very, very fun. Yep.
So notice I did not keep it perfectly straight on there, but that's okay.
It looks great.
Now I've got that 1/4 inch. So if I wanted to go back, I could add, you know, how we've been kind of continuing that little loop theme.
Yeah.
I could go and do little loops all the way around to kind of keep that edge tucked down nicely.
I like
that. Should we do that?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay.
Let's do. I like that. Our little freeform Christmas lights that we've got rolling here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and we're gonna have to take a closer look at Christina's sweater here too in a few minutes. So
Oh,
she
yeah.
changed. We didn't
Wardrobe
even-
change. Okay. So we're just gonna loop along here.
I think that sometimes people look at this machine and they're afraid that it is going to be too heavy to move. But the way that this machine is engineered, it just glides. To me, honestly, when I'm quilting on the Amara 24 or the Amara 20, I feel like both of the machines take about the same amount of effort to move. I even often quilt one-handed because it is so easy to
Look at that.
quilt with this machine. She's quilting one-handed right now. You guys might not be able to see that, but she really is. It's not hard to move these machines. They're very well engineered. Our
Two-fingered.
Oh, two fingers. Now she's just showing off. But these machines are very well engineered and they're easy to quilt with, even for, a full day. I know many people that this is basically their livelihood, or they have a quilting business. They do a lot of quilting with it, which the Amara 24 is very popular for that. A lot of people who are long arm quilters and quilt for hire, this is a machine that they absolutely love to get because that extra 4 inches of throat space, especially when you add a pro stitcher, it just adds an extra level of efficiency to your quilting. You don't have to advance that quilt as often, and you can quilt bigger designs. So you can get quilts finished more quickly. It's pretty easy to knock out at least a couple quilts a day with a Forte, isn't it, Christina?
It is. And you'll notice that when we were starting out on the Moxie, we had the sweater going the other direction so that we would be able to fit this in that throat space.
Yeah.
But on the Forte, that entire thing fits going this direction.
Exactly.
Horizontal, vertical, this way.
This way. I like that.
Yes. So yeah, the Forte is just fabulous. It's got all of our different modes of stitch regulation, as same as the other machines, the fabulous lighting, all of those other fun things that we talked about. They also have stitch counters. So you can just have fun with it.
Lots of great features.
Yes.
So I think we should show everybody how easy it is to change the feet on here. We keep talking about this.
Yes.
And we've actually got another little patch here that we want to sew onto this quilt top because, ugly Christmas sweaters are definitely all about the embellishments. So
what do you mean the embellishments?
You guys got to check out Christina's sweater. This is why we wanted her to wear this one. So this one has, it looks like a kindergarten craft project.
Sorry, my jingle bells aren't working. Actually, I think one of my kids did it. They got my glue gun out and.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. The little presents are just darling.
My personal favorite is the fringe.
The fringe. That's why we had to put the lace on the top of this when we were trying to emulate the fringe. I think we did a very good job of it too. It's fantastic.
Nobody can say we're not good sports.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, let's show how we can change this foot. So we're going to zoom in on this here. So we've got this little screw here, and we're going to put our Allen wrench in. Just loosen up that screw, lift up and drop the foot down. Take our next foot, slide it under, pop it up, and tighten it down.
It's really easy to change the feet, which makes it really fun because you can always have the right foot for the type of quilting you're doing. My mom always likes to say that 90% of getting a job done right is having the right tool for it, right? And having the right foot, it really does make all the difference while you're quilting. Okay, so where are we going to put this? I think we need to put it, do we want to put it like here? I don't know. Where do we put it? Do we put it up here?
Well, we have to save room for our next section,
we've
but
got
we've got the whole top there that we can do.
Why don't we put it like here?
Or do we just leave some empty space so we can continue to add on to it?
Oh, I like that. Okay. So you throw that down where you think it's going to be, because I think you've got the vision here.
Okay. I'm going to show them something else that we can do if you'll hold that for a second. I'm going to use some just temporary adhesive for fabric. And I'm just going to put a little squirt on there, stick it on, and now it will stay there while I'm stitching it. There we go. Another thing that I like to use is just a washable glue
stick.
School glue stick.
Like we said, think kindergarten project here. It works.
Yep. Okay. So
which foot is this? Did we talk about that?
we have not. This is our micro foot, and it looks like the broken foot.
Yes.
I absolutely love it because it is so small.
Mhm.
It still holds the fabric in place, but it allows me to see everything that I need to be doing.
Exactly.
Okay, so for this, I'm actually going to lower my handlebars down.
Oh, the
Actually, I'm going to
adjustable
just
handlebars.
do one side so that we don't block your view.
That's a good idea.
And then I am going to steal a seat from somebody. Kim, you're okay to stay on that one. But
Here, no, I'll swap you. We'll just put it up all the way. There you
okay.
go. Okay.
So when I do micro quilting, I like to be down low next to where I'm working.
Mhm.
I like to sit down. And I also like to take breaks so that my eyes have a chance to rest.
That's right.
Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing. We're just going to go free motion here.
Okay.
I don't know what thread I have on here. What do we have?
You've got a Fantastico. It's another one of their fun variegated from Fantastico from Superior Threads. It's another one of their fun Christmas variegations. So it's got lots of red and green and white in it.
Okay.
And I don't know, I think you should go in and do some quilting in here on that little snowflake.
On the little snowflake?
Yeah, I think you
Okay,
should go
should I
in and fill in
travel
some stuff.
into it or should I break my thread?
Just travel into it. I think it would be
Okay.
okay. Do some real fun micro quilting here.
For our viewers, we've got the best videographer. He just went and got a stool for Kim. Okay.
Remember, marathon.
Okay, I'm trying to think of shapes that other people said.
Well, what if you even just followed the shapes that are in here?
Oh, yeah.
So this fabric's got some fun shapes in it. So Christina's just going to kind of follow it. It's kind of like a 4-petaled flower.
Mm-hmm.
And because
I
you've
think that's
got
3 maybe.
Is it what?
I'm just counting 3.
Oh, okay.
1.
Oh, it's got 3 on
2,
this side.
3.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. You're right. You're right. I was looking at the ones in the center. So this is one of the things that's really fun to do when you're stitching with the micro foot is maybe picking out a fun motif in the fabric and quilting around it. Sometimes just highlighting what's already there on the fabric is the perfect addition to a quilt. I like that. And Christina's doing some fills, some nice fills here. I like it. We got some real micro quilting here. And this is when sitting while quilting. So I think that there's this common perception that we call quilting at a frame mounted machine stand-up quilting. And so people think that you have to stand up to quilt on these machines, but you absolutely don't. You can sit while quilting on these machines. I always tell people I actually probably spend more time sitting on days that I'm actually quilting at my machine than I do standing. I like to sit. I have a nice stool that's got wheels on it that I can just scoot along as I'm going, but especially when you're doing nice, tight micro work like this, it is nice to sit down, relax, rest your hands on the poles, and just do some stitching.
I'm in stitching mode. Nobody
Yes,
else
you are.
exists in life right now. Just kidding.
Oh, that looks really cool, Christina. I think we took a block that was a little bit blah and made it a lot of fun.
Definitely gave it some color.
Oh, yeah, we definitely did. We'll have to tilt that up just a little bit so that everybody can kind of get a better look at that. So you guys can see there the quilting that Christina did. I think that turned out quite fun. So that's a fun little addition. Maybe we'll, we might have some more of this fabric. We might have to add a few more patches here before we move on. So I wanted to check and see, Denise, do we have any questions about the Forte from the viewers?
Not really questions, but comments on how talented
Oh.
you are, and they love the sweater.
I love that you guys are enjoying this sweater.
Oh.
We definitely were racking our brains trying to come up with something fun that we could do. And I don't even know how we came up with it. We were just
I
talking
think it was
about
inspired because last year, every single segment, I wore a different Christmas outfit.
That's right.
And sorry, couldn't do it again this year.
Yeah.
Too much work.
Too much work.
But then I was thinking, oh, we can just wear our ugly sweaters. And then I said, oh, let's make an ugly sweater.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, we definitely had some fun with that. Let's see, how are we doing? Oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so why?
Oh, I'm like, spider fingers. I have
the
spider
question.
fingers. So it was asked, why do I use my hand when I'm basting stuff, like moving it around on the fabric? It just kind of helps me keep things where I want it to be. So I'm just manipulating the fabric with my hands when I'm doing that. So
it just gives you a little bit more control, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's always a good idea to, to manipulate the fabric if you need to, but be careful that you don't get your fingers too close to the needle, especially when you've got that microfoot on.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
safety first.
That's right. Sometimes it's a good idea to slow down a little bit. This machine does have a top stitches per minute regulated of 2,500, which is pretty darn fast. It's pretty hard to outstitch. But normally when you're doing that fine little work like that, you're not stitching that fast because you want a little more control over what you're doing for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So adjustable handlebars, great lighting, great speed, lots of stitches per inch, different stitch molds. I mean, there's so many great features on this machine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. The Amara 24, it's definitely one of our favorites.
Yep.
We love stitching with it. So one more.
So,
oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. What was I just going to say? I got distracted.
I think of something fun.
I lost my train of thought.
So we got a one more, and we thought that meant one more question. We'll see. I think every. Oh.
Yes. And speaking of handbags.
Yeah, we just had a question. Can you make handbags on the long arm?
Yeah. So we have a video that comes out every week on Tuesdays called Watch and Learn. You can find it on the Handi Quilter channel of YouTube and also on Facebook. But we've done a couple segments of showing how to create bags on the long arm. But we do a different project technique, something every week so that people can learn different things. And so with this machine, you get all of that education as well.
Yeah, that's really fun. And you can quilt so many different fabrics. When you think of bags, I've seen people quilt leather, pleather, vinyl, cork, heavy canvases, a lot of those really unique and heavier fabrics that people might be a little bit afraid to use, but they want to use them in bags. You can absolutely quilt them with this machine, no problem. I've quilted through, I'm trying to think, I had one quilt that I did that was denim, and actually the front and the back were pieced, and there were some places where seams lined up over each other. I was probably quilting through 4 or 5 layers of denim, quilted through it like butter. So no problems at all with some of those heavier, fun, unique fabrics for bag making with this machine.
Yeah, I've had people even do leather.
Yep. So. We have a really awesome leather quilt
hanging
in the building here. It's definitely a little more Halloween themed than Christmas. Maybe we'll have to get that one out for one of our future lives here, huh? We might have to do that. Yep. Well, do we have any other questions about the amazing Amara 24?
I don't think so. I think they just want to know how we can get it. So let me show them how they can get one, and then we're going to come back to y'all, and we're going to show you all about the Pro Stitcher on it. And so we'll be right back with y'all, and y'all can show some robotics. All right, guys. This was the the Amara 24-inch long arm quilting machine. And again, guys, this is available with the call-in special only. Normal price on this is $15,995. You're going to get that choice of the frame, either 10-foot or 12-foot frame with it. But again, we have a call-in special. You'll have to call to get that pricing on it. 800-401-8151. And again, this has that 24 inches of throat space. So that'll be from the needle to the back. It's 24 inches. It has that really nice LED lighting package on it that lights up that throat space and the needle. It has the pinpoint needle laser on it, has the easy set tension, has the big 7-inch color touchscreen, LCD screen on it. And then you can add the Pro Stitcher right to this machine. Extremely easy if you wanted to put robotics on it. It has the menu controlled Quilt Master LED lighting package. It also has the Quilt Master front handlebars that you can actually independently adjust those for your perfect and most comfortable position. It has the stitching speed. Again, it's going to go up to 2,500 stitches per minute. Has the constant stitch quantity up to, it's from 4 stitches to 24 stitches per inch. 2 modes of stitch regulation, that precision and cruise. It has the convenient built-in tie-off stitches, high-speed rotary hook with the large capacity M-class bobbins. It has the manual mode with the 3 customizable preset speeds, handy feet compatible, includes the ruler work and the open-toed foot, or the ruler foot and the open-toed foot. Has the on-screen hand wheel, magnetic tool, minder collar, bobbin use estimator, which is really nice. You can estimate those bobbins so you won't run out, in the middle of during a stitching. And it has the easy needle change, has that needle stop up and down control, and it's Pro Stitcher ready. So it's already, all the calibrations are all ready, just to put the Pro Stitcher right on it. And again, guys, you're going to get your choice of that Gallery 2 frame, either the standard 10-foot or you can get the 12-foot optional on this. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on it. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 and to get that best price for the countdown to Christmas. And guys, these are in stock, ready to ship right now. Free shipping right to your doorstep. And then we have some financing available too to help you get those monthly payments down if you need any help with that. But let's bring Jane back.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So, man, this day is going by fast. And again, another great product from Handi Quilter. And next up, we're going to talk all about the robotics, which if somebody is wanting to do, professional quilts, or they wanted to just do some really awesome, stitches, this is the way to go. And the Pro Stitcher, I tell you, one of the favorite things I like about it, Jane, is it has that what they call copy feature. So if you had a friend that it can do free motion really well, and they do these feathers just like unlike anybody else, you can go in there and do it and hit the copy function in it while they're doing it. It'll copy that design in. You can bring it in the Pro Stitcher, and now you can duplicate it for your whole quilt.
How cool is that?
Pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Pretty awesome.
And a time saver and kind of a de-stressor too.
Yes. Well, one thing about the Pro Stitcher is kind of like embroidery. You have a 10 needle machine. If you had 5 different color changes, you get the 10 needle going, you would never have to touch it. It'll just change and you can walk off from it. That's the way the Pro Stitcher is. It makes robotics. You can just set it and let it go. And it just sits there and stitches from edge to edge, and it's perfect every time. So that's
what are they going to think of next, Blaine? I mean, this entire day has been like, what? I can't believe that this is actually something we can do.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, all the things that we're showing today. And Jane, tomorrow it's just going to keep going. Tomorrow we have Baby Lock, we have Grace in the house. Then Wednesday we have Janome coming in. So it just keeps getting better. We got Juki. We got so many great machines and things that we're going to be showing.
I'm just looking at the schedule here, and I'm thinking okay, what are we talking about tomorrow already? Because I can't believe today is coming to an end.
I know. Yeah, it's going to fly by. When you're having fun and you got a lot of products you're showing, it just flies by us. But we hope everybody out there, if you're still sticking with us, man, give us a number 1 in the chat right now. If you've been watching since early this morning, put a number 1 in the chat right now. I'd love to see how many number 1s we can get coming up.
That's right.
And by the way, a number 2 in the chat if you're planning on watching the whole week.
You have to watch the whole week because that's so much fun. Then somebody just asked, where can I see the schedule? Because I brought it up. You can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and right underneath the banner ad for the live show, you'll see day 1, day 2. Click on that little bar that says day 1. You'll see the schedule. Obviously, now you're going to click on day 2. You'll see the schedule for the entire week. So it's fun.
Looking, I see, Joyce and Susan just put number 2. They're going to watch the whole week. Priscilla, Norma Bates, Hey, Norma Bates, speaking of her, she came by to see us not too long ago. Got to meet her, and
That's
it's
fun.
good. But look at all the number twos coming in. That's all the people that are planning on watching for the whole week. And we're sure glad that you're going to be here with Jane and I the whole week, because we're going to be here and we're going to have some different outfits, aren't we, Jane?
Yes, we're
Every
gonna have
single
different
day.
outfits. I'm sorry I did not change my shirt today, but I wanted to match Blaine, sort of like, it's red with the green.
Well, your sweater kind of
Yeah.
matches my sweater.
Yeah. Mine's a little mix of everything. I know some people were watching from the beginning, but this skull is embroidered. These snowflakes are applique. This little ho 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 is actually like ransom. Like I took t-shirts and then I cut out the ho 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 and sewed all these on. And then my Santa hat's kind of a little bit of pop art. Let me see, where is it here? So it's like real, it's just I sewed on top. So it's a little bit of everything, but I thought it would be fun.
Oh, we got some great outfits we're going to wear this week too, so they don't want to miss it. And
trying to keep up with you is tough, man.
Hey, I'm telling you what's really cool this year. Wait till they see what Kennedy, Kyle, and Roger have in store for them. That they were just wearing, can y'all get a shot of them? They're wearing their robes and pajamas today. They're all flanneled out.
How comfortable are you guys?
But tomorrow they got some actual Christmas outfits that they're wearing. They're going to be incredible.
Like your little elves.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be an elf tomorrow. There might be an elf tomorrow, but there might be some reindeer. There might be a few Grinches. You just never know.
Whoa. Don't give too much away, Blaine.
I think he gave it away.
Oh, no.
No, you just never know. And think of the Christmas Story.
Okay.
Never know.
You just gave it away.
Well, they'll have to still tune in to see, right?
Yeah, no, this is great. I love the theme all week long. I mean, it's just, I can't wait to see that crew in the Christmas Story outfits.
Oh, and I got a doozy for you tomorrow too.
Your outfit?
Oh yeah, I got a doozy tomorrow. You're going to see.
I already know your wardrobe because I texted you, and then your wife was like, "Why are you texting? Ask him what he's wearing." And then she sent me a picture of your closet, so now I know all your outfits like for the entire week.
Yeah, so I did tell her when the text came up, instead of like you said, "What are you wearing?" I went, "What are you wearing?"
What are you wearing?
I like that. That was funny. All right, so hey, Jane, we're going to continue to get them move on, and we're going to talk all about that Pro Stitcher because I think they're ready to go, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Okie dokie. See you later.
All righty. All right, so let's go back to Handi Quilter. I think they got that Pro Stitcher all set up, ready to have some robotics. And guys, let's bring Christina and Kim back in. And is it? They got some out. Is that a new outfit change or is that the same?
No, I wore it for the last one also.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Look, I didn't know if it was something different. It's small screen. So, all right, girls, we're going to let y'all take it away and show us all about those robotics. And we'll see y'all back here in 30 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds great. All right. So we're going to talk about the Pro Stitcher, which is my favorite. I will admit I'm a little biased. I absolutely love the Pro Stitcher. So we've got this Pro Stitcher setup on the Amara 20, and the Pro Stitcher does go on
Uh-oh, I think we lost the Foxy Moxie dancers, and hopefully they'll come back on. Oh, they're back, maybe. I think they're working on it, so we're going to let them try to get their feedback going. I think somebody was on the ice and snow and hit a telephone pole, knocked out the power. All right, so they're back. Let's go back to them right now then.
Okay, can you hear us, Blaine? Is audio good?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. Everything looks good. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Pro Stitcher.
Pro Stitcher. I love Pro Stitcher. Pro Stitchers. It's probably my favorite accessory for the long arm. It's kind of a joke around here. Everybody always asks me, how are you going to quilt it? And I say, well, I'll probably use the Pro Stitcher. But I love the Pro Stitcher because it's just got so many great options. Pro Stitcher Premium comes with almost 1,000 designs in the library. And so from right there, you just have so many designs that you can play with, right, Christina?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it is compatible with all of the Amara, the entire Amara family, except the Amara ST. ST, as we mentioned earlier, because no frame.
All the frame mounted machines.
Amaras. That's what I need to say. And also with the Infinity. So you can put it on any of those big machines. You can also put it on the Simply 16. So if you have one of those Simply 16s and you have just been waiting for the perfect time to add a Pro Stitcher to it, now is the time. It's so fantastic.
Let's talk real quickly about that Simply 16 though.
Okay.
Depends on which frame you have it on, if you can get the Pro Stitcher Premium or if you need to get Pro Stitcher Lite.
Yep.
So you'll need to check with your local retailer, check with SMP, find out which frame you have, which machine, and then you can figure out if you can, which version of the Pro Stitcher you can use.
Exactly. So it comes with over 1,000, close to 1,000 designs, and it's a really awesome system. It's what we've got is we've got a carriage that has motors in it that moves the machine around. Then we've got this tablet, and then we've got software on there. And the software is actually software that we create here. And actually, I shouldn't say we, but because Christina and I are definitely not coders.
No.
But we've actually got software engineers here in the building that create this software. And the best part about it, I think, is that when they want to add a new feature, they come to us and say, okay, what do you quilters want? And we tell them, we say, this is what we want. Exactly. We're like, So the Pro Stitcher is amazing. It's feature rich. You can do a lot of really fun things with. We thought it would be really fun to demonstrate here today. Usually we'll go through like our favorite features of it, but we want to show one of Christina's favorite quilting techniques with a Pro Stitcher. So what are we going to do with the Pro Stitcher today?
We're going to do some couching with the Pro Stitcher, and we're going to see how it works out.
So what is couching for those people that don't know?
So couching is taking a yarn or some kind of fiber, putting it through our special couching foot.
Yes.
And then when you stitch with your regular thread, it stitches that yarn down onto your fabric.
It's so awesome. Because when you do it with the Pro Stitcher, you can do a really awesome design and it quilts out perfectly and it just looks amazing.
Yep.
So what design are we going to add to this lovely sweater? I know we got some suggestions earlier of some things to put on here. Unfortunately, we do not have a portrait of Blaine digitized to put on here. However, we could
work on
do
it
that
for next year.
Pro Stitcher Premium actually comes with an additional set of software that's called Pro Stitcher Designer, which allows you to edit and create, we're going to emphasize, create your own digital quilting designs. So if we did want to quilt a portrait of our good friend Blaine, we could absolutely digitize his picture and then quilt it onto the front of a sweater.
Challenge accepted.
Sorry,
Sorry,
we'll see what we
Blaine.
can come up with. But it's really, it's a really fun suite of software that allows you to just, I mean, your quilting becomes limitless because you can do all kinds of things. If you can dream it up and figure out how to draw it and create it in there, you can quilt it out with the Pro Stitcher, which is awesome.
It's also really nice. You said you could modify designs. Let's say you have a design, but it's not fitting just how you want it. You want to tweak it just a little bit for that particular block. You can take it into Designer, make a quick little tweak to it, and then send it back to the Pro Stitcher to stitch it out.
Exactly.
So it's a lot of fun. I've been playing with it all weekend.
It's really fun software. Yes. Okay. So we just got a question asking the formats that Designer works with. So Designer, you can actually create designs in all of the major quilting software formats. And it also reads embroidery designs. So if you happen to be one of those really adventurous people and you've heard about doing embroidery with the long arm, which is a whole other rabbit hole that we're not even going to begin to go down today, but you can even convert designs from an embroidery file to a digitized long arm quilting file and then quilt it out with your long arm. So if you want to take something to a really big hoop, we got you covered.
Exactly. Okay.
So we're going to do couching. Sorry, we kind of went off a little bit on the squirrel way there.
Hey, it's part of the Pro Stitcher.
It totally is.
Or for Pro Stitcher Premium.
Exactly, for Pro Stitcher Premium.
But the software, again, you don't have to use it just with Pro Stitcher. You can use it with Pro Stitcher Lite.
Yes.
You can use it with any other robotic systems.
Yep.
But it does come with Pro Stitcher Premium.
Yep, it's included.
So it's an extra bonus there.
Yep.
Okay, so going back to our lovely sweater dress. So we talked about adding some more of these squares, and Kim just suggested that we could have those be presents, like put a bunch of them down here as presents. So I'm thinking I want to put a Christmas tree right here.
So we're gonna couch a Christmas tree with some lovely. We've got some wonderful bright green yarn here, so we'll have some good contrast.
Oh, this is making me laugh.
I know, it's so
Okay,
fantastic.
so I'm going to have like maybe the bottom of the tree right here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to set up an area, and I'm going to go onto the area screen, and this area is going to represent the space that I want to put that Christmas tree in.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to drop a point there. I'm going to come up. How big do we want to make it?
Oh, we can do up to the.
I don't want to cover my
The
ruffle.
lovely lace jabot.
Maybe we should leave some room for a star.
Oh, I like that. That's a good idea.
Okay, then I'll come over here. And then I've got to come down here.
Line that up.
Okay, so you guys can't see my screen, but on my screen, I've got a pink box that represents my Christmas tree.
Right.
I also have brought in a Christmas tree design that was in the folders that came with the Pro Stitcher. So one of those 1,000 designs that came with it. The problem that I have is that my tree is up this way.
This way. And
I want it to stitch this way.
Right.
So we've got all these fabulous tools in Pro Stitcher where we can modify that design. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to rotate the tree from being this direction, rotate it 45 over to the next.
So it's in the
45 and 45
there
degrees.
We go. So now I've got a tree laying on its side.
Yep. Now I'm going to get it put into that pink box. I'm going to use my border skew.
Perfect.
So now it's filling in that space and I'm super excited. Now we're going to tell the machine that I want it to start. It's just going to move into position and take one stitch and bring up my bobbin thread for me. Okay, I'm moving the machine away, pulling up my bobbin thread, bringing it back. And this is where I'm going to put my yarn through that little hole of the couching foot. And I'm not going to go into a lot of depth on how I'm doing that, but we've got lots of videos out there.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so we have our tie-offs are selected. Good call.
We're gonna turn the speed down a little bit on this too.
Yeah, when you're couching, you definitely need to babysit it. If you have any issues, the machine doesn't know to stop. So we're gonna really go kind of slow and careful on this one. So I'm gonna hit the resume button to tell it to start stitching. It's gonna do some little tiny stitches, and I'm actually gonna pause that. Oh, I took too long to pause it. Now it's back where I was gonna try to trim.
Oh, you're close enough.
We're close enough. We'll trim that down.
Trim that little bit extra away.
Okay.
Little thread chicken never hurt anybody.
So you can see how it's stitching that yarn down right there. So now we're going to hit resume.
So that's the little trunk of the tree. And now it's quilting the little pot that it's standing in at the bottom. Now we're going to start quilting the outline of that tree. Oh, this looks so cool.
And I'm just holding the yarn up so that it doesn't twist. Trying to make sure I'm not giving it any tension at all, just letting it go through that hole.
Oh, that's perfect. We'll have plenty of room for a star at the top there.
I didn't get any yellow yarn.
We'll just have to play with this a little bit more later on and finish it.
Metallic thread.
I like it.
Okay.
Very cool. So you know what, Christina, I think that we need to stitch another line of this around it. I think it needs to be just a little bit thicker. What do you think? Should we stitch that again?
Yeah, let's do it again. Let me make sure I've got some yarn ready here. Okay, let's tell it. Pro Stitcher, run, proceed.
It's going to take that first stitch and then we'll let it go ahead and it's going to do some tie-off stitches again. And we're just going to stitch over it one more time. This is one of the cool things I love about Pro Stitcher is if you do want to stitch once or like two, maybe even 3 times around a design because you really want to make it pop, it's super easy to do. All you have to do is run that same design again. Oh, I like that. That's super nice. That's giving it just a little bit more 3D pop.
Yeah. And with the couching feet, there's 3 different sizes. So you can use different thicknesses of yarn. So this is our medium foot.
And this is perfect. And this is just yarn that you can buy at any like big box craft shop.
Exactly. Yep.
It's great yarn. One tip, when you are picking out a yarn to couch with on a quilt, be sure to take into consideration if you're going to be washing that quilt at all. If you are, make sure that you get a yarn that's washable. You don't want to make the mistake like I did one time of using 100% wool yarn and then washing it. It was wool that could felt, and it did felt, and it shrunk funky, and I had to unpick it after I washed it, which was definitely not what I was going for. So that tree looks really great. I think it looks fantastic.
Do you want to do a star? Oh, wait, we didn't get the yellow yarn. We'll do the star later, another day.
We'll do the star later.
How about, do you want to put a snowflake over here?
Yeah, let's add another little something fun over here.
So I'm just going to let this fabric loose a little bit so that we
can
work
adjust
a little bit
just
closer.
A little bit. So it'll be within our throat space where it's going to be a little bit easier to get to. You guys can see how easy it is to adjust.
Yeah, so let's clear all of that stuff that we already had.
Okay.
And let's, we'll make an area.
This is going to be extra beautiful now.
Okay, so
I know there's some snowflake designs in the blocks library, right?
Oh, there's got to be snowflakes. We could do a scary bunny. We could do a house, a dump truck. Let me scroll down to the S's. They might be in the S's. Okay.
There's a snowflake.
There's a question.
We have a question. Okay.
Can you use Pro Stitcher and couch on minky material?
Sure thing. Can you use Pro Stitcher and couch on minky material is the question we just got. The answer is absolutely, totally. You can do that. I just did one for a friend. Larissa that works here in the office. She's in accounting. She actually just brought up a really cute quilt that she made for a baby shower, and it had minky on the back, and then it was pieced on the front, and she had me digitize the baby's name, which was Paisley May, and then we couched it on the front of the quilt, and it turned out super cute, didn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely.
Try any combination that you want. You don't know if it's going to work until you've tried it.
And if all else fails, the seam ripper can be your friend. Although honestly, couching, it's pretty hard to make couching not look fun. Like it really does. Yeah. It just always looks awesome on a project. So
there is a little bit of a learning curve, making sure you've got the right yarn for the foot, making sure everything's lined up with the needle and the foot. But yeah, it's super fun. The quickest baby quilt that you can do.
Oh yeah.
Just get a solid piece of flannel, put a backing on, and then just pick an edge-to-edge design and couch out the edge-to-edge design, and you're done.
Yeah.
So super quick and super easy with the Pro Stitcher.
Absolutely. And if you use a variegated yarn, it's even cuter. Yeah. That's your 2-hour project from start to finish. Super fast, super easy, adorable. Everybody will want to know where you bought it from, and you'll be like, I made it.
And you could even put the binding on the long arm using your horizontal channel lock and vertical channel lock.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
while we were talking, I set up a design.
You have the whole thing set up.
So it's set up and ready to go.
So we've got an awesome snowflake here.
Yep. And it's going to be a surprise to the viewers.
Yes.
What we should have done is not told them what I was stitching and see who could have guessed what it was first. Ooh, next time. Okay, so I'm ready for it to go. I still have my couching foot on, but I'm not putting the yarn in. It's going to take those little tie-offs, and I can tell which way the machine's going to go by which direction those little tie-offs are.
And I like that we're just quilting this one. We're just going to add a fun little design over here to the center.
So the fabric's a little bit busy for this particular design, but you know, it's an ugly sweater.
It's okay. Well, you know, what'd be fun is we could actually add some smaller snowflakes around this. This is one thing that's really fun and easy to do with Pro Stitcher. It is so easy to set up an area and then resize the design to fit in there. So you can even use the same design many, many times over in a lot of different sizes to add some fun to your next quilting project.
What if we just use this as our outline And then we can use paints or something to color it in to really make it look fancy.
Ooh, I feel like we've got like a finish the ugly sweater project for tomorrow.
Yep.
We don't have anything else going on, do we?
Oh, just prep for more filming.
That's right. Oh, that is looking so fun. Fun snowflake. There's actually was like 3 or 4 different snowflakes there.
Mm-hmm.
This is also where we run into, sorry, when the Pro Stitcher's running, we all just sit there and watch it and we get kind of mesmerized.
I always compare it to watching a fire when you're camping.
Uh-huh. Yep. It's very, very fun, very mesmerizing to sit and watch. That's really cute.
Okay, so we showed how to do like 2 different blocks.
Mm-hmm.
The Pro Stitcher can also do an edge-to-edge design throughout the entire quilt. Now, if you look up here,
or down here at the bottom.
Down
if we lift
the little don't lift the skirt.
We can look down here. I know that did feel a little weird. I just finding an easy place for Jacob to zoom in on. So this is a fun design. It's
from Quiltable.
From Quiltable. It's a
knit something.
So it's like a knit stitch. So you can see it, and we did quilt it quite large, but this was quilted an edge to edge design. I think that's actually what a lot of people think that Pro Stitchers are made for. And you can do these edge to edge designs so quickly and easily on a Pro Stitcher. I love to set it up. I let my Pro Stitcher run. I go sit down. I work on something else while it's stitching out. Another feature that I absolutely love in Pro Stitcher Premium is we have what's called our stitch stats. And when you touch that button after you've got a design set up, it tells you how many minutes it's going to take to stitch out the design. It tells you how many inches of thread and how many stitches are in that design. So for example, when I set up an edge to edge to quilt on, say, like a Saturday when I've got a customer quilt running and then I want to do some of my own piecing, I can actually look at it and go, oh, okay, that's going to take 1 hour and 19 minutes to quilt out. So it kind of helps me figure out how to plan out my day, how much time it's going to take. And you just have to keep in mind that that does not include advancing the fabric, but I'm pretty fast at doing that.
Or changing the bobbin, those fun things.
Those fun things. Those do add on a little bit of extra time. So I usually add anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes per quilt, depending on how complex the design is. But it's a really great feature.
Yep. There's another feature in Pro Stitcher Premium that I really like, and it's the record function. You can put the gears or turn off your gears so that you're moving the machine freely, but you can record the movement that you're designing, like whatever you're stitching, and it will record that so that you can use it over and over again in future quilts. Or if you want to sign your name, you can record signing your name, take it over to Pro Stitcher Designer, pretty it up, and then you can put that on each one of your quilts.
Exactly.
So lots and lots of fun different things that you can do there.
Yep. So there's lots of different options. Honestly, with a Pro Stitcher, your imagination is the limit of what you can do on a quilt. There's lots of fun things.
Even make an ugly sweater dress.
Yes, you could. Just like us. Well, Denise, do we have any other questions about Pro Stitcher? Okay, so really good question. Which feet can you use with the Pro Stitcher? Okay, is everybody ready for this answer? You can use all of them with the Pro Stitcher. I've even used the microfoot because I was too lazy to change it. Normally, I would recommend using the glide foot. That's a really great one to use, especially when you're doing edge to edge quilting, because you don't have to worry about catching edges or flipping up. But I have used, I'm trying to think if there's one I haven't used.
I would say 95-ish% of the time I have the glide foot on when I'm running the Pro Stitcher.
Me too.
Sometimes I'll have like my closed-toed foot on if I need to kind of gauge 1/4 of an inch. But most of the time it's always that glide foot or the couching foot. Yeah, because that glide foot goes over seams. Let's say there's like a little hole or something, heaven forbid. A lot of those other feet are going to get caught in there, and the Pro Stitcher is just going to keep on going. So the glide foot is a safety precaution.
It definitely is. But you really can use any of the other feet with the Pro Stitcher. For sure.
Another question was, can you add more designs to
Oh, okay. So this is a question that we get really excited about. Can you add more designs to your Pro Stitcher library? The answer is heck yeah.
Yeah, this one right here.
This Merry Christmas design that we stitched out earlier. This design from the background design from Quiltable. Yeah. We have a lot of designs from Quiltable. We'll just put that little skirt back down there.
Modesty.
So not only can you purchase designs as long as they're in the correct format, which is HQV, HQF, or QLI, can all be read by Pro Stitcher. In pretty much any quilt design site that you go to, you'll be able to purchase designs and put on here. Plus, don't forget about all the designs you can create yourself with the designer software that's included with Pro Stitcher Premium.
Yep. And there's lots of education.
Yes.
Showing you how you can do all of that stuff. So
lots of good stuff. We teach you how to use it and keep you quilting.
Yep.
Any other questions there? Awesome. Well, we're glad you guys are enjoying the project. We're having a lot of fun with it too.
The goal is to get through this without laughing too hard.
Hey, I love the project. That was so cool that y'all did that. And hey, I'm in for if you need a digitized picture for next year to put me on the ugly sweater.
Will you email me a picture for?
Yeah.
Oh,
email us a picture so we can do it, and we'll do it,
guys.
Yeah, we'll have some fun with that one. Well, guys, thank y'all so much for being part of our show, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get that. And what a great time it's been, and I love the product. So we'll see y'all next time. Oh, are they?
I think we got one more segment, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we got
are we done?
Coming up. Oh, we're going to do the Moxie again. So let me tell them how they get this Pro Stitcher. All righty. So, guys, we are the Pro Stitcher. If you can put that overlay up there, Kennedy, right there's the Pro Stitcher. The normal price on this is $11,995. That is for you're going to get the big tablet, the Pro Stitcher program. It'll fit right on that machine. And again, guys, we have a call-in special for this. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, or speak to one of the live chat agents on the website. And again, guys, if you want to have full robotics on your Handi Quilter machine, this is a great way to go. And again, Pro Stitcher makes robotic systems for a couple different machines. They make it for all the Handi Quilters. They also make it for Baby Lock. They make it for Janome, and they also make it for our very own King Quilter. So if y'all have a Janome, Baby Lock long arm or King Quilter long arm, we have a Pro Stitcher that'll fit on that. And then any of the Handi Quilters that we sell, the Pro Stitcher will fit on that. So make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151 for the best pricing. And guys, we are letting the girls going to go back, and they're going to switch back to that Moxie, and we're going to show you that Moxie again. But let's bring Jane back to the show. We'll chat with Jane while they're getting the they're switching around. There's Jane. Caught Jane.
We're just talking on the phone. We're like, oh yeah, okay, I gotta go back.
Go.
I was on the phone with the people. 800-401-8151. What do you want from me? I can't stand it all day long. I got to do it.
Oh, Jane, I've already got your credit card. I already got your machine ordered, so you don't even have to call.
I thought I would have time, and they were like, oh, well, we'll call you back. I'm like, okay.
All right. Well, I got to remind everybody out there, if you're having problems getting on the phones, because Nick said the phones are lighting up today. If you're having problems getting through, Kyle has been putting up in the chat that Google Sheets link.
Yes.
And it says, for a callback, just, click here. And what you can do is fill your name, your phone number on that. Tell us what machine that you're interested in. It gets updated real time in the call center. They'll see it on their screens when they're taking calls. As soon as they get off the call they're on, the first person that can get it to it, they're going to call you back. So make sure that if you see an 800, if you fill that out, see your 800 number calling you back, answer the phone.
By the way, that's what happened to me. I saw the number and I was like, oh, we're going on the air. I'm like, oh, wait, I got to get this.
So anyway, so make sure y'all give us a call. But, Jane, I was thinking we was almost over, but we got one more section left. It's winding down, and then we're going to have some great giveaways today. But, again, it's this show's going by so fast.
I can't believe it.
If you see something that, I always stress to people, if you see something you really are interested in,
you got to act on it.
Get on that phone and act today, because again, quantities are limited on a lot of machines, especially this time of year. It may show that we have 50 in stock, and that was earlier. We did the Brother, the SE 1900. We
I was
started
going
out
to
with
ask you, what's the
50.
update on that?
Oh, we're out of
Oh,
stock.
we're out.
Yeah.
For the
Out
whole
of
week?
stock. What's that?
For the whole week?
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. You can call and check and see, but I think they're out of stock on it. So don't wait. Give us a call and just see. But Kyle, can you check real quick? Yeah. He's going to check real quick and see, because
So
I
if you're
figured
really
we
thinking
probably
about that PR, what's my favorite one? The PR.
PRF100. You want the PR 680W, the 6 needle.
That's the one.
Now stock on that is I forgot what it was, but it's getting low, but we still have those in stock ready to sell. The PRS 100s, they were getting extremely low, but we have another shipment hitting this week of those, so we should be okay there.
Right.
The SE 1900s. Oh, Kyle says we have 5 left.
Okay, good.
So if you want an SE 1900, get on the phone and call us right now to make sure you get one.
That's a great price on those too, by the way.
Yeah.
What about the NQ 1700E, the embroidery only?
He's going to check on that. I think we still have a few left in that on stock. Again, what I'm worried about is somebody's wanting one to get 6. So we have 6 of the 1700s left. If somebody is wanting to get one of these for Christmas, Jane, that's why I'm really stressing. Yeah, we might get some more in, but they might not come in until next week. And the time we get them in and then get them shipped, they won't get them time for Christmas. So
right. But you know what you could do? I'm just saying, do it now. But as the week goes on and things get like more bought and sold out, we can still buy them if you can still order them, and you can put a picture in it in one of those beautiful little stockings that
is true.
Reen showed us how to make, and then you could give them that if it's going to be coming after Christmas. How the sergers, those are a pre-order, correct?
Now the sergers are pre-ordered. This is a brand new release by Brother. Y'all got to see it, today for the first time. And we're taking pre-orders on that. They're telling me right now that they're trying to make sure they can ship them 1st of January, but it may be, all the way till 2 weeks, the second week of January. But that's the timeline. Hopefully they're going to have them ready to go 1st of January. But what you're ordering today will be a pre-order for that. But again, make sure if you are wanting one of these machines, everything you're ordering on the show this week will get shipped out. You should get it in time for Christmas.
That's amazing. And we have such a great week full of great products and shows for you. And I'm super excited about it. How are our ScanNCuts looking? We're good?
ScanNCuts we're doing really well on. They're selling very well. We've sold a ton of the 230s. We sold a ton of the 325s. I think we got 50 of each one in stock. So right now they're looking pretty good. I know that they were selling pretty fast this morning when she did the session. So again, it's one of those things. If y'all been thinking about a ScanNCut, get on the phone and give them a call, because we got a great call-in special on both models. Not only the 325, which is $699, but that Disney model at $899. We are probably the only store in the country that still has the 230s in stock, the DX 230s.
Right.
And that is that Disney, $899. We got a call-in special, a better price than that, and they're in stock.
Okay, well, we got to act now, because we all know we love our ScanNCuts. So there.
Yeah, they're great. So we're
talking about it. So this is what happens when Blaine talks and he goes talking and talking. I scan the room to see where my ScanNCut is. I'm like, okay, good. Nobody sold that one yet.
Well, hey, it's the product doesn't stay around here very long. That's the thing. It flies off the shelves, and especially these shows when we give the really good pricing, people are acting on it. And, again, that's why we do this, countdown to Christmas. It's, all about Christmas time and getting those presents. And, we had our Cyber Monday show, which you were a part of. And again, it was just a crazy day all day long. Every 15 minutes, we had a different demonstration. And hey, that's one of the things I wanted to ask everybody out there too that's watching, Jane. Do they like this format to where we're bringing in brands and doing, we're calling it like the Brother Showcase this afternoon. It's the Handi Quilter Showcase. Tomorrow it'll be Baby Lock Showcase, and then Grace. Do y'all like it like that, or would y'all prefer to have it mixed up every single, different brand or something every single 30 minutes? Let us know right now if you'd like to mix it up or you like the showcases.
So mix or showcase?
Yeah, mix or showcase. And
And Blaine, while everybody's answering, let me ask you a question. Because somebody asked me this today. If we buy, let's say a ScanNCut or a product online during the countdown to Christmas, let's say I get it in the mail and I have questions, and I know there's loads of videos on it. The Brother produces. You can see all of those at all the Brother websites, online, some social channels, things like that. If they have a question, can they call SMP and say, "Hey, I've got a question"?
They sure can. You're going to get lifetime support. Anything you buy from us, all you got to do is give us a call at the 800 number, and we'll help you out. And one of the things, too, that's a good point, Jane, that I forgot to really mention, and I want to mention this to everybody out there. Anybody that buys a 680, the PR 680W 6-needle Brother machine, or that Persona, you're going to get free new owner classes starting in January.
Wow.
You'll get a new owner's class via Zoom, and Carly Bell is going to be teaching it.
Oh,
So
that's amazing.
Great. So everybody that buys that will automatically be eligible to take that class with Carly Bell via Zoom, and they're going to be doing those monthly. And it's 2 days. It's a 4-hour first day. It's beginning just the beginning basic stuff, and then the second day, which is like 2 days later, I think it's on a Tuesday. Then the second class is on a Thursday, 4 hours, and it'll be advanced. It'll talk a little bit about how to do designs and import things.
Listen, that support really is just invaluable, because I know, people want to go and they want to touch it, they want to feel it. And we're doing this right now. And so when I get it and I have questions, I want to be able to get the support. And thank you for doing that. And this idea of having that class with Carly is really fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue the show. We got, I think Kim and Kimberly are ready, or Christina are ready with the Moxie. We're going to repeat what y'all saw earlier with the Moxie, because that is such a popular machine. And if you missed it, you're going to get to see some more features on it. So let's go back to Handi Quilter with Christina and Kim, and let y'all get on that Moxie again. And maybe we'll get to see the Foxy Moxie dancers do a little dancing this time.
Jazz hands? How's that? We could have a little fun with that.
My kids threatened to get on the video at school today, so maybe I shouldn't embarrass my daughter too bad.
I don't know. I think that's the point of being a mom, right? Is embarrassing your kids. It's so much fun. So we are back at the Moxie. We're back where we started with our marathon today. So we're back with the Moxie. We'll just talk about the Moxie real quick for a couple minutes, and Pro Stitcher Light. So this is our 15-inch machine. It is it's our entry-level machine. It's our budget-friendly machine. It's our space-friendly machine. It does come on a couple of different frames. You've got choices. So we've got this one set up on the little foot frame here, which is a 5-foot frame. It has a hooping system, so you can put any size quilt on. And you guys are going to actually see that we loaded this one at a little bit of a crazy angle, didn't we, Christina?
We did, because we needed to get to a certain spot on our ugly sweater.
Yep, we're doing the sleeve right here next.
But we needed it to be able to fit in the throat space of the machine. So we loaded this on a diagonal.
Yep.
So you can load it any way you want with this frame.
Exactly. It's really easy to do that on this frame because it's all done with clamps. So you can see we've got clamps across the back here, and around the whole the perimeter of the frame. It holds everything together really well. Holds that quilt in place.
So just to reiterate, any size quilt can be done on this 5-foot frame.
Yep.
The other frame that it comes on is the loft frame, which comes as an 8-foot frame. You can also get a 2-foot extension to make it a 10-foot frame. So you've got different options there depending on your space and what kind of a system you want. Size of quilt you want to quilt, all of those good things. Yep.
So the Moxie has, as we mentioned, it's got the 15-inch throat space, stitch regulation up to 1,800 stitches per minute. So you can click right along and get a bunch of quilts done. It has the 2 modes of stitch regulation, like we always love to talk about, our precision and cruise. We also have got manual. So if you want to do, I know that we tend to use manual for micro stitching, so micro quilting. So if you want to do some of that micro quilting, you can easily switch over to manual mode, which is really great. It's got great lighting right at the needle, and you can add a lot of the fun accessories to it. You can do a lot of the same things we just showed you on all the Amara machines. So we can do rulers, we can do quilt from the back, we can use all of those fun feet, including that couching foot that Christina just showed us. We can have fun with all of those things. And we have a version of Pro Stitcher that we can add to the Moxie also, which is called Light. So it's a simplified version of Pro Stitcher Premium, which means it's got a lower price point. So if you're thinking that there is just no way you can afford to add computerized quilting to your machine, well, you should really check out the Pro Stitcher Lite, because you can probably make it fit. It's quite friendly, budget friendly.
Yeah, because the combination of the machine and the light is equivalent to some of our higher end machines, just
the
by
machine
themselves.
by itself.
So
Exactly.
it definitely can be done.
Yep.
One of the differences between the Moxie family and our Amara family is that the Moxie does not have a touch screen.
Right.
You have handlebars with different buttons, and depending on which buttons you push, it manipulates it through this little screen that we've got here. And that's where you can choose which mode you want it in, if you want the needle to stop in the up or down position, how many stitches per inch you want it at, if you want the lights turned on or off. But that's all controlled with those handlebars.
Exactly. It's a pretty easy system. So easy to maneuver through. So let's talk about Light for a couple of minutes. So Pro Stitcher Light comes with over 350 designs, which is a good amount of designs. It's lots of designs. And as we got the question in the last segment just about Pro Stitcher Premium, you can absolutely add other designs that you purchase to this. You can even purchase, in addition to Pro Stitcher Light, you can add Designer to it. It does not come with Pro Stitcher Light, but you can add Designer to it, and then you can edit and create your own digital quilting designs too. So it's great. It does have that compatibility. That's always another accessory that you can add to it.
Yep. So those that haven't been watching us for the last 3 hours, Designers are a software program that you can make your own designs. You can manipulate or change existing designs. Fun.
Yep.
I'm kind of obsessed right now.
I know.
Just a little bit.
It's one of those things, you start playing with it at night and all of a sudden it's 1 in the morning and you're like, I have got to stop, but just one more design. Just
super
one more
fun.
Design. So great. So should we just set up a design and run, or did you have something else?
Yeah. So we're going to work in the sleeve, and we are going to use a design that we got from Quiltable, which is an online company that you can purchase designs from. So you can absolutely buy those other designs. You put them on a USB stick. You can see mine sticking out right here, loaded on there, and you just have to open it up from the USB. So it's super easy, super convenient. And you want to run this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's start up here. We need to set up a frame space first. We always need to do a frame space first when we set up Pro Stitcher Light. So I'm going to select the area tab, frame space, and then touch to corner. You hear that nice little Vanna White ding, as we like to call it. And then I'm going to come all the way down here and do my next one.
And again, what is that frame space?
So that frame space represents where I want to quilt, the total amount of space that I can quilt in on the machine. So I didn't set up a really exact area. It's a nice big square that goes all the way around this area. I have to make sure that my design is inside of that frame space when I want to quilt. Now, to set up a more precise space to quilt in, which is the sleeve right here, I am going to, once again, I'm already in my area tab. I'm going to set up a multi-point area. So you're going to hear a lot more dings this time. And I'm going to come down and set this up.
Because I cut that so straight.
Well, it's also the kind of funky angle that we have it loaded at. But the nice thing is we can absolutely make that design fit in there. Okay, so now on the screen, I'm going to take my design, and the design is actually just a little bit big for my area. So under the Modify tab, I can rotate, reposition, resize, crop, skew, align. I can do a lot of great things with this design. So I want to rotate it a little bit so that it's going to align perfectly. And I'm going to use my custom rotation, which allows me to rotate 1 degree at a time. I can actually go in and adjust that, so it's really fine. I can go down to like 1/2 degree, 1/4 degree. So really, really fine rotations. And then I want to resize this a little bit because it's just a little bit big for my area.
Yeah, and for our viewers, you can't see the screen and what we're talking about, but if you have questions, you can always go to prostitcher.com. and there are educational videos there that you can look at if you're wanting to get ideas. You can also download this software in simulation on a Windows-based computer if you want to try it out and play with it for a little bit. It won't come with all of the designs, but it will have the software, so you can get familiar with all of the different buttons. And make that decision if you want to put it on your machine.
Exactly. It's also using Pro Stitcher in simulation after you get your Pro Stitcher is a great way to sit down and practice, because you can sit back in your lazy boy in the evenings and kick up your feet and just play with it and get familiar with the designs, do a lot of those kind of things. So I am going to, okay, so I just did a couple things that I just realized I actually want to change. So I use the undo button, which is your best friend in Pro Stitcher. You can always undo and go back from what you did. I'm gonna flip this design over and then rotate it some more.
Now we haven't told them what the design is yet, have we?
Oh,
Don't say it, don't say it.
No, we haven't, that's right.
Okay.
You had mentioned we wanted to keep this one a little bit of a surprise.
So when it starts stitching, you guys need to start writing in when you figure out what the design is. We'll see if the stitching shows up well enough on camera.
So let me zoom out. Okay, I gotta rotate this just a little bit more. Oh.
Okay, the Pro Stitcher screen is color.
Absolutely.
Yep. So when I keep saying like the pink box, you'll know like which box it is because it does have all of the colors on it. When you have a button selected, it turns green. So
okay,
yeah, definitely color.
Okay, yes, it's in color, which is great. So I've got everything set up the way I wanted it to. I've baselined it, which means I've frozen the changes, and I'm going to go ahead and touch proceed. It's going to take that first stitch, and then we are going to have some fun stitching this out.
Okay, I can't wait to see who guesses it first.
I hope that it shows up well enough on this fabric.
They're already guessing?
They're already guessing.
Okay.
Okay, so Denise, what are some of the guesses that people are making? A snowman. Reindeer.
Oh, we should have done snowman or Santa on his sleigh with all of his reindeer.
Oh, we could do it on the other sleeve.
Okay.
We could do that.
Gnomes.
Christmas gnomes. You know what?
That's next year's.
There's some gnome designs on Quiltable. I saw those the other day. We could do something fun with gnomes. What was that, Denise? Oh, ornaments and candy canes. Okay, those are some other good things. I don't think anybody's actually said the.
We're getting closer.
One. Yeah, definitely.
Denise, do you know what it is so you can yell when somebody gets it? Well, you have to come peek because I can't say it because my microphone will pick it up.
She'll give it away.
I think I heard Kim say this earlier.
You know what it is now? Are the guesses still coming in?
Well, we can give them a little hint.
Maybe we've got a little hint here. Yeah. So it's gonna do some tie-offs here. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and clip this. Let's see, where did I do with my scissors?
Right here.
Okay, this is always the fun game. Where are my scissors? And then we'll back this up and away. Can we see what this is? I don't know if we can. We got to pick less busy fabric next year, Christina.
What if we hold this end up, you push your end down?
Can we see that?
Does that show
What do you
better?
think, Denise? Yeah. Can people see what we've got there? It's on a string, an electrical string. If this isn't a good, we can do some. Christina's like signing him down. So this is what we're putting on our. Do we have a winner yet, Denise?
Yes, they're all theme lights.
Okay.
Okay.
Lights, yay, that is what it is. Okay. So we thought, as a final touch, because you can't put too many embellishments on a, sorry, I'm just tightening this up a little bit. You can't put too many embellishments on a quilt, on an ugly sweater.
I don't have lights on mine. Oh.
Sorry.
How many people does it take
How
to
many
take the
educators
lid
does
off?
it take? Just pull it off. There we go. Okay. So we're going to add some little embellishments here. We thought, how fun would it be? Denise had these little, we're just going to glue them on here because, you know, that's what you got to do with an ugly Christmas sweater, right? We were going to use a glue gun, but we were afraid if we plugged in one more thing in here today, we might have a problem with the circuits. So we'll see how well these are going to.
Oh, wait, we can't have two oranges next to each other.
Oh, okay.
Let's do purple or green?
Green.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got, there we go. You know what? We might have to do some of these ornaments on our little tree too. So I don't know. Do you think, should we take this off the frame now very carefully? Oh, these might not dry in time. We can always add them back later. But I figure we should pull this off and let everybody see the amazing project we did. We hope that what we've done today gives you some inspiration that you can definitely do quilting projects that are outside of the box. I think we kind of tend to do this a lot. We think of something fun we want to do with quilting, and then we ask ourselves, okay, how can we do this? The green ones are still on. Well, they were. That's okay. We'll have to glue those on a little bit better.
Let's go around the front of the machine.
So I'll let you walk around that way. I'll walk around this way if I cannot get caught on the frame here. Okay, we'll have the great unveiling. So do you want to stand behind it or should I? There we go.
Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Which way do I go? That way.
Christina's got the ugly Christmas sweater dress. Oh, there we go. We got the dancing going. So there's a great inspiration we hope for all of you. You can do all kinds of amazing projects with the Handi Quilter machines. We've got everything from Pro Stitcher to rulers to couching to putting on some fun little embellishments. We definitely have a sweater dress here. Wow.
Yep.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, we've got a couple things that we need to do to finish this up. We'll probably use some more of the Pro Stitcher and do a little star here. Maybe add some embellishments on the tree.
We definitely did add some more presents down here, and we were thinking of maybe putting some bows on the presents too. But I think we'll get this finished up.
And this sleeve.
Yes, we need to do the other sleeve. We'll add some more
here.
We'll glue some stuff on.
Keep going.
Maybe we'll actually get the glue gun out so things stick a little better. But we're going to get this bound and finished up, and then we'll definitely send a picture in to Blaine so that he can maybe do a post about it and let everybody see great ideas of what you can do with Handi Quilter machines.
That's a great idea. Y'all take a picture and get it to me this week, and we'll show them maybe on Friday.
That sounds great.
Okay. We've got our work cut out for us.
Yep.
There you go. Well, thank y'all so much for coming on the show and having fun with us. And again, I know y'all were here last year and y'all are on a lot of our shows, but Countdown to Christmas show is a little special because it is Christmas time. And so I want to wish y'all a Merry Christmas. And anyway, glad y'all came on and thank you so much. Everybody enjoyed it. And hopefully we'll see you again real soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for having us.
Blaine. Merry Christmas to you too.
All righty. All right, guys, I want to remind y'all how y'all can get the Moxie again. And that's one of the things that we showed earlier on the show. Now, this is a very, very popular machine. It is that Moxie. It's a 16-inch or 15-inch throat space on it. And again, guys, the price on this is $10,990. You're getting that Pro Stitcher light with it. You're getting the Moxie, and you're going to have your choice frames on that. So you can either get a loft frame, which is an 8-foot frame, or you can get that little foot frame, which is a 5-foot frame, depending on how much room you have in your house. We've got a setup for you. It's free shipping right to your doorstep. And again, guys, you got to call in to get that special pricing at 800-401-8151. We have financing available, so we can help you out with that as well. And again, guys, if you're wanting to look at it, go to smplive.tv. You can find the Moxie on there. Just click on that product. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And we have live chat agents that are also can answer questions on the website as well for you and help you take your order. So again, guys, man, we're end of the show. What do y'all think about that? So everybody, have y'all enjoyed today? And if you like the products, let us know in the chat right now if you've really enjoyed the show today. And let us know, if you if you've seen your product that you got to have for Christmas. I'd love to see if you found your product today. And again, products are flying off the shelf. So if you do need to get one, make sure you give us a call and get your order in so we can get it shipped out in time for Christmas. But let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine. What a great show. Hey, listen, we never told everybody because we asked for we did the call out for, do you like it mixed or do you like the showcase? And I was kind of looking at them. I'm not sure if you guys got a different tally, but it looked like everyone likes the showcases.
Yes, it was Roger's taking the votes over there, and he said it was just overwhelmingly everybody loves the showcase. And so, that's kind of why we do this on, every year at Countdown to Christmas, we do the showcases that way to keep all the brands kind of together. And so you can see a lot of different varieties from that brand. And it works pretty good to do, just every session different, some of the other shows, but Countdown to Christmas, we love having the showcases. So we're glad everybody likes that.
All the brand products kind of commingle with each other and they all kind of work together. So I think it's fantastic. And what a great day. I mean, I'm asking Santa Blaine to please fill up my bag up to here. And my bag's only filled to here. So we've got a lot left. And these are just in here as like miniature items of everything that we had today.
You need a bigger bag, Jane.
Would fit in there.
Oh no, it's a small machine. It's like a small, it's like a mini version of the machine that I just made with clay. And then by the end of the week, it'll be filled up to here. And then later on, I take them out and then get the real things.
Well, I'm going to have my bag with me, Jane, and I've got a lot of stuff to give away this week. So everybody has to tune in. And again, we got to remind everybody about tomorrow morning at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. I'm going to be on Jane's radio show in Chicago that she's broadcasting. And Kennedy's going to put the little scroller across the bottom. You can go to WLSAM.com and just click on live show.
Yeah.
And you can
click on listen live. And I'm going to tell you what, the easy thing to do is just Google WLSAM Chicago. And it will take you right there. It'll say listen live. Just put it in the Google search, WLSAM listen live, and it'll take you right there. And I saw some people asking exactly what time it is. So it's 7:20 Central Time. It's 8:20 Eastern Time for our friends who are on the East Coast. And Blaine, oh, baby, it is bright and early for you, mister. We'll be dark and early, actually.
5:20 is going to come early for me, but I got a secret word, so y'all got to make sure you listen. I'm gonna have a secret word I'm gonna say on the show, and then I'm gonna ask you for the secret word on Countdown to Christmas show. And I may say the first 3 people that get it, the first person, I don't know, but I've got some free gifts that I'm gonna give away first thing in the morning. Who can answer that question?
Oh, yeah. I love it. Hey, I didn't ask you this off the air, but I'll ask you now. What about giving a little gift card away on the air? And maybe we'll get some people to listen that way and they could just text in and we'll do a number or something.
We can always do it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you decide that. I'll let you decide what number will win, but we'll do that on the air in the morning.
Well, everybody's got to make sure you tune in every day this week. So tomorrow, I know, Kennedy, Kyle, and Roger are going to be dressed up. I think Wednesday, my wife Michelle's coming in. She's going to have her Christmas outfit on. I know you got some different outfits you're going to be wearing, Jane.
I do.
And I've got some different outfits. We're all going to be celebrating Christmas all this week. And we hope that you at home, Kennedy had a great idea. She goes, everybody at home ought to dress up.
Yeah, and then send us your pictures.
Send the pictures in
your craft room.
Email your picture to info at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we'll get your pictures, and we may share a few on the air, if you send them in. But Kennedy had a great idea. She said, everybody just dress up in some sort of Christmas outfit, an ugly sweater, your flannel pajamas, whatever. You saw Sarah Vesser had her pajamas on today.
She did. She had embroidered a little something right there on the corner. I love it. My favorite thing ever to do, and I used to work at a company called Create and Craft, and we broadcast out of London. I would ask all the viewers, send me a picture of you in your sewing room, or send me a picture of you in your craft room, and they did, and we would just put those up on the air, and it was so fun because I felt like I was there with everybody that was watching and hanging out. So I want to do that all week. I want to see everybody in their Christmas attire.
So in the morning, I want everybody to have their Christmas outfits on, have you a good, hot cup of coffee or a good hot cup of cocoa to drink. And we're going to start the show off, bright and early in the morning. I think we're going to kick off at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. And I think you and I'll pop in probably about 8:15, 10:15 Central, and get the show started. We got another great day again tomorrow, so y'all don't want to miss it. But hey, Jane, guess what? It's time to give some stuff away out of Santa's bag.
It's time for giveaways. This is a good time. This is when it's like Christmas. Oh, it is Christmas. Sorry.
It is Christmas. All right, so we're gonna give some stuff away. I'm gonna tell you, get Kennedy to spin the wheel. We're gonna let Jane announce the winners.
All right.
And the first thing that we're gonna give away right now, we're gonna give away one of our bag bundles. These are our event bags. They come in the 8 different colors. They have different sayings, unique sayings on each side of the bag. You're going to love these things. They have something to do with embroidery, quilting, sewing, all the good stuff. You can store your fabric in them, take them to the grocery store. They sell for $49.99 on our website as a set, $9.99 each. We're going to give 2 people a set of these bags right now. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
All righty. Okay.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh yes! Congratulations, Mary Bias. Is that right, Bias?
I think so.
Mary's watching on YouTube today. Mary, thank you so much for joining us today. You are the winner of the cool bags. So she needs to go to SMPlive.tv to redeem the prize, and what she fills in all the information and say what you won.
Yeah, just scroll down to the bottom and just put your information in there, shipping address, name. We know what you won, and just hit submit, and we'll get that information, and that's where we'll ship the bags.
That's awesome, Mary. Good job on winning that prize. Blaine, what's next?
All right, we're gonna give another set of these bags away. So Kennedy, everybody with me? With Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spin the wheel, you call it?
Power here.
We gotta do it better next time, guys. It was a little. Grab.
Oh, again.
Okay,
Don't worry, guys.
so Marina and Rhonda are our teachers that are helping us in chat, so they are not eligible to win on the show, but I will take care of them behind the scenes. How's that?
Yes.
Of course you
All right,
will.
so let's spin that wheel
Can I
again,
spin
Kennedy.
again, please? Okay.
We got to do it again. Spin.
I just heard
that
Rhonda scream.
wheel.
We just heard Rhonda scream next door that she won.
All right, Sue Mind King. Sue Mind King is watching us on YouTube today. Congratulations, Sue. Just head over to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll all the way to the bottom and fill out your information. They know what you won, and now we will know how to get it to you.
Perfect. So next up, we are going to give away some of our world famous sewing mats. And we're going to give 2 people a sewing mat. And we're going to let you pick your choice of colors out of 12 colors available. And we're going to let you pick your size. So Kennedy, everybody ready?
Yeah. 3.
Spin
that wheel.
Guys, no
You guys don't sound as excited as you should, I think.
Just a little bit.
The kids in the pajamas are tired.
Rhonda is in the building. Oh,
So we won.
You guys don't know where to get those mats, do you?
do we get a prize, Blaine?
Kyle, Kennedy, and Roger again.
We get a prize.
Y'all come here. Y'all come here.
What are they going to get, Blaine?
So look who just popped in the studio. We got Rhonda right here. This is Marina. And these are some of the people that are on your YouTube and Facebook chat. They've been helping y'all out. And they both won today on there. So I got to give them something. But I can't let them take your prizes out in the SMP Nation. So we're going to do another spin because we just got SMP just got chosen.
But that means everybody there, all those guys get prizes.
So that was Kennedy and Kyle and Roger over there. So, all right. So y'all got to say this with me. You ready? We're going to get Kennedy to spin the wheel again. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
Oh, Blaine, it's funny. You're just giving everything away there.
No. There we go.
Yay, Judith Wise, congratulations. You are the winner. You're watching on YouTube today. That's fantastic. Thank you for spending your day with us, Judith. Congratulations on your prize. You know what to do. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom, fill out the information, and they will know where to send your prize.
Woo. Good job, Jane.
Thank you.
Jane, you act like you've done this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really easy. I just read the screen, guys.
All right, so our next item we have up for grabs is an iron. We got a Singer iron that we're going to give away. Look at that iron, Jane. It is a pink and black giveaway.
Like
This
it.
has a $40 value. This is I think it's a steam iron too. And again, guys, this is a great little iron. We love this thing. And again, we are going to give two people an iron. So Kennedy, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Everybody got to say this together.
Yeah. Ready?
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
You guys, we're all in the same room here. Come on.
You guys should get together. Who doesn't need a new iron? Everybody needs an iron. We all love irons. Yeah. Oh, no!
Naked Man can't win
First thing
anything.
again, guys. I'm so sorry.
Designs
by Christina Cunningham.
Isn't that right?
I think so.
But isn't it Christina Cunningham? All right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
designs.
Yes.
Is it?
Designs by Christina Cunningham watching on
I think
YouTube
so.
today. Congratulations, Christina. You need an iron. You just
I
won one.
recognize the name. I think it is Christina Cunningham.
All right. So Christina, all you have to do to go to snplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right. So we're going to give one more of these irons away. So everybody, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh my goodness.
We're getting better.
Man,
By Friday,
Kyle
it's
and
going to
Roger
be a
just
good chorus.
keep messing it up.
Their pitch is off.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, yes. Angela Cropton. Congratulations. Again, another viewer on YouTube. You're winning an iron. I love the iron. Good job.
All right. So next up is
More?
a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus.
Oh, boy. Look
No,
at
we
you.
don't have an overlay up for it, but
We don't have an overlay for it?
No, but
Okay.
we can get it going.
All right. So Kennedy, spin that
Spin.
wheel.
Ready?
Spin.
Ready? Spin that
Wheel.
wheel.
No hope for you, Kyle.
All right, Beatrice Sims, congratulations. It's great. You won a $100 gift card. How exciting. Can they use the gift card on a purchase they just made today?
Yes, they can actually, if they go in to purchase it, they can use it at the time of checkout. They can put their thing in. So, yep, they can most certainly use it online. And if they're local, they can actually go into both of our retail locations in San Diego and San Marcos and use it in the retail stores.
Good gravy. It might be just worth a trip out there to see you guys in person.
I'm telling you, we have a few people showed up. We had, I think Carol Lombardi was here on December 9th, stopped by and saw us. And so she was here.
She's on a cruise right now.
Yeah, she's on a cruise. So that's probably why y'all chatters don't see her on there today. Carol, usually one of our regular customers that watches a lot, but she stopped by the store. She's from Arizona and stopped on her way to go to a cruise out of Long Beach. So
You're like a destination now. People know you. They're like, oh, I'm going to be in San Diego. We got to go over to Sewing Machines Plus. It's
so
a
Kyle
thing.
and Kennedy had a little bit of free time. They came over here and got to spend a little time with her. And
We told her we'd give her a shout out, so this is it.
all right. All right. So next up, let's give another $100 gift card.
Oh my goodness, Blaine.
All righty.
Oh my goodness, Kennedy.
All right.
Here we go.
Tell me, Blaine.
I'm going to let Jane do it.
Oh,
On the count of three, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Spin that wheel.
See,
Yes,
that was so great.
wheel.
That was so great, Jane.
I'm trying. I'm going slow. I'm trying not to yell. I do get excited, though. I can help you. Oh, so sweet, lady. So, congratulations. You are the winner of a $100 gift card. Watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for joining us. Good job.
And how you need to redeem your prize, so sweet lady, is
She needs to go to snplive.tv. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean to step on you, Blaine.
No, go ahead.
So sweet lady, you need to go to SNPlive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll all the way to the bottom, fill out the information. We know what you won. Just tell us where to send it. Good job, so sweet lady.
All right.
All right, Jane, we got one more thing that we're going to give away.
Oh my goodness. All right, Blaine, you lead us in the spin the wheel. Guys, and let's like really do it, okay? Are we going to lean on the wheel or are we just going to make it like a quick wheel?
I think we lean on it a little bit.
Yeah, the wheel. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
So, guys, next up, we are going to give away a Necky sewing machine. And there it is. And guys, again, is this the K132?
Yes, it is.
K132A. What a great little machine this is. It's their 100th year anniversary edition.
Wow.
So Necky's been around for 100 years. So this is a really good quality sewing machine. Extremely lightweight, extremely portable, and what a great Christmas gift this would make somebody. So we are going to give that away. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
We're improving, guys. I'm proud of us.
Kinda. I feel disconnected over here. Oh, Vivian Ross, congratulations. Watching on YouTube. I love that, Vivian. Good job watching with us and hanging out with us. You and the sewing machine. That's amazing.
It is amazing. And Vivian, just go to SNPlive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get that sent out to you. All right, guys, we have concluded day one of our third annual Countdown to Christmas show.
Unbelievable.
Thank y'all.
You know what that deserves? That deserves my hat.
Yeah, you need to put the hat back on, Jane.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we are so excited that y'all got to spend the whole day with Jane and I. We had a blast here today and had a lot of great products. We hope that you really enjoyed this, and I hope you'll join in tomorrow. Make sure you come and listen to Jane and I first thing in the morning on radio. She's going to have her radio show up in Chicago. I'll be on there, and Kennedy's been putting that across the screen so y'all can go find that. And again, we'll start the broadcast on Countdown to Christmas. It'll start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. We'll start the broadcast, and then Jane and I'll probably come on here like at 10 after the hour or 15 minutes after the hour, around that. Yeah. And we'll chit-chat a little bit, tell you about what's in store for the day. And then we got a great showcase tomorrow. We got the Baby Lock Showcase starting out. Then we'll have the Grace Showcase after that. And it's going to be another, great day of products and giveaways, Jane.
That's right. Always giveaways when you have Santa Blaine, and I will be here with my jingle bells on tomorrow.
Well, and there will be an outfit change. I wore the ugly sweater vest just for you today, Jane.
Yes.
So tomorrow I'm gonna up my game a little bit tomorrow. You never know, I might wear a bow tie.
You never know. You might wear a bow tie. It's just you can't ever tell with Santa Blaine. It's always fun and games. That's right.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then my cast and crew over here, they're gonna have some pretty cool outfits tomorrow too. We'll get to show you. So anyway,
and I'll
guys,
tell you what you're doing, Blaine. You're getting us all in the holiday. You're getting us all in that Christmas spirit. If you haven't caught it yet, you got it today, and you're gonna get it the rest of the week. By the end of the week, you're gonna be like, what's the guy? The elf.
Yeah. Hey, Buddy the elf. You never know. He might make an appearance.
Whoa.
Never know. You never know.
Blaine,
So you gotta
you're
tune
just
in.
saying things.
Gotta tune in. The only thing we're missing here, Jane, is some snow coming down. So
I got plenty. I'll send it your way. Our friends in Buffalo, they're gonna send you some snow. A little dusting will help you, won't it?
All right. Well, guys, thank y'all so much for joining Jane and I and on the show, and all of our crew. Got to thank Kyle, Kennedy, and Roger for all their hard work, and also Deb and Rhonda and Marina in there in the chat today helping answer questions, and then our whole crew at SMP. From their shipping guys out in the warehouse. It's cold here in San Diego today, and they're out there working in the warehouse and trying to get your product shipped out. And
how cold is it, Blaine?
Nick's crew and Laura Cook's crew are all answering the phones for you. So it takes a team effort. And then all of our live chat agents on the website as well. They're all out there trying to help y'all. And trying to beat that rush, James. So again, y'all get your orders in this week. We're going to get your product shipped to you in time for Christmas. So anyway, we hope to see y'all bright and early in the morning. Hope we get to see everybody real early in the morning on the radio show. But if you missed the radio show, we hope you'll at least come back and join us tomorrow for a full day. And hope y'all have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all in the morning.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye, y'all.